supposed to heal? Why do I feel like I've been here for hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? Water, dry like the cinders in the flame. Bubble, heating. Now it's time to evaporate. Now I think. The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? If at rock bottom, I've hit a new low.
This land is calling.
A very good morning. You are watching Dota 2 here at the Esports World Cup, and we are getting ready for a day of group stages. Day 3, and that means it's a very important day because for Group A and for Group B, we will solve them today. We'll have the final match and we'll have the potential tiebreakers for those groups as well. A lot to talk about here, about everything that is possible within these groups, and of course we're talking about what happened yesterday together with Effie and Lacoste. Lacoste, how are you doing this morning?
Doing good. We had a great day of Dota yesterday. We had some really upsets, a lot of comebacks as well. I think this is kind of a meta where we're seeing one team being ahead, then they lose the advantage, then they lose the game. It's been a bit of a roller coaster, I would say.
Not quite right.
Yeah, there were a lot of throws yesterday. Pretty interesting to watch, but honestly, if Dota's in a position where a team that could be 10k ahead could also lose at any moment, that's a really great indicator for the kind of games we'll have this tournament, because it means you can't let your guard down for even 1 second, because almost every single team here will be able to capitalize on it. So it's been lots of fun.
It has been lots of fun, and it's nice to know, everybody can win. Great. But, that's not the reality of it. One team will do better than the rest, and that's what we're going to focus on today, because I know that nobody gets eliminated in the groups, and I think you guys should be fully aware of what can happen to every team in those groups. If you are first in the groups, you will be seeded directly into the 3rd phase, guys. Out of these teams, 4 teams will be skipping phase 2. There's 3 phases.
This is massive. Even getting the 2nd place in the group still plays a big role, because you are skipping the 1st round of the 2nd phase, which does allow you to play 1 less best of 3. But you want to get that 1st spot. That 1st spot means a lot because you're pretty much skipping 2 BO3s, and then the phase 2 is going to be the elimination one. This is where you don't want to be, but some teams are kind of already secured. For example, Virtus.pro, they are already 4th place, so they're not going to be going anywhere yet, but they're not eliminated.
No, I will say, though, I want to play devil's advocate for a little bit, Effie, because I feel like we fairly frequently have stories about the roads that these teams take.
Yeah.
The more games they play, the better they get, so you don't want to skip a phase.
No, I agree. I'm glad you brought that up because I was thinking about it. So typically in Dota, we've had like instances, for example, the Animator, where teams that played the entire tournament ended up placing way better than teams that directly qualified to playoffs. And we see it so often. Like the more games you accumulate in a group stage, the more experience you have and you bring that momentum with you. But for this one instance, I will say that I actually think it's a pretty big advantage to not only take a break for fatigue reasons, but kind of hide your strategies, because we're already seeing so many different new heroes.
Yeah.
At EWC, we're seeing like PLs, we're seeing offlane ogres, we're seeing witch doctors, we're seeing so many teams have things up their pockets right now, and if you can hide your hand a little bit longer, that's going to be very valuable.
It will be. Let's take a look at how things are looking right now. For Group A, nothing's set in stone, so those colors, you can ignore them for now, but you do see that there is a pretty big divide. There's 2 teams on the top, and there's 2 teams at the bottom. The difference is only 2 points, though, and that means that basically everything is still possible.
Yeah, it really depends. It's going to be Talon playing against Extreme Gaming, so that means that both of these teams, you know, they can get 3-1. But if Navi and Team Spirit, if they draw their series, that also means that they will be playing a tiebreaker. There's a lot that can happen in this Group A, because they could be playing the tiebreaker, but this also means that Extreme Gaming and Talon, even though if they get a 2-0, they still can't get that 1st or 2nd slot.
It's hard to say with everything so up in the air.
Yeah.
But I mean, I have some favorites looking at this group, right? I mean, this one does feel very like top heavy, and I think that while anything can happen, I've got a good guess.
Yes.
Okay, no spoilers though.
No spoilers, it's all good. And we're looking at Group E as well, and to be honest, this is one of the groups where we thought that Execration was going to be the one at the far furthest bottom, but Falcons actually not showing up too much as well. Will be very interesting to see how they're doing today. For Group C, as Lacoste already mentioned, it is actually the only team where Virtus.pro already know where they're headed. They are going to be 4th in this group. They're not eliminated, but they will play against the number 3 from a different group for the 1st round of the next stage. And then for Group D, we will be seeing also a team at 0-4, but because the scores are different for the other team, Shopify does not know yet where they're going to go, but we do see Team Liquid at the top. They are 4-0, Lacoste.
They're 4-0, and they're also 7-0 against their arch nemesis right now. They did manage to beat their opponents yesterday 2-0. We had a very spicy interview coming out from the Bing Bonger himself, and yeah, there's a lot of things that are developing nicely in the tournament, and that's what I want to see.
Yeah, we can take a look at the prize pool as well, see what the teams are playing for. They're all still in schedule first. Let's take a look at that first, as we will want to see when we're going to see the matches. We have only 2 series today on both streams. After that, we'll have the tiebreakers. We're going to start things off with Talon versus Extreme Gaming. And then after that, it's Team Falcons versus Gaming Gladiators.
I've seen that one couple of times, but Talon against Extreme, like, we haven't seen those teams meet many times. As Talon, as an organization, they never managed to beat Extreme Gaming in a best of 3.
Yeah, this one's quite up in the air though, because so yesterday, Extreme Gaming, like, they had a really big throw, and it felt like that series could have been a lot better for them. Whereas when Talon played Spirit yesterday, they were just it was handed to them, right? Like, they got owned, and there was a lot for them to learn from that, but just based off of yesterday's performance, I would give the edge to Extreme Gaming. But maybe it was just a bad matchup for Talon. Maybe versus XG, it's very different here.
It could be. Now, for our SMB match of the day, we did choose our 2nd series of the day, so that's going to be Falcons versus Gaming Gladiators. You know, normally I'd say that this is pretty even. I just feel like we haven't really seen Falcons play the way we want them to.
No, we really haven't seen much of Falcons. They did skip some of the tournaments as well, but yeah, Gaming Gladiators, they definitely did power up ever since their new roster, but Team Falcons, they've been here in the middle. Like, this was the best team of 2024, and like in this year, they haven't managed to find that thing. Like, they haven't managed to find what has been working out for them. We saw Enchantress yesterday, so they're bringing back some of the classic. They love their Bristleback. They love their old school heroes, their Pangos. They brought in Primal Beast, but not to a great success, though.
No, in their runs last year, though, I will say, Effie, that they did have some tournaments where they started slow, but they still took it in the end. So there is still that power-up potential for them, right?
For sure. I mean, I'm going to go ahead and make a bold prediction, and I'm going to say that if Falcons go into today's series without thinking about Bristleback in any capacity, not picking it, not banning it, going into it with entirely different drafts, which we know they're capable of, I think they might win that one 2-0.
Oh, we're gonna see that. Of course, that will be our second series of the day. We're gonna focus our attention on the first one. We have Talon and Extreme Gaming going head-to-head. It will be a 2-game series once more. And let's focus our attention first on Talon. They have played, well, both of these teams are similar in scores, actually. They are 1 and 3, so we've had quite a little bit of a data pool in them. But based on what has worked for them, Lacoste, what should they look to recreate? What is their recipe to success?
Well, their recipe to success is WS having a pretty free entry to the game. This guy is still top 10 on the leaderboards. He's been extremely active from the off lane, and also I would say the duo from the mid lane and the safe lane, Mikoto and 23 Savage, they've been looking great ever since one of them said, you know, I don't need to be as greedy. I'll tone it down a little bit so you can have the farm, and you can actually feel the connection between of them. Like every single time Mikoto is playing something more active, giving space to 23 Savage, it's been working out for them. I also think that they need to work out on the laning stage. This is something that didn't work out for them, especially against Team Spirit. I think they got handled pretty heavily. They didn't have a single kill in like 12 minutes. This is not how you want to be playing Dota. You know something did go wrong, especially in the lanes, because they got figured out. I think they got exposed from the offlane where they were playing this Dawnbreaker, which is a very popular hero right now. But Team Spirit, they are on the next level when it comes down to drafting with this Tenacious Prophet and Winter Wyvern. They completely shut them down.
Yeah, and when we're focusing on Extreme Gaming, their opponents for today, they look good at the start, and to be fair, when we last saw them in Malachi, they came top 6. We were thinking it's a little bit on the up for this squad, but then here in this group, Effie, they have not really shown it that much.
They haven't, but they've also shown some good performances. Like in that day one, I really liked the way that they drafted around their Mirana. And I think that even though the last 2 days aren't the best indicators score-wise, to me their gameplay does look a little bit more polished. And we have to talk about like, the addition of Zhao 8 as a coach to this team. It's been a few months, but we will see the impact of that as this tournament progresses. I do believe in them. Again, I mentioned it earlier, but they did throw a game that looked pretty unthrowable. Like being 10k net worth ahead with a PL on your team versus a TA and losing that. That's definitely something that they have had to have like looked at yesterday, talked about, and are going into today with a fresh mind.
Well, let's see those fresh minds then, as they are parked right behind us. Isn't that right, Purge?
That's right, Shiver. I too have a fresh mind, and I'm in front of a bunch of fresh-minded Dota players. We got Talon over here getting ready for their match. They're looking excited. They're smiling. They're happy. Got Extreme Gaming on the other side. They're also very jazzed. Now, keep in mind, this room is very, very busy because we have 3 identical stages. Over there, we don't care about them. That's Valorant. Very cool game, I'm sure. But right here, this is the match you guys are about to watch. And then right over here, we have an identical stage. And maybe this is freaky or not, but look at this. It looks almost the same, except we have 2 different teams. We got Team Spirit and we got Navi. Every single match is so important here at EWC because it's going to determine whether or not there are tiebreakers that happen later today. But for now, these 2 huge matches are happening at the exact same time. So make sure that you guys tune in to both of them coming up soon.
Thank you very much. They are going to come up soon. I also want to point out how close we are to Kev. Like, we can see him right there. Look, there he is. He's waving. We're waving back.
Hey, Purge.
Hey, Purge.
Thanks, Purge.
Your microphone is not on. He probably said hey. But we are getting ready for that match. And I do want to continue talking about the things that these 2 teams need, because these 2 teams, they're okay, so nobody's up for elimination, but there is still mathematically a chance for them to come higher. So we already said first phase. If you're first in the group, you go forward in the next phase. But there's also a difference between second and third, because if you're second, you get to skip one round in that second phase, and that can be pretty big as well, as we are getting closer to that draft on our screens as well. 2-0, that's whoever wins game 1 should win game 2. That's what their goal is, because otherwise they're dragging each other down.
Yeah, you just let the other team win. If you lose game 1, just let the other team win.
What a strategy.
Nah, that's definitely not going to happen. Dota players are very prideful.
They are.
Let's see, the Shadowfiend is still in the poll. So this is the hero that Extreme Gaming did open up in 3 out of their 4 games. This is the hero that does allow them to play very fast. We saw Shadowfiends from the mid lane, like Kiyotaka, having some like explosive game with 23-24 kills on the mid Shadowfiend. But this hero can also play from safe lane, where you're like getting those stacks of minus armor, continue to farm it up, continue to dominate the map. And so far, I feel like this is something that Extreme Gaming wants to pick up. They definitely, like, they lost some of the games against Na'Vi. They did have that advantage that you were talking about, like 10k lead, 15 minutes into the game. You should have that in the bag. Like, you should be able to close it with the PL, who has complete free farm. But unfortunately, PL didn't have much success this tournament, even though we've seen good amounts of PLs being last picked overall. He's sitting at 20% win rate.
Yeah, I think perhaps maybe a little bit of an overestimation of the hero. I do think the hero has a lot of merit for sure, but it's one of those things where it's got recently reintroduced into the meta, and people are looking at it through the lens of like old school PL matchups and when it used to feel good, because players haven't really been playing this hero up until like the last 2 weeks in pubs. So they're still developing an understanding of when it feels really good and when it feels bad. And I think that towards the end of the tournament, if we take away group stage stats, it's going to have a better win rate.
Yeah, I do agree. I think you also need to be a hero specialist to be able to play this hero. You know, if we're talking about, like, if you're Eastern European carry, you need to play TB, you need to play Phantom Lancer, otherwise you're not joining a tier 1 squad.
All right, so let's see what we do have on the board then for now, as a Phantom Lancer, I'm sure, will be either coming very late or maybe not even at all. We are seeing that we have an opening of a Naga Siren and a response of the puck straight after that, Effie.
This has been a pretty common pattern in this tournament. Like, if you give away a meta hero in the first phase, a lot of teams will just choose to pick up puck where they can, because this hero gets either banned or heavily contested in the second phase, and it feels like it does so much for you. Like, as the mid laner, a lot of its laning matchups got better with people taking the curveball facet. It just gives more damage. It's easier to land. That made it easier to play pluck into common matchups. It also gives you team fight. It gives you a hero that's active, plays tempo, but also a mid hero that can scale. And that's why we're seeing it in every single game.
This hero doesn't have many bad matchups. Like, people are still trying to figure out, and this is why I like puck on 9, because it does allow you to get like very good trade in the first phase. That it also does allow you to potentially get one ban if you want to protect puck, but we're also seeing that teams kind of don't care about matchups, and then you also get the pick out of the phase, which does allow you to pick one of the counters to take Shadow Shaman immediately. We've seen it so many times.
Just to clarify for people at home, when he says 9, he means second pick.
Yes.
Yeah. And also,
You never know.
you get it's so hard to get used to saying it.
Yes.
And by the way, for people at home, we don't say 23, 24, and 9 because we're pretentious. It's just that when we look at the drafts on Dota Buff, that's how they're labeled. So it just sticks in our head that way.
Yep.
I just want that to be clear, because some people have complained about it. But talking about the Shadow Shaman, Lacoste made an excellent point in that it covers the puck out of phase, but it's also really good versus Naga, right? If you take Chicken Fingers, you have an attack to kill one of her illusions, you have Hex to kill another one of her illusions. So a lot of the lane control that comes from Naga support and her pushing out waves, Shadow Shaman can handle it.
You need some kind of a protection as well for Shadowfiend. This is a super strong lane. I think teams got overall better at not just laning Shadowfiend with Naga Siren because it's a good setup, but also allowing you to get the Requiem off. Like, Puck is a very slippery hero, but I also think that the teams are that good, these professional e-athletes that we're seeing here on the stage. They can execute the Song into Requiem combo, and then Puck can get the shift off, so you need to time it correctly. And we're seeing some of the win rates on the screen. I don't think these numbers are kind of giving the true story of how strong these heroes are.
I think we're seeing the true story of Shadowfiend, though, and what it can give a draft. Because this hero, if you pick it, you're in a position where your flex to mid is going to be very strong because it has very few bad matchups as well, and your flex to carry is secured by the pickup of one melee support, which they did in the first phase. So now they're in a really happy place. And also, XM, he's been winning a lot on this hero in terms of lane matchups, and it's a favorable matchup against Puck. It's one of the only mid laners that can really beat him in CS.
Yeah. I don't like Rubik. I'm just going to throw it out there. I had a whole rant for like a couple of days during Wallachia how bad this hero is. It's just not winning. Like, this hero is not, one of the weakest position 4 laners out there. I thought he might come back because Shadow Shaman has been popular for the good 2-3 months, and he has some of the best spells you can steal, whether you're stealing Giga Ward, whether you're stealing Shackle or Hex. And we're seeing Ogre from Talon, which for now doesn't say where the hero is going to go.
That's great steals too, though, right?
Yeah, it's fine, but the problem is you're Rubik. Like, at the end of the day, you're just playing a hero that basically has like 3 abilities. He's passive ability. Sure, it gives you, like, you're kind of playing for yourself. Also, it's very hard to itemize with this hero. You need to be playing for the team. You need to be getting Glimmer Cape. It's quite difficult. I'm also not the biggest fan of Nagasiren plus Rubik as a support. I think their offlaner needs to be able to get in and get stuff done. Because right now, you don't have a reliable way of starting the fight. Rubik's Lift is really not what you want to have. So I want to see something for XXS, some kind of a Centaur, some Mars that can, you know, start the fight, drag the whole team around. But looking at Talon's draft, this is a very well-rounded draft already. Like, very easy to play.
I'm going to play devil's advocate a little bit. I know that Rubik has not been the best hero for a while, but it does feel like if there's one really strong spell in the game, sometimes the Rubik pick is justified if, for example, heroes like Shadow Shaman are taken away from them. Because, like, let's say you steal Shackles, you're going to have a longer range Shackles.
Yeah.
But also, you're playing against Puck. The way you counter Puck is you have instant disable from your support, like a means to set up instantly, and that's where the Shadow Shaman usually comes in. Rubik, his telekinesis lift, it is instant. Like, it is a way to catch the Puck. It might not be the best disable, and it might not be the lowest cooldown one, but if you have any means to stack on top of the telekinesis, you can catch the Puck with Rubik, and that's why a lot of teams do look at it or have looked at it in the past versus Puck.
Yeah, we'll see if it works out here for Extreme. We are going to have the WS Ogre coming out.
Centaur?
Yeah, I think Centaur's better overall choice from the 2 that I mentioned because it gives you pipe. Mars doesn't build into it. He is playing for himself with the BKB, with the Yule's Blink Dagger, these type of items. But Centaur gives you 2 auras, and I think they wanted to, seeing that most of the damage on Talon is magical, so you have a little bit of protection as well. You can reset the fight with the Stampede, you can reset the fight with the Siren, even Shadow Fiend's Requiem. So 23 will need to find a hero that's going to be good into this matchup. I think it's a very, very good Lifestealer game if he wants to play it. We've seen a good amount of Lifestealer, especially coming out from BB team during Wallachia, where he played it like 7 or 8 times, had a great success, and I think a lot of the teams after that tournament figured out that Lifestealer is still a great hero.
Yeah, I think Lifestealer would be very high value as well, because if you play against Song of the Siren, it can really mess things up for you, and your carry needs to buy BKB in order to fight into it. But Lifestealer does it for free as well. Pretty cool suggestion. There's also not much BKB piercing disable outside of the Golem, so it's not like Lifestealer is very threatened right now. Oh, I mean, from the enemy team, there's none at all, actually. I was looking at Radiant's draft to confuse myself. Extreme Gaming have no BKB piercing disable, actually.
And this is also a very good ban. Like, there was one game during Wallachia where he played Bristleback as carry with the Seeing Red facet and still hit a very strong early timing. This hero is underrated from the carry role. I think from the offlane role, it doesn't work as intended as you would want it to. Okay, this is the kind of Extreme Gaming classic.
Yeah. Slardar versus Puck in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's a good one for Slardar. I've seen also Pucks, I've seen this matchup a couple of times. Pucks can do okay, but I've also seen Slardar's kind of crushing this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I think XM in particular is a hero specialist when it comes to this mid Slardar. He's done it multiple times and won a lot of maybe difficult matchups. But what I do like of what Slardar gives you is that the damage amplification for this Shadow Fiend, because if you look at Centaur plus Rubik plus Nagasiren, the heroes that are going to be playing early for Extreme Gaming, they don't really have that much damage. But if you pair this up with the amp damage from Slardar, you bring in the SF, all of a sudden, whichever target you get on will melt, it will die.
Well, and speaking of hero specialists, we got the 23 Savage Morphling.
Yeah, we do. We talked about the Lifestealer potentially coming out, but after seeing Slardar, they decided to completely skip that one and opted to go for something better. You are playing into a lot of minus armor. You're playing into like good amount of stuns now that they have Centaur and Slardar, but you also have insane base armors, which is you're not going to be that easy to kill. Plus, also you have Ogre, who's going to be building into auras. You have pretty strong support for your lane with Warlock. I'm kind of leaning towards that, but I also think that if Extreme Gaming can get the ball rolling with this Slardar from the mid lane, if he crushes the matchup, if he gets a good timing on a Blink Dagger, I've seen him do the same thing, and I've seen them pair up this Slardar with Shadowfiend a couple of times. They have been very successful with it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do think Talon's draft, like in terms of a Morphling draft, looks very strong. But the one thing I'll say about Morphling is his timings have slowed down quite a bit since the nerfs. Like he's at least a few minutes later on timings. So for that reason, if XG get the early blink on Slardar, like get a few pickups, take the first Aegis away from the Morphling team, the game could change, right? But then if Talon are playing on the regular Morph timings, get that first Aegis, I think XG are in trouble.
So I feel like this game, more so than the games we watched the last couple of days, has the potential to go late purely because these two teams are not the greatest at closing out games early, traditionally. If it does go past 50 minutes, is there any team in particular that has the advantage? There's quite a bit of team fight coming out from Talon, which will always be strong.
Talon has the late game advantage, but if it's late game with even net worth, right? Because sometimes we go into 50-minute late games where the other team is still like 25k up. That's a different situation.
Okay, let's see who comes out ahead. It's a 2-game series. Talon versus Extreme Gaming. Whoever wins game 1 wants to win game 2. There is still a chance of getting further ahead in the next phase. Let's see who comes out on top with Cap and SPG.
That's right, one of these teams may still have a chance to be able to get second, while the other team is going to end up dead last, Avery. And I believe you said, in our predictions for this, you said that Extreme Gaming have Zhao 8. There's no way they could possibly end up last in groups.
Did I actually say that?
You actually said that.
I don't remember saying that.
Because I predicted Extreme to bottom out of the group, and you said, that's absurd. There's no way. Extreme Gaming have Zhao 8. They'll never go last in groups.
That's true. I stand by that statement that I don't remember making. I don't expect them to get last. I think they look good for this game 1. I favor their draft. I think Talon would be favored, but unfortunately they have offlane Ogre, so they're just going to lose this game. Like, offlane Ogre doesn't win.
What's wrong with offlane Ogre? Why can't it win?
Austin, we've played enough unranked games where I have tried this to know. It has no timings. Like, you have to go the Midas because the multicast Midas is too tempting, and then you think you're getting really far, but by the time you get actual items, you're just kind of behind other people who just bought them ahead of time. And the ultimate issue is your spells are just bad. As an offlaner. As a 5, your spells are fine. As an offlaner, they're not good enough. And maybe you just don't even get a multi on some of them. Your best spell is the Bloodlust contribution. He has okay Bloodlust targets in the Morphling and the Puck, but not the greatest ones. I kind of prefer to play Bloodlust with the heroes that can just ball at a timing and end the game in that 25, 35-minute period. This is kind of a longer route. Like, you're looking towards 40, 50 minutes for when this Puck Morphling really shine and just start to outscale you. That timing can be strong for Talon here. I just worry they're going to get outpaced. Like, you're looking at Slardar, Shadowfiend, Centaur to back it up with a Stampede. This SF could just get completely out of control this game and just run you down.
Yeah, it does feel like a highly synergistic lineup for Extreme. And I feel the opposite about Talon's lineup here. I don't really think of Morphling as a hero that benefits that much from Bloodlust.
Not really. He gets his attack speed innately.
Yeah.
Not a hero that needs much more of it. Puck is kind of the same. He's going to deal damage in discrete chunks. He does a lot of right clicks in the fight, but he doesn't need attack speed to get those in. He's just doing them in between the orbs and the phase shifts and maybe an Ag's Dream Coil later on.
Yeah, and that Ags and that Shard are not affected by attack speed in any way.
Yep.
Right.
So you'd rather have damage buff than attack speed buff on this hero.
Yeah.
This is kind of an awkward Ogre lineup. I'm not sure why they ended up with it. They saw Naga, not a hero that the Ogre is really good against core or support, because as a core, Ogre offers you no illusion control. And as a support, you're kind of a sustain 5 with some of the heal that the song can output later. And Ogre doesn't like Dispel, and he doesn't like sustain. Naga gives you a little bit of both.
Yeah. Is there any chance that the learning curve facet makes the offlane Ogre more viable? Because I have not seen core Ogre since the facets were introduced.
Your level 2 parentheses 3 timing is very strong if you can all in a hero.
I think that's really strong for support. Is there any chance that your level 5 timing is really strong for core? Right? You get an early multicast, you've got maxed out Ignite, maybe you multicast on that Ignite, you hit the SF with 2 Ignites. Like, isn't that most of his HP at that point?
Sure, but can you ever man up on him to finish him off when he has triple raise threat and you're a melee hero?
Yeah.
There's going to be a deluge on this lane as well, lowering your move speed. I think it's a little hard to all-in Ame here, and I think Ame is going to get the better of you over the long run in terms of that CS battle, even though you have the super high base damage.
Makoto.
I expect XM to win this lane as well. He rarely loses these mid-slaughter lanes. The hero just has too much regen, too many stats to try and get through.
Well, there's your level 2 timing.
Oh my, okay.
A level 2 Ignite put to use kills the Shadow Fiend. They simply just run him down. Jokum and WS have already begun to win the off lane here.
I don't think that should have been that easy.
They got a double kill, easy. I don't know what Pelosin was thinking about that situation.
Oh, Talon coming out guns blazing here. They're ready to play. 22 Savage almost just got all in, but he had just enough HP to survive the stun double edge burst. So 3 kills across the board. I mean, this is what you have to do. You have to make use of your timings. They're going straight onto Ame again.
I mean, Pelosin died, so Ame comes back to the lane solo, takes a ton of damage.
Not good trades.
And the creep wave is pushing in, which is really bad for Ame. You do not want a long lane against this Ogre.
No, this is bad news bears, as they say. You're giving this Ogre a better start than he should have gotten this early in the lane, in my opinion. And WS is going to be able to do a lot with the extra gold here. Get a lot more regen, more mana capacity for the Ogre. Already has Bassy stick coming out. This is a nice start on the side lanes for Talon.
Trying to fight for Lotus. He's going to challenge Pelosin here, and...
What?
What?
Wait, what just happened?
What did just happen?
Can we get a
He was inside of the pool.
Yeah, I swear he was. Did he walk to the edge right as the Naga walked to the edge?
Maybe. Well,
I feel like we're both seeing things here.
Yeah, a little bit of a slip up, I guess. We'll say that's Jokum's fault.
Maybe it was a bug. We'll just claim it was a bug. An optical illusion.
What if you're outnumbered in the Lotus or Wisdom Shrine, hero-wise, it goes to that team? Do you think that would be a bad change?
What if there's just a 50% chance you drop through the Lotus pool and you can't play the rest of the game? If your behavior scores below 8K.
I think that's fair, actually. Now that you added that little twist to it, I'm okay with that.
Now you like it.
Yeah. I would love to see Slox' adventures below the Lotus pool.
He would never make it out. Permanent Lotus pool edition. He's just below the water screaming for help.
I'm in the Lotus abyss and I can't get out.
Strong start for Talon on the side lanes. Makoto's making up that difference mid. He's now ahead of XM.
Yeah.
Despite the rough start. Things are looking pretty good. See if XG can bring this back. However, I think their level 5 timings across the board look pretty formidable. Like, generally, Rubik is not going to do too well super early on. The Naga, you didn't get that early kill with the raises, but if you get the level 3 raise, that's a lot of damage to deal with for a slow hero like the Ogre. So I kind of expect these lanes to maybe get a little better for XG if they can weather the storm right now.
Nice double stomp. Not going to get a kill out of it, but decent damage straight off.
And I mean, talk about Jin Q. This is a guy I always talk about a lot, but has not had his best tournament yet. This is a game he might be able to pop off on. This is a really nice Rubik game. You've got some big ults to steal from like the Warlock Shaman. You've got really good just skirmish spells between the Puck, if you ever get the silence, the Ogre throwing the ignites or the stun back. And of course, if you're going to get the attribute shift at some point, he's going to be super high HP this game. And that's really nice against Talon's lineup because they are majority spellcasters. So if this Rubik gets to 2k HP plus and can just weather some of the nukes, he gets a Glimmer Cape, something like that, he could be deceptively tanky this game, which allows him to get deeper into the fight. The insta lift against the Puck is always nice. You know, sometimes even throw the coil back if you have really good positioning. So I'm looking towards this Rubik to show us why this pick is still viable.
And what happens if he doesn't have a good game?
Well, then we probably won't see this hero again for another 3 months. And
so you're going to blame it on the hero, not the player?
I'll never blame
anything to prevent anything to protect Shin Q.
I think I was just too likable, man.
It's true.
some players, you look at them, you just can't be mad. Other players, you're mad at before you look at them.
Yeah, some players do have that. Makoto does give an illusion rune. Now, this is going to be important because he's got the corrosive haze, so he can take that away. And with the coil on 2, does some damage. Now, XM is not exactly dying quickly here, and will be able to get the Shadow Shaman kill. Still, though, Makoto puts a bit more damage on him. XM will retreat to his side of the river, but may not be able to play the lane very much.
Tough to fight this Slardar in the river that early. Like, Seaborn Sentinel just gives you so much extra trade capability. Armor, damage, regen, already up to level 2. I mean, it's rough. It's rough to fight this hero for the runes, even if you have some extra spell power with the puck. That said, the overall trade is not that bad for Talon because their 3 cores are all farming. So they're getting a lot out of this laning phase just in terms of raw CS. They'll get levels for their supports eventually. Wisdom Shrines are going to get traded out here.
I think Ahmed can't play the lane anymore now that Ogre has multicast.
He just never got to the level 5. The early trade's so unfavorable, he has to jungle for it. This is a way rougher start for the Shadow Fiend than I would have predicted. And this kind of sets the whole lineup back because he is the center point here.
Yeah.
Like, the minus armor is only good if someone can use it, and he's the only guy who can use it here. So the Slardar is dependent on the SF joining fights for him to have a way bigger impact, and the Centaur's kind of there to help the SF get in as well.
Oh, Makoto got baited a little bit too much. Takes a lot of damage. Telekinesis back with the blood grenade. He's got a coil, but there is still, oh, okay, trade-off of kills. XM gets the kill first onto Makoto, therefore getting the experience. Makoto does get its revenge, though, thanks to the orb.
Well worth it. Jin Q in this rotation. A lot of XP for the Rubik. As Polison trying to get something out of this top lane, but
yeah, he's already used his images, so the Ignite is probably the death of him here.
Veiled? Plus the evasion, a couple missed hits. Yeah, he's going to walk it off.
That's crazy, 5 HP.
And you got some eel skin going, you got some Sister Shroud going, you know, it adds up. A lot of wasted time for this Ogre. Could just be hitting that tower.
Well, he'll still get down to it. No surprise on the build-up here. Arcane Boots to ensure constant Ignite spam into Midas. What do you go from there, though? That's like the obvious part of Ogre.
I should say, you know, this Arcane Boots over something like a Treads will hurt him in the long run when you get to the level 25 Talon and you're looking for the Fire Blast chance on attack with, you know, a Moon Shard build-up, potential Abyssal Blade. You got to think about these things when you're playing the core Ogre.
I think 30 minutes, 40 minutes from now, he could probably just sell his Arcane Boots and buy Treads.
Every little bit matters, Austin.
I don't think it does.
It really does on this hero, I can assure you. Every offlane Ogre player, he has a dream.
But you said specifically, okay, you go the Midas, but then your second item timing oftentimes feels lackluster compared to other offlaners.
Because your spells aren't as good to use it. That said, he is a very good Crimson holder.
Yeah, okay. Is this the game for Crimson?
I think it's fine. Like, you're going against a physical lineup in what XG have brought to the table.
Yeah.
Now, it's a minus armor lineup, so obviously they can power through Crimson, but Crimson's still going to do a lot here. I'd be surprised if he doesn't go it. Your other options are another Aura, but the other Auras don't look good this game.
I was going to say, is it possible that Auras are why Core Ogre hasn't been successful? Why can't you just go Blink Dagger and be an offlane initiator?
There's just better heroes to do that? Like Axe, Centaur.
Yeah, but they don't build Hand of Midas.
Oh, that's why I said, you know, every offlane Ogre player has a dream, and just a question of does it ruin your team's dream of winning the game?
What if you just did like Shiva's first item? Amp up your magic damage and get a bunch of armor against Extreme?
Well, why don't I just play Sniper and go Divine Rapier Conda? And then what can anybody do against me?
I think that's entirely Jenkins' stream.
That's right. So I'm going to throw your idea in there with his, and that tells you the quality of it.
Okay.
Amp damage from Makoto right now. Doesn't have that Witchblade yet, but he's still going to do a significant amount of right-click burst here if you get close to him. And you got that Golem sitting behind.
1,300 HP Rubik.
I mean, actually, you want to defend this tower. You don't want to give it up to this Catapult plus the puck. And you did get the attribute shift already for the Rubik, so Jin Q is going to get a little bonus HP here, already up to 1,300. Doesn't max it out, but he's looking pretty good. What are you chuckling at?
I literally said that 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, but I'm surprised he didn't max it already, right?
So you're surprised he's not a 1500 HP Ruby?
I would have maxed it here. I don't think the extra like attack speed for their right click to farm is the significant part you feel bad about this early.
Yeah.
But this is just such a good game for the HP. 4 points in the
Using the
orb is really
curveball
nice.
to explore behind the tower here. Jokum and 23 Savage kind of hold up, knowing that there is going to be some pressure. They're actually going to try and challenge the Centaur. Tower's already dead. They drop the goal, and they are all in for this, but it doesn't seem to work out very well for them. WS is now going to join in the fight, as is Makoto with an amp damage. It's looking a lot better. Coil onto 2 cores, and they're both in danger here with the Fire Blast going out. Song of the Siren! Pelosin puts a pause on the team fight and allows the Shadow Fiend to get away to his safety. Now with Stampede, it looks like everybody's going to get out.
Super good disengage. No way you want to take that amp damage puck head on. That fight was not looking that good regardless. They forced it because they had the Crimson Rush on XXS. Incredibly fast Crimson Guard on this Centaur. So it's pretty tempting to just force the fight when you can make everybody invincible for 5 or 6 seconds. But there's enough magic damage in this lineup to power through it. Well, they got what they came for. They got the tower.
They did.
They did get it right. You got the last hit, XXS. So, yeah, well worth it in the end. You get to assert yourself with his Crimson, get the SF involved in some kind of play, and you waste that amp damage on Makoto.
It does mean you are on cooldowns, no Requiem, no Stampede, no Song, so Talon can be pretty aggressive here in taking the mid tower.
Ooh, little reel in.
Yeah, trying to reel in a puck. XXS is unlikely to be able to hit him with a stomp, so not... Oh, but XM can blink in and bash. First hit on him. Makoto still able to survive, though. 1,300 HP. This puck is kind of tanky.
Just defending this tower, stalling a 4-man push from Talon while the SF farms. Pretty good situation for Ame. I was going to say the other item this Ogre could buy if you're going to group up and push like this would be that Vlad's, but you already have a Morphling who bought it this game, so now you're really pushed towards the Crimson if you're WS, or go a more aggressive build. Blink, Yules, as you mentioned. You can go an early Hex on this hero. I'm not saying first item, but
Sure.
like you can get it earlier on this hero than a lot of others. Aether Lens is always nice as well, but he's going to get the Crimson. I think that is the logical choice. They'll run into a Naga.
And
Should get him here.
should be able to get him. There goes the coil. Okay, they got him. Honestly, Extreme's probably okay with that,
Yes.
seeing as Ame was up here farming up this top part of the map.
Yeah, I mean, look what this Centaur's doing mid. This is very brazen. He is completely alone just hitting this tower, taking advantage of the fact that he saw everybody top. And again, with this early Crimson, such a tough target to bring down. 2,000 HP, damage block, chip vest, max, retaliate. A lot of damage to be reflected here if you try and all in this guy.
Trying all in on the puck, chaining the stuns. Telekinesis overlapped with the hoof stomp, though. Not the greatest. And with the help of the shackles, maybe Makoto can survive. He's got another orb, jumps to it. But with the Stampede, they're going to try and run him down here. He's got a phase shift in a second. Somehow missed the crush, but it's fine. They get the kill anyway, running him down. And now the Ogre in the river is another victim. Extreme Gaming sitting 4 heroes in mid and baiting Talon into a bit of a skirmish.
This is exactly what I'm talking about with the offlane Ogre and why I just can't ever believe in it. You're a level 9 hero. You're a top 2 net worth hero. You show up to this fight. What are you contributing?
Not a damn
He
thing.
doesn't have an actual item yet. We're 15 minutes in the game. He has Ring of Health. What is he contributing spell-wise? An Ignite, which is a dispellable nuke and a damage over time spell. Not that great. So you just really have to pick your moments well. Obviously, this fight, not really well organized from Talon. But part of why it's not organized is they're a little unsure who they're bringing to defend this tower and what that looks like. You kind of just have to wait on this Ogre to get his item timings and force the issue yourself. It might be a game where Talon have to think about a more aggressive Roche and a more aggressive Tormentor. Like right when that Tormentor spawns, right when they feel confident to force that Roche, you just do it. So you get value out of these aura timings. Because if you don't, you're going to get ratted around this map. This SF's going to continue to build steam, and you're not going to feel great about it. And this is a slaughter lineup where XG can always go in that pit and do it themselves if you're not willing to pull the trigger first.
For sure.
Talon
You're
are gonna
also
have to be
not
on point.
a stack farmer.
No, you're not. You don't do Ancients. You don't do stacks. You honestly don't clear waves that fast.
No.
So you're kind of clunky around the map, which means you want to fight. But you're an Ogre Magi, so fight's not that easy. So now you might be asking yourself, well, why would I play this hero at all?
I ask myself every single time when you pick it in our party queue. I'm like,
I'll tell
why
you-
would
and
anybody
I'll tell
want to
you
play
why.
this hero?
Because it's fun.
It is
It's
fun.
very fun for the Ogre Magi player. Not as fun for his team.
No.
But when you get those Midas multi-hits, man, he's got another one coming up 2 seconds.
Oh, no, he needs a camp to farm it.
Let's see what he gets here. I mean, these Midas multis are make or break.
That's true. We needed to keep track of the... Because you do that first, when you first get level 5, you get multicast, that first Midas usage. It's actually so massive if you get the multicast or not.
He doesn't want the small creeps. He wants the...
Wants the Croakers.
Croaker camp's not bad. Best are those large camps. Did he get it?
He got the
did get it.
multicast. He didn't... The multicast didn't hit the other medium satyr.
Well, okay, that's not
So-
that big of a difference. Though.
I think the experience matters a lot on this hero because the faster you get to level 2 multicast, then all of your Hand of Midases are really paying off, you know? Because then you're getting, okay, maybe it's a 2x, maybe it's a 3x. You're unlikely to be getting a no multicast hit, you know?
Biggest factor in this game, though, is like XXS Centaur, man. It's been some time since I've seen a Centaur this fat.
He's huge.
He has Pipe and Crimson done 17 minutes.
Somehow, XM with the invisibility is not the one to strike first. It's Jokum, who got the ward trap on Jin Q, but Jin Q, the wards aren't focusing him, so Jin Q took 0 damage.
He's also already got mech, and he still has some of that bonus strength from the Morph earlier.
That's true, that's true.
He is incredibly tanky in this game. It's just not going to be an easy support to go on. If you're Talon, you have to keep it in mind, especially with Centaur Auras to back up the higher HP pool.
Yeah.
They cannot take a team fight right now. And if I'm XG and I feel that, again, I'm starting to think about very early Rosh in this game. Level 2 Corrosive Haze already online. You could easily go in this pit, take it down fast, put Talon in a position where they feel pressured to fight into your Centaur's crazy aura timing here. I think that is the correct play. You always have Song to bail you out in that Rosh area as well.
It's interesting he's going back for bracers.
Well, dumb luck.
No, on the Centaur.
Oh, well, why not? Bracers are mega value when you already have the auras online.
Yeah, that's true. And so they force the Roshan. WS only just now getting his aura item, his first one in the Crimson. May feel like, because of that timing, they can contest. It's not going to be an easy one, though. Got to start off with a little bit of Ignite action.
This fight looks tough. In the river against Slardar, he
Yeah.
has a haste rune. You're up against this Pipe Crimson that is just beating out what you can output right now in terms of damage. You need a really good bonds. Give you the extra oomph, though. XG a little tentative to man up for this. I think Ame's HP pool is what's dissuading them right now. He's not full. He was down to half around that pit. They'd rather just take the fight straight up and not get chipped.
Yeah, I think if you're Extreme, you do not want to be getting hit by Ignite after Ignite.
This is a tough high ground push, though. Like, you're giving Warlock really good position if you do this.
See who they run into first. They've got the Naga Siren Illusion scouting out Makoto. They're going to go for WS initially, trying to overwhelm him, but they do have a really good Fatal Bonds with the gold being dropped on top of 23 Savage, turning into the Slardar, but there goes the Song. Resetting the fight. Ame looking for a Requiem, doesn't see one. He's going to go for the Morphling, see if they can blow him up. Half HP in the Slardar form, they've got him.
Easy pickings there. No defensive chance for 23 Savage to get out of that. I think that Song looked a little dicey, honestly, but when you could just go on the Morphling and burst him, I mean, that's every reason to pull the trigger there.
Yeah. I mean, they had... You're right, it was such a good Warlock situation. He had like a 5-man Fatal Bonds, Golem hit on like 3 heroes, but ultimately the Song of Siren Requiem kind of kills that entire idea of a team fight.
I mean, big factor here is you don't get the Crimson off until you're already down to like 300 HP. So you basically got no value out of this aura on the Ogre because he didn't get any defense capability from it, and the Morphling got popped. So what did this Ogre Crimson do for you? Nothing. And that is, I mean, that's
I
even
like
worse
how the
news.
team fight, Morphling dies 100-0 from a Song Requiem, and you're like, and this is why Ogre is a problem.
Well, honestly, just pretty well executed there from XG.
It was.
And this is why Naga's a first phase pick or ban. Like, the hero just causes so many problems in the team fights. This is another game where if you drop the ults as Talon, if you drop Warlock, Golem, Bonds, Snakes, and that gets Song, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Like, that is, you're trading this song for 2 really big ults on the side of Talon that they need to win the fight to deal damage. You can back out, you can stampede out, you can kill the snakes, reset, you can dispel bonds, reset, go with a Requiem, as we saw. Like, there's a number of options here for XG to play around.
Yeah, that's always going to be the case, right? Talon is never,
no, they're never
one,
stop
they're
it.
not going to get BKBs, or at least not for a while. And 2, they're probably not starting the fights, and even if they are, they need to catch Belosin first.
They need really good angles to prevent that kind of thing from happening, and that's where you look towards Makoto as the only kind of backline threat in this lineup. Bloodlust him up and let him cook. Feels like you're just getting out ogred in this. Like, the Centaur's just been the better ogre, right? I mean, he's offering better spells, and he beats you to the Crimson, he beats you to the pipe. There's a mech for the ogre. I mean, this is a 21-minute mech. Greaves is going to be good this game. It's a very strong item against the Slardar.
That's why I went the Arcane Boots.
But you have to be able to use these ores for something. And right now, XG are beating you to the punch. They got tier 1s out of their Centaur ores. They got the Roshan. It's looking good for them. Who did that shard go to, by the way? It went to Jin Q. So they also got Tormentor, and they got a decent shard off it. Not amazing, but not the worst.
Yeah, might save the SF.
And his Greaves is already
out of
done, by the way.
Yeah.
So that's a 3rd aura XG have added in this early game. Like, that is exactly how you want to play with Shadow.
Ooh, what a blink timing. Now, he may not survive because he's going to be spotted telekinesis, and now he's still going to die, but at least he drew a couple extra seconds out of Extreme Gaming's time here. Hoping for an Ancient deny. There's no Ancients there. Just a lowly black dragon. Found Belosin, though. There goes the song. Uncounterable.
And they run away. No business there. Don't know where this SF is exactly. These fights just look they just look too difficult in terms of how much HP Extreme have to work with right now. You just plan it all around this Shadow Fiend as the ultimate turret. He's beating the Morphling. 23 Savage needs more help in this game. He needs more backup, more damage threats.
Yeah.
Something. Blink now online for XXS. This Centaur is starting to get more aggressive, can look for play opportunities of his own. And you still have that Aegis running for a minute and a half here. No reason not to begin poking Talon down and reeling him in.
Reel him in.
Oh,
XM almost, his Blink Dagger's almost back up to make another go if he wants.
That's a good spell steal as well. Level 4 Bloodlust. When you have this Shadow Fiend lineup with a bunch of ores behind it.
It's such a better Bloodlust game for Extreme than it is Talon.
It really is. I mean, SF is... I think him and Jug are the 2 best Bloodlust targets in the game.
I mean, also any bashing hero, right? Faceless Void and Slardar are really good with attack speed.
But I think in terms of how these heroes align, like, Bloodlust just turns SF into an absolute monster because this hero comes online so fast.
Yeah.
You can just end the game 30, 35 minutes. The game's over. Like, you don't have to play this. I'm going to go 80 minutes with Faceless Void. Yeah, it's great with the hero, but I think SF uses his spell the best. So this is kind of unfortunate for Talon that...
And you're incentivized to end the game early because you don't want to let this core ogre go late with his Hand of Midas.
I mean, he's getting up the talent tree. He just got his 80 damage talent.
Yeah, you let him 2 more levels, he's going to have level 3 multicast. Then what are you going to do?
It's worrying. Very worrying.
XM jumping 2 supports in the back line with his crush. A golem's going to be dropped on his head. He doesn't care. He's got the BKB. He's sitting right on top of them. And Extreme Gaming are just going to overwhelm Talon with ease here. It takes a while to kill WS. 23 Savage comes in, goes after Jin Q. Not going to be able to get the kill, though. Glimmer Cape away. Coil on 2. Requiem just to try and push back the Talon heroes as they reset.
I don't even know if that was necessary.
Casually 2 shots the golem.
Talon were already out of that fight. Not enough damage to respond here. They're able to survive the initial jump, but who's actually killing anybody on the side of XG?
Also, what are the supports doing clumping up like that?
Yeah, that was a great jump from XM. Finding multiple targets, you have that shard, get the haze on everybody. Daedalus just flown in for Ame. That is going to give you more than enough damage to put a lot of pressure on here, and things are looking up for XG. 10K gold lead.
My question to you, Avery, is what did the core ogre do that made the supports clump like that?
Oh, you're going to blame WS again.
Oh, you're going to blame WS again.
No, I'm not.
I'm
I'm
just
done.
trying to figure out how you're going to do
I'm
it.
done talking about the core ogre, Austin. I've said my piece, and we all live with it now, as will WS.
WS will live with his decisions.
I like the creativity, but I just don't think this was the game for this hero.
You were more down with carry Hoodwink
Oh, 100%.
than you are core ogre.
That was a good
That's
carry.
So funny.
That was a good carry Hoodwink game.
Yeah.
That hero is not the worst carry if you know how to play around the edges of the fights and abuse that. I
Yeah,
have
so
played,
nobody can say Avery is against the
well, I have played a
the
decent
oddball
amount of
picks.
offlane ogre. Like I genuinely have. So I know
Yes.
I know how bad it is. You really need the right conditions. That's where he shines.
Avery picks core ogre. I feel like slacks. I'm like, oh, this is what we're doing now.
Uh-huh.
This is what we're doing.
Yeah, this is what
We're having
doing.
fun.
We're
having a fun time here.
pushing the limits of the meta, breaking the game.
Oh, I didn't know we didn't care about winning.
They should care about it here.
Well, you know, what's the difference between third and fourth at the end of the day, you know?
A lot actually.
Not very much.
Morale, confidence, figuring out the meta. I mean, all these games count for a lot.
Well, you figured out the core ogre is not the meta.
Maybe. Still has a chance to win this game.
You figured out what not to pick for the upcoming elimination stage.
Still a decent Morphling game. If you can get a fight going where 22 Savage has good position and he can bring at least one or two heroes down.
So what? He gets the Slardar form, and he waveforms on top of the SF. And
He's
in the Slardar
bloodlusted.
form, he's bloodlusted.
Yeah,
he
you
just
just-
beats the SF down.
Absolutely disintegrate him. He'll just get chain stunned into oblivion. There's no BKB Pierce in this game outside of XM bashing you back. So in theory, 22 Savage has a free BKB duration to go in and just try and all in somebody. And if you all in the SF, this lineup
What are you doing?
falls
Give
apart.
that to the ogre.
No.
Wisdom Shrine.
His time
He's
has
almost
come and
level
gone.
17.
It is not relevant. You need to give everything to this Morphling right now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
If I'm WS, I'm just following this guy around permanently, bloodlusting him. There's nothing more important in this game than making sure 22 Savage is operating at full capacity. There's the Parasma delivered from Makoto. He lost it on the courier earlier. There's a bit of a damage pick-me-up. And it's all about this next Roshan. If Talon can contest it and put an Aegis on Morphling, this game will turn very quickly. But a lot of this game is going to hinge on that. XG, they feel it as well. They're going to smoke up here. Roche can spawn any minute. They just want to get the fight going. Get their big boys in there with the blinks, set the fight up for Ame. Can always song Requiem. This
Feeling
Morphling,
like deja
if he
vu.
uses BKB.
A Roshan fight where extreme smoke wrap around. The initiation this time does not hit.
Putting Ogre on the front line.
Yeah, just like last time.
They got Bloodlust again.
Very good.
Instantly onto Ame. Can't song Requiem this Morphling as you did the first time, though,
Yes.
with the BKB. So that's a big difference in the team fight. Now, if he uses BKB, goes in, gets song, he's the only one not immune, or the only one immune to it, that could also cause him issues.
Yeah, that would be really bad because then the Slardar just, they all focus on the Morphling, including the Slardar.
Yep.
He doesn't kill the SF fast enough. He instead is the one to die.
22 Savage needs to be on point with when he uses his item and what he's getting done with it. You can't use it and get kited. You have to be on top of somebody and just killing them.
You're probably not catching Pelosin. He's got a Blink Dagger, though right now, he's pretty far forward, behind XXS. Okay. Do you really want to hit this Centaur, though?
Big Fire Blast gets thrown out there for
the
70
damage is already undone. His HP regen,
2x.
he's healing for 60 HP a second.
This might be negative worth for WS, to be honest. Like, he's draining his own mana pool.
Yeah.
His mana is more important to
How
Bloodlust, the Morphling.
how much does Ignite do per second?
62.
Okay, and then
Took the Talon.
you take away, magic resistance.
Yeah, this Centaur's got 62 regen.
So his regen is outdoing the ignite damage. Yeah.
Bit unfortunate there, but you know, he'll be fine. He's got Soul Ring. He's got Greaves. He's chilling. Another high ground position from Talon. In theory, pretty good for them.
XXS he's standing on a low ground in front of a staircase. That's how confident he is.
You can't go on this guy. There's no way.
Butterfly on SF is going to make a world of difference. The way we outlined Talon's game plan here, Shiva's going to reveal the supports on the side here. And the Warlock, he gets off the Golem, sure, but now an immediate turnaround of the Golem from the Rubik. Jokum, he tried to get the grab on a Pelosin, but there was no hope for Talon. I don't really know what that setup was exactly.
Morphline's not there. You're not taking that fight. Just completely run over here. That was a butterfly timing for Ame. You don't have any evasion, Pierce. Trying to get a butterfly of your own on this Morphling. Another Roshan, you're just going to have to concede and go for the high ground defense. As their woes continue. Nice little chaotic offering steal. Jinkyu's going to be able to use that one again as well. Not that long of a cooldown here. That's the green one as well.
That's true. It's got the Arcana. Where do you lie on the Feast of Souls, or whatever that ability is called for SF?
Well, we know where Ame lies on it.
Most SFs are not leveling that at all. We saw, what was it, Tomato, I think? Somebody actually here was doing it as well. Leveled up the Feast of Souls all the way.
It just depends on how you feel the fights are going to go. Like, for me, the move speed is maybe more important in certain games than you having the slightly more damage. And if that's the case, you should take it. If you're just, in this game, I don't think the move speed is that relevant. One, you have Stampede, and two, you're playing this kind of style where you're just going to go and you're going to hit the base and the fight is coming to you.
Yeah.
The extra damage is definitely worth more. But I do think this spell is it's a little underrated. Like, it cannot be that bad. It's a lot of attack speed. But, you know, carry players like their stats, so what can you do? This little banner push here for XG. No contest from Talon. They feel like they cannot fight without Butterfly. 23
I was about to say, without what?
That's your best timing to try and come back in this game.
Yeah. Butterfly for him and Ags for Makoto.
He's also pretty close. Could definitely sell bottle one and get it here.
XXS making the jump onto WS, followed up by XM. Oker's still rather tanky, but XXS even more so.
Morphling came back. Butterfly completed. 22 Savage ready to fight. Don't have that Ags on the puck, though. You're missing half the true firepower here. Got to keep stalling.
You just walk out of the upheaval.
Banner kill will get it for Makoto, so you actually did get to your damage items here on the side of Talon. It's giving you some chance, a decent chance as...
Gold going to be dropped on the Ogre. Ooh, he is still going to be in trouble. XXS is going to finish him off rather easily. And now looking for more. Shivas to run down Jokum. He's dead. 23 Savage hitting XXS as a Slardar or not. Why? Why?
You're just dead? No, wait for him.
GG. I think they felt like this game was just over.
I mean, we all felt like it was over, to be honest. The problem with you just don't have an off lane in this game, let's be honest. Like, just an outdraft. I think this game is way easier to execute for XG. I think their timings come online faster. This SF is just going to hit way too hard. Even if in theory you can outscale them, you're never going to get there unless you can contest the Roshans. And I feel like the second the first Roshan falls, the second one's that much more difficult to contest. XXS just had way too good of a game. I mean, this guy, Pipe Crimson at 17. There's not a lot of lineups that are going to power through that.
No.
And they have a lineup with this Slardar that can do the objectives very early. So they're not waiting on you. They're just powering through their progression in this game. That's how you want to use auras. This is a textbook aura lineup. Nice draft and nice execution from XG. Gets them a very quick and very clean game one victory here.
And Extreme Gaming may have just saved themselves from that last place slot, but they still have to win that second game. If they get that 2-0, then it comes down to the results of Na'Vi versus Spirit and whether or not they even have a chance to be able to get second with the tied score against either of those two teams. I don't really know, but I'm sure our hosts and analysts are fully prepared with that kind of information. And we'll be able to give us an update on how Na'Vi and Spirit's going.
Oh, yeah, I will be able to do that. Thank you very much, Captain SPG. But it's Team Spirit that won Game 1, but I'll be very honest, as long as the series doesn't end, we know nothing. That's just how that goes. As So Q just gets pointed into the correct direction. I will say he found the correct direction in the series. He just played. That Rubik actually worked out great, Lacoste.
It did. You know why? Because he did not build Etherlens. This is the hero that if I see Etherlens, unless you're having, some blast of a game, you're 7-0, and suddenly you pick it up. But I really like the itemization overall coming out between him and XXS, who did have Pipe, who did have Crimson Guard as well, and then Rubik pretty much at the same time when Centaur had these 2 auras, he did have Guardian Greaves, so they pretty much had 3 auras 20 minutes in, making sure that it's almost impossible for Talon to take the fights. I think this whole game wasn't really, the most exciting one. It was slow and methodical execution of a very well-rounded draft from Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, I love that you bring up the Guardian Greaves from Rubik, because earlier after the draft, we talked about how Extreme Gaming are going to have a window around that first Aegis to end the game before Morphling gets comfortable, before they get BKBs, etc. And if you have auras, that just makes your pushing and your team fight and your 5-man a lot more overwhelming. And if you don't play greedy on a lot of the heroes on XG and just let the SF carry you, it can work out beautifully like that.
It can work out beautifully. I mean, we said that, I will say, yes, it was maybe not the most action-packed game we've watched, but I do think Talon made good plays at the start, and it did feel for a while like 23 Savage was going to be able to carry the game.
It is a bit slower compared to some other heroes, because you still need your Vlads, you need your Manta style, maybe even a Dragonlance to be able to join some of these fights. But Shadow Fiend, he comes online relatively quickly, and I'm also surprised how well Mikoto did in the mid lane with his buck. He was keeping even with Slardar, which is shows the strength of Mikoto as a player playing into this unfavorable matchup for him. But he kind of did fall off after getting killed a couple of times, because you are playing into good amount of stuns, you are playing into songs, so they can try to set things up, and they managed to kill only 2 cores in this game. One time Ame and one time XM, and that's about it.
Yeah, I think Talon had a strong laning stage, obviously, for reasons that Lacoste mentioned about how Mikoto did well in a bad matchup. But basically what ended up happening this game is that, again, that first Aegis, I talked about it, it's very important, because if you're a timing-based draft versus Morphling draft, if you take it away from the Morphling team, his gameplay becomes a lot more limited. But what ended up happening was that Naga Siren, we see her banned out in almost every single game. She gets through in this one. That's a stark reminder of why, because even when they had a strong laning stage and they made their first play, who ruins it all? It was Naga Siren with a song that saved all of Extreme Gaming. And that Roche fight, that very pivotal and instrumental Roche fight, Naga Siren.
Speaking of, I believe, Lacoste, it's where you want to take us.
Yeah, pretty much. This is the reason why Naga Siren is contested in 100% of the games so far at Esports World Cup. This is a fight where, again, this is not a game where it's going to be action-packed, but this is where Talon feels strong. They feel strong to take the fight. You have Warlock, you have a Morphling who kind of wants to go in. He wants to be able to soak up some of the damage, back things up. You have amplified damage on Puck as well. But guess what? Naga Siren will click one button. Very good. And everybody else will TP out. And because they have another way of resetting the fight, they're going to use the Stampede, and all of that pressure that Talon wanted to get kind of mitigated. And then 19 minutes in, you have another fight that Naga Siren is going to set things up. Good smoke. They find the angle. They find Ogre. They were kind of expecting this fight to happen. Ogre is very tanky with the Crimson Guard that he does have. Almost manages to survive, but another song reset, and they're going to be catching 23 Savage this time around, because we talked about this combo that teams are getting better at executing it, which will allow Extreme Gaming to get Roche, and will also allow them to get kill in the top lane as well, and just the top, like an extra bit that they're going to be getting from it, plus the tower that they're going to take immediately afterwards. So a lot of things that this Naga Siren does, and there's a good reason why nobody kind of wants to play, or they want to take it for themselves.
So what we're saying is the trade that happened at the very start of the draft, it was Naga Siren coming out for Extreme, and then it was the Puck coming out for Talon. On hindsight, Effie, not worth it.
No, they're definitely looking at that game like, why did we do this to ourselves? Like, honestly, I think that there was a way, because again, not to harp on it, but if Talon had gone first Aegis, we would have seen a different game.
Yeah.
But the way for them to win that fight was just to throw everything on Nagastar. And like, if they got the wraparound, Silencer killed her before she could get the song off, then they don't have the song into Requiem combo, and they don't have enough damage for the Morphling. Because in that highlight that Lacoste showed us, in that fight bottom, when they Requiem the Morphling from the tree line and threw everything at him, not enough damage. What ended up happening was Talon turned. They coiled, they ignited. It looked terrible for Extreme Gaming. But just fixed by this one
It's
hero.
hard. They had a stronger timing. I think Extreme Gaming had a pretty good understanding what needs to be done against lineup like this. Again, we're going back to these 3 auras. So even if you initiate on one of these heroes with 3 auras, they can still potentially keep them alive long enough just so that you get that reset. So quite a difficult one. I think they kind of missed this opportunity at the start because Extreme Gaming, they were ready to reset the bottom fight 10, 11 minutes in. And after that, Talon, they just didn't get to play the game.
No, it's actually very sad because in this series, I mean, it's a 2-game series. I would imagine that if this was a best of 3, you could expect Talon to learn and still come out on top at the end of it, but kind of needed to win, at least like the 1 game. You kind of needed to 2-0 in order to have this be an impact. And now the only team that can still 2-0 here is Extreme. If they can 2-0, we'll have to find out in game number 2 after a break.
This land is calling.
No.
How you doing, brother?
He said, oh no.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this team content with Team
Talon Esports,
Player.
23 Savage.
Nice jersey. These new jerseys.
Yeah, we just got it today.
What do you think of AI art?
Trash.
Do you think it's a good thing for artists that people are just making art out of AI all the time now?
No, I think art should be made by a human.
What about AI music?
I don't think music is necessary for AI as well. It should be made from a human, for me.
What do you think, Cuckoo?
I don't care.
You just don't care about AI?
Yeah.
Do you use ChatGPT or do you use Google?
Google.
Have you tried using ChatGPT to like diagnose medical conditions or anything like that?
No.
I do.
You do.
Yeah, when I have like some sickness, I always ChatGPT now.
What's your latest like medical problem that you had?
I think I'm like sick,
Like diarrhea?
something like that, and then I Google. It's always like cancer right in Google.
It is always cancer.
But in ChatGPT, it's like, oh, maybe some small sickness.
Yeah, I find that ChatGPT will tell me like, don't worry, okay, you're fine.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's what I like. It consoles me.
Yeah, it's the same for me.
Do you know that for health, it's very healthy to have a breakfast
Yeah, I'm having breakfast almost every day.
every day? Did you eat breakfast today?
Yeah, I just did with Kuku.
Yeah. Breakfast.
Only 2 of us, but the other 3 doesn't.
You guys didn't have breakfast.
Yeah.
They ate after the cold time. That's why they think they're the only one who ate.
You just got thrown under the bus, bro. ChatGPT wouldn't do that.
I didn't know that.
I think it's important actually to have multiple breakfasts in a day. So I actually brought you.
Is it eatable?
It's edible, yeah. This is edible breakfast. Do you want to just grab whatever you want?
Try
Huh?
first. Really? I need to.
Yeah, grab.
Okay, waffle, I guess. Is it really?
Yeah, take a bite, dude.
Okay.
Don't put it back. Don't somebody's got to eat the rest of this.
I need to finish it.
Yeah, it's mandatory for the content.
Really?
No, dude, it's not mandatory. What are you insane? Huh? What? Ladies and gentlemen, this has been an interview with Team Talon. Thanks for watching.
Thank you for watching, guys. It's kind of cold, right? What the
You are watching Dota 2 live at the Esports World Cup, and we are getting ready for game number 2 in our first series, and it is Talon and Extreme Gaming that are going head-to-head. Both of these teams, before the series started, were 1 and 3 in their group, which is not the greatest. Let's be real, they're at the bottom 2 of the group. Game 1 taken by Extreme Gaming, and that means if they win the next game, they have a shot potentially, depending on how Spirit Na'Vi goes elsewhere, to still force themselves into second place in this group, and that would put them at a position where they will move 1 round further into the next stage. That's right. For Talon, unfortunately, we already know that they're either going to be 3rd or 4th. They can still. Then if you're 3rd or 4th, you face the other. If you're 4th, you face 3rd. If you're 3rd, you face 4th from another group, and Talon still has a chance to be 3rd. They just have to make sure they tie, and then Neustadt will do its thing potentially. Don't exactly know how that goes, because that's also dependent on the other series. So basically, we don't know anything at all. Welcome to the show. Effie and Lacoste, what we want to see for game number 2?
I want to see something more aggressive, potentially, coming out from this Morphling, because he got shut down completely. He had the lowest damage in the whole game, like he never came online. So maybe something, like we've seen some of these carries, like we've seen carry CKs that are getting active early on, twin gate rotations. We saw like Sven yesterday, twin gating level 5 just to make sure that he's grabbing the kill. We saw carry Hoodwink as well. Morphling, he is still, you know, the late game carry, the overall like 1v9 pretty much situation, but it never really came down to that. Like even Shadow Fiend as a carry comes online relatively quickly compared to Morphling.
Yeah, and it's not just that, like he lost stats, he lost base mana regeneration, he lost time in his replicate where he can like switch back and forth. It has like a longer cooldown between. So many tiny things that make it so that he's not quite the same hero. But honestly, I would just not even re-examine the Morphling. I would look at that first phase and what is it that you want to get out of the first phase. Because the trade that they did when they gave away Naga Siren and got the puck, that was not favorable for them. And maybe they had a greater idea with how they wanted to play around the puck and then just saw that it looked like too good of a Morphling game in the overall last pick and went in that direction. But let's start from there, right? Maybe pick up one of those incredibly strong supports for yourself, you know, add some more resources to that mid lane, like get yourself a Bat Rider, get yourself one of the contested heroes and start from there.
Well, interestingly enough, Talon, for the second game upcoming, has they had priority, and they favored second pick, so they were second pick just now as well. So
I think they're going to remove Naga Siren after seeing what did happen and try to go for something different. I still think that this puck on 9 is extremely strong, which does give them what we said in game number 1. It gives you an opening for the second phase as well to pick one of the counters against puck. Take it for yourselves, but they got shut down. Like even this Ogre, he had a pretty good laning stage. Him and Shaman, they were putting a good amount of pressure onto the Extreme Gaming safe lane. It's just that that 10-minute fight, pretty much. This was supposed to be the strong timing for them. Take a fight and then maybe be the ones controlling Roshan, try to get the ball rolling, but never really happened. So there's a reason why Naga Siren is contested. Like right now, she's been played only 5 times. She's sitting at 60% win rate, but a lot of the times she was banned for a good reason.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of ways that Talon could approach the next game, but personally, I have this opinion that I think Mikoto is their win condition player. I said this a lot during Dream League as well, But to me, they've looked most impressive when they've picked one of their flex between mid and safe lane heroes, such as Lina, such as Templar Assassin, such as now Shadow Fiend. That's one of the new carry mid flexes. You pick it, and then when they end up putting it on Mikoto, and they put their supports near Mikoto, ensure his runes, ensure his farm, and then you have 23 Savage playing like a carry Kunkka. They have looked so strong running that style of Dota. And while we did see that style a couple of times from them out of Dream League, we haven't seen it enough. And I want them to run it back. We did see Mikoto get his hands on TA yesterday, and it didn't work out, but that one doesn't count.
Yeah, they also might be losing some of the faith in their own drafts as well, because these things that you did mention, this Lina that he had a lot of success with during Dream League, where he was like 5-0, I believe. 23 Savage did lose one game.
But Extreme still first phase Bandit today, and both of the games so far. TA as well.
They're giving them the respect, but this is also the big one. Extreme Gaming, I'm not sure if they were the first one to kind of show it, that this co-op can be played from different roles. It can be XM, it can be carry co-op with the Blade Mail, with the Bondage Facet, going for the Maelstrom / Mjolnir, and then you're life stealing all off of that. And for Talon, it is going to be Nature's Prophet, Naga Siren. They did have to ban it, as we said, and this hero can break the lanes. Like, this hero is very annoying to play against most of the heroes, but not so much against Queen of Pain. Like, this hero doesn't really do much to co-op, as long as you have your blink ready.
Sure, but I still think it does a lot.
It does.
For, you know, securing wounds, for ganking, and what works with this Nature's Prophet and what I like about it is that it will give them counterplay in moments where they feel like they can't do much on the map. For example, like when they got the Aegis taken away from them, they couldn't do anything. When you have Furion in your team, there's a lot that you can open up for yourself with the hero's global presence. And also, they have the ability to play it safe lane, but also Cuckoo is a Nature's Prophet specialist. Like, he's Grandmaster tier Nature's Prophet. Like, he looked so good when he got his hands on it in Dream League. I actually think this is the team that the second the patch was dropped, they were like one of the first two teams to run it. Yes, they picked it the next day. They were picking that Sprout facet and they brought it into the meta. So they have a very strong understanding of how they want to play around Furion.
Yeah, of course, Cuckoo switching to position 5 after playing offlane. Nature's Prophet always was his hero.
Yeah.
The fact that he now gets to still play it as a +5, and it is a strong meta hero, is definitely a patch buff for Talon, for sure. They get their hands on the Shadow Fiend after that as well.
Yeah, you're showing NP and Shadow Fiend, you need control. Like, these two picks, the last two picks that they're going to have, they need to be some kind of a control. There is still Shadow Shaman available if Extreme Gaming wants to maybe take one of those, but they also have good, like, I like Queen of Pain against Shadow Fiend throughout the whole game, because you have a BKB piercing tool that pushes him back, so he can't deal the damage during the pushback as well. Kind of removing 2 good seconds on his BKB, and also you're building into Blade Mail, and now you have another BKB piercing tool with the Bane that can set things up. Plus, you also don't have ways of dealing with Bane. Like we said, that there's no control, there are no silences, nothing pretty much other than Requiem, and I want to see if they're going to be able to maybe find something that they can pair it up with Requiem, because we've seen it in the previous game how effective it can be, blowing people up immediately, getting the fear in the team fight, but for now they don't have that set up yet.
Yeah, I think Bane creates a lot of potential issues for SF, especially if you're playing the Spellcaster SF from the mid lane, which that's what it looks like so far, just so they can keep the Furion flex open for a little bit longer. But if you can't get your BKB Requiem off, it's a lot harder to take these fights. So maybe they see it as a means to, okay, let's address the control issue that you mentioned, Lacoste. They pick this Shadow Shaman who's going to be able to get on top of this Bane, and they also pick the Pangolier who's going to have that immunity to go on that backline, disrupt the Bane. But again, it's a double-edged sword, right? Because you can just grip the Pango.
I don't think this is like that good of a Pango game to start with. You're playing, again, into Queen of Pain, into Bane. These are type of the heroes that you need to get the Rolling Thunder immediately. And now you are facing the Phantom Lancer issue. Still sitting at 20% win rate, unfortunately. This is PL on 18. We saw Ame yesterday having a great time, having a great lane, unable to close out the game. But overall, looks like a good overall PL game.
Yeah, it does also mean that they are revealing that it's not going to be Ame Quap. Either XM or XXS will probably take it. Because Tiny can also go for, I think, Q or XM.
I mean, it is a scary PL pick. We say this a lot, that it's a great PL game, and it often is when it's picked. But this time around, I feel that Shaman defenseless against PL, SF mostly defenseless against PL unless you're like playing BKB Spellcaster and you're trying to kill him first. Nature's Prophet support also defenseless against the Phantom Lancer. Like, you do have Pango who can provide you with a little bit of AoE damage and items, but like, okay, so yesterday what Liquid did against Phantom Lancer when they were out drafted, if I'm being honest, it wasn't outdraft. Like, they had their support Batrider by Shivas. They had auras come from other people, and they all bought BKBs.
Yes, they had 4 BKBs.
4 BKBs just so that they could withstand PL's damage early on and beat him. So maybe that's a take that Talon could look to do.
Potentially. I mean, if this is going to be, I see them banning out Timbersaw, which can be flexed to the mid lane and the off lane. Pango against Quap in the mid lane, this is a very difficult matchup for Pango. Like, I've seen it during Wallachia. It was Kiyotaka who played it. He had to go Hand of Midas. That's how bad it was on Pango, and absolutely got demolished. That second and third point in Shadow Strike makes this matchup almost unplayable. Plus, if you get a kill, it also means you're getting closer, like you're getting that level 6 faster, which means that you might, again, grab a kill. But if they want to maybe tank an L in this lane and find something better from the offlane, because I feel like it needs to be Pango from the offlane, otherwise you just can't. You can't. And now there's also another Pango counter, so you have basically 3 counters with the Primal Beast. Bit of a difficult one for Talon.
Yeah, also difficult to gauge who goes where.
I mean, I would prefer also if WS was just to pick up the Pango, because he sees the PL, he sees the Bane. Sure, it's annoying to play against Bane, but he does have Shadow Shaman, he does have Furion TPing in, and he should lane quite well against PL, especially in the early game. Pango is one of the better heroes against him. So we just need some very spicy Mikoto last pick. Unless they're willing to just put the SF last pick too, we could consider 23 Savage.
Kunkka, I think, might be good. Never mind. Okay.
That's a Nature's Prophet core, then Shadowfiend mid.
So they wanted to have something that is good in the lane against Primal Beast. I mean, there are a couple of heroes that are okay. I would say Tusk that can buy a little bit more time with the Snowball, Dark Willow, Clockwork, Crystal Maiden is also one of them that stops Primal Beast from dealing the damage with his trample when he gets bited by Crystal Maiden. But yeah, man, Nature's Prophet into Primal Beast is one of the worst matchups for Nature's Prophet. Like, you always can't get on top of him. You're building into Blade Mail. Before he gets the Hurricane Pike, it gets pretty difficult. You also have BKB Piercing Tool. You can jump out of the trees as well.
I have a question. If you're gonna pick a new position 5, and you know you're gonna lane it together with the Nature's Prophet, why not go for a Tusk or something like that? What makes Crystal Maiden this position 5 worthy as overall last pick? Crystal Maiden.
They wanted AoE damage for the PL. They didn't really have much of it. Also, she has this facet that gives her like a physical damage barrier, and I think that's really good versus PL illusions, that barrier. They don't chip through it very easily. But I think it's super bold to make your overall last pick Crystal Maiden. Like, I think it's cool. I think Talon's draft does have a lot of flaws, but you know, if they play very aggressively, play for skirmishes, make sure that PL doesn't have a comfortable game or are constantly in their faces, maybe we could see a repeat of last game. We saw what happened when the SF team got the first Aegis. They just didn't allow the enemy team to go further. So Talon have to kind of channel what XG did in this game too.
Yeah, this is going to be Primal Beast plus Tiny, not the strongest lane, but Primal Beast is probably the best hero in the game with Axe to be able to creep skip, not care too much about the lane, because it's not an easy lane for them, playing into Crystal Maiden and NP, 2 range heroes that have good amount of nukes, they have survivability, you have the heals coming up from NP, let's say he TPs in, you get the barrier from Crystal Maiden as well, so I don't think they're going to be playing that lane. They will try to pull as much as possible and then go from there.
Okay, let's see what's going to happen. Game number 2, Talon Extreme with Cap and SVG.
That's right, we got a very cool pick to be able to freeze out Extreme, a Crystal Maiden. Avery, you love Crystal Maiden.
Oh yeah.
You excited to see this hero?
My favorite hero of all time is last pick Crystal Maiden.
People, you know, there's going to be fans out there who are like, man, Avery just trashes Talon's drafts all the time. Why does he hate Talon? But I will back up Avery here. He actually just hates the individual heroes that they're picking, and they just happen to be the Talon's picks.
Yeah, I'm a big supporter of this team. I always rate them highly. I always think they're going to do better than, I think, the average assessment.
Yeah, if anything, you say they can play well, they just need to draft better.
I do think it's kind of been a problem for C in general for the last, like, 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
Not to throw it under the bus, but I think they've just generally been out-drafted and out-strategized at these big lands by the Eastern and Western European teams, which there's been a lot of regions that have struggled to do that. Here they're up against a Chinese team. To me, it's a little more even, because I think XG's drafts have also been a little all over the place, to be fair. And I think this has been a closer series draft-wise than some of the previous series I've seen for both these teams. But nonetheless, yeah, I think sometimes they just get stuck in these thought pit holes of like what will work for them and their play style, and it doesn't all come together. The lineup synergy isn't there, and you need some good lineup synergy to combat these teams that are going to play for really powerful timings where it all punches together and they just end the game 20, 30 minutes. We saw that last game where the XG with this really nice minus armor lineup, right? Like maybe you have good stuff going for you across the board as Talon, but you weren't able to fight back against XG's timings. And that's what really matters at the highest level in this game. So this is a game where I look at these drafts and I go, what is Talon's game plan in order to, when do they want to come together? Who are they coming together around to secure Roshan's, to push high ground, to end this game? They went for the SF this time, a really nice hero to build around. I like that they went back for this hero. But again, I look at the rest of the lineup and like, who's helping this SF do those things, right? Who's helping him do Roche? Who's helping him go high ground? Who's going to build auras for him and do all of this stuff? They have some heroes that can do that. I want to see the itemization that gets in there. I would like to see the auras from the Pango, or at least some auras from the supports, Solar Crest, Vlad somewhere, you know, Crimson, Pipe. We saw all of these last game for that SF on Ame to shine. I'd like to see some sort of similar idea from Talon this game and get them over the finish line. You're also going to need to itemize to deal with this Phantom Lancer a little bit, and that's where maybe the difficulties will lie, right? How do you accomplish all of these things across the board?
Now, Phantom Lancer being picked up a lot lately, but hasn't actually been winning that much. Why not?
I still don't think the hero's that powerful. I think he is very good in the games where he goes uncontested and he abuses the fact you don't have AoE, but in the games where you have at least 2 or 3 AoE heroes, hero isn't that strong on paper. Like, none of his spells are crazy.
Do you think Talon have enough AoE? They've got Pango, they've got Requiem, and maybe Crystal Maiden.
I think they have. I think they are at the bottom of that threshold. They have just enough that you can deal with him, but generally you would like more than this.
I will say, I do think this Crystal Maiden facet, did he take the shield facet? He did.
Yeah, I believe
Cuckoo.
so.
I think this one is actually pretty good. That shield, I think it actually allows you to tank up a lot of damage. Now, it's physical damage specifically, so it's going to be good, sure, dealing with Phantom Lancer. It's not going to be good dealing with literally anybody else in this game.
Does help. Any bit of extra HP you can get on this hero is super nice because you're food in most general situations. And there's a lot that can feed off you this game. Primal Tiny Queen of Pain. That is a lot of nuke power. It's a lot of jump. A lot of heroes that can just get on the back line, cause chaos, potentially interrupt the Pango roll. You have Pulverize and Grip this game in this XG lineup to deal with your AoE control from the Pango.
23 Savage slowed down with a Blood Grenade and the Trample on top of him. That's going to be your first blood. Going to Shin Q, not to XXS.
They played this lane well. They just dodged the level 1 and 2. Got XXS the way behind the tower. He gets the level 2 and instantly goes on the SF with all their spells before any fight has even happened with full resources. Not an easy trade for the Nature's Prophet, to win.
Also notable that, well, maybe XXS actually dies here. 23 Savage teleports back into play. At bare minimum, he's going to get the Lotus out of this. Cuckoo, I feel like almost all Crystal Maidens opt for trying to go for a kill at level 2 with having both the Nova and the Frostbite. You know, a lot of them will bring Mangoes to lane. They play for that level 2 timing. Not him. Levels up Frostbite level 1 and then actually goes for the Aura level 2.
Because there wasn't anybody on this lane for the level 2 timing. Again, they dodged it out. And your kill threat with Furion is not that high.
Yeah, that's fair.
This CM pick is really for the game. It's not a classic like early CM pick where you're trying to win lane and snowball the map and play really fast and push waves. This is a CM that you want to get a lot of farm on, scale into that mid game, be tanky, and give your team extra threat against the Phantom Lancer when it comes down to the fights.
I think that maybe is the first time I've ever heard somebody describe CM being picked that way.
I have its last pick, Crystal Maiden. So that's how you're going to have to do it.
Makoto and XM been battling it out in the mid lane, trading out daggers for raises. Makoto's trying to get back to his lane. Jin Q rotating in, but he's got to be careful of the Furion. Oh, we saw 23 Savage was thinking about teleporting in to try and help him out. Doesn't go for it in the end.
Need more levels on the Furion so we can connect these plays. That's when this lineup's going to come together for Talon, because right now Jin Q is the biggest roaming threat. And if you can just push towards Sonic Wave and try and all in this Shadow Fiend, the map's going to be yours. WS is not getting a lot bottom. In fact, Ame
Does he die here with the Nightmare? Maybe. A couple of hits during that Nightmare. He does have stick charges, so I think he's going to be okay, but...
Can't push it, however. You still have stick plus level 2 Brain Sap up for Polson down here, so... Again, WS just not getting anything right now. This PL is absolutely free farming.
Jokum trying to catch XM. Oh, got him with the blood grenade to cancel out the healing salve. So that's definitely big damage done, Jin Q.
Shackle cancel.
Finally, 23 Savage. Oh, instant toss back. So 23 Savage isn't able to immediately get the Sprout there. Still going to go for it, though. Hits him with the Sprout damage. Doesn't get him inside, but will block him out enough that he... One more hit. Oh, still not enough. Okay. 23 Savage misses out on a kill.
Craggy exterior. Saving lives.
That's true, yeah.
Another sequence for Talon that does not yield them a lot, as Ame is just loving life because there's no pressure on this Phantom Lancer right now. He's getting a lot out of this early game. A little concerning for Talon, particularly if the SF goes down once or twice. You have to protect Makoto in this game.
Jin Q's just being a menace over here, man.
I mean, he knows he's the strongest support on the map right now. There's damage to back him up. His spells are deadly. They are really hunting this Shadow Fiend. 3 heroes swarming him mid.
Nightmare pulling him out of position here. XM will get the dagger on him. Still, though, Makoto is able to fight with the shackles coming in. Avalanche over the top, but it's not going to be able to save the Bane. They always have the 23 Savage Nature's Prophet who can teleport in, so Extreme do have to be careful with this much aggression.
I like that Talon responded with everybody there. Like, send a message, protect this SF. Do not let him go down in this early game. Absolutely worth it for 22 Savage to come into these plays every time. He gets a little net worth and XP boost. Super happy about that. And this is what their lineup can do to help the SF in this game. Looking for the 7-minute Wisdom Shrines. Polson goes for it. He might actually get it here.
He might.
This would be a massive win for him. Just a slip up here from Talon if they lose it.
The Pengo comes back. Polson. He gets the Nightmare.
He's gonna get it.
He's going to get it.
Oh, what a win for him. Might even get out of here.
Yeah, they're going to catch him. WS. You can get to the other side of him, right? With a swashbuckle and block him in. Well, 23 Savage is going to help ensure the kills, so they've got it well in hand. And the extra experience is always nice for 23 Savage. The faster you get to level 6, I think the better on this Nature's Prophet.
100%.
Get some scary Wrath of Nature damage in there. We've seen that upset a few heroes before.
Still mega worth for the Bane. I would take that trade every time. To get aggressive top, you have a lot of Primal Beast damage to output here. A lot of nuke damage thrown into him, though.
Yeah, forcing him to charge away. That's a pretty good outcome for Talon.
Oh, yeah, anytime you can put this guy on the back foot.
8-minute power rune. XM gets invisibility.
Not the rune he was hoping for, but the one he'll take. Interesting early game for Extreme. It doesn't feel like they got a lot done with the Primal as much as they could have, considering the Furion was TPing out of that lane.
He does get a pretty sick neutral item, though. Quickened Kobold Cup, double movement speed for him.
Oh, that's super nice. Wonder if he's just going to TP mid and try and collapse on this SF, because he hasn't gotten a lot done top, and the biggest prize in this game is using Sonic Wave mid in a fight. But he does TP back top as XG are swarming mid. The
Rolling
Pango.
Thunder coming in from behind. Again, the support's getting aggressive, but cores from Talon willing to rotate to mid to help out this Shadow Fiend. Eva gets the bump on a Polson, probably ensures a second kill out of this equation, as Makoto will just does not get to right-click him down. Sadly, the shackles ends up taking the last hit.
Just too forced here from XG. If you're going to take this fight with heroes off the map, nobody's bottom. You know the Pango's missing. You have to bring in cores of your own. And if the XXS Primal Beast doesn't want to join, you're just going to get outnumbered there. The Furion can always join it by default. Wrath of Nature's online. You have to recognize Ame's free farming bottom, and that creates a vacuum on the map. So maybe you really want this SF kill, but if Talon are just going to sit 4.5 heroes with the Furion teleport there, forcing that does not yield good results. And he's just rushing Ags on this PL. New upgraded Ags.
I do think that this is the situation where you should get the Aghanim Scepter. If you're totally free farming, I think the Aghanim Scepter is actually a really good farming tool.
Now let's see how fast you can accelerate with it. This is going to be a true kind of isolated test because he has not been touched. It's a dream PL game. He's going to get it at a really good timing.
Blosen going to be caught on the power runes here. Not quite bursted down. Jokum still trying. Sonic Wave hits Cuckoo. Meanwhile, the Nightmare goes out on Jokum. He's going to be fine. It's going to be Blosen to die, and maybe Jin-Q as well. As once again, Talon, I mean, it's the same story every single time, bringing more heroes, but this time around, maybe the Primal Beast can even the odds. He charges right on through. Jokum's not dead yet. A toss over. Makoto, he throws out the Requiem. Nope, holds off on that one. Instead, turns around, throws some damage back on XXS. Here comes the Rolling Thunder, though, and XXS, he doesn't really have much of an escape. They're going to go for both the kills. Both Jin-Q and XXS will die.
Numbers, name of the game in this early game. XG are just not bringing enough at the right points. Really slow game for this Primal now. I mean, he is just... I feel like he would have had a really good time considering how well that lane started out. The Furion left it. He should have had more farm than he's gotten. He just had trouble engaging into these fights with all the little interrupts he has to deal with. The Sprouts, the Frostbites, the Roll Through, the Shackle Hex. It's kind of a lot for this Primal to charge into without BKB. And yeah, he's just queued up BKB. It's going to be his first item. He has to deal with this somehow. Has to have a way to give consistent impact to the team. Honestly, it's looking pretty solid for Talon outside of this Phantom Lancer. If they can deal with him later on, then they should be very happy with this early game. Especially considering they lost the Wisdom Shrine. I mean, winning fights, that's really nice.
Okay, so one problem I foresee is that you said you wanted synergy, hype up this SF, you know, try and build them up as much as you can. One of the things you said, auras.
Yes.
Does the Pango go auras in this game? Because Pango is also the best answer that they have to the Phantom Lancer.
That's where you have to choose which path is going to be best for you as a team overall. If you want the WS Pango to scale, and I think that's how most players are playing the offlane Pango nowadays, you're not going these auras. You're going to go the Diffu into, you know, Ags. Maybe Shiva's later is the one item that contributes a little bit of both. I kind of agree with this because I think the Aura Pango is just weak. Like you would rather have picked a different hero in that sense, and your options to deal with the Phantom Lancer are very limited. So you need to make sure that the few heroes you do have that can contribute in that area do it to maximum capacity. That, I would say, pushes more pressure onto Cuckoo to find more farm in this game because I think the Maiden is the one hero that can get up a Solar Crest or something like that and help this SF a bit.
Yeah. Also at higher level, it's one of the heroes. Oh, Requiem catches Pelosin as he tries to sneak in from behind. A two-man smoke does not go right for Extreme, especially with the Rolling Thunder coming in. He throws out the Sonic Wave. It's only 23 Savage. Jin-Q is still going to be stuck in that Rolling Thunder hell. And WS is looking for a bit more. Not going to catch XM. Looking behind the tower now, but Ame's already TP'd away. So they're going to limit their losses to just their supports, but it is, once again, a team fight that goes very well for Talon.
They're just winning everything in this early game. XG got nothing going for him. Again, outside of the Phantom Lancer, which may or may not be able to pull this game back. Talon should be really happy with their position now. Ags will arrive for Ame, but everybody's enabled on this Talon lineup. And they're starting to pressure those towers. You get the tier 1 bottom. You can easily make a move for this tier 1 mid. You have snakes available again in 40 seconds.
Have you seen this this facet in action? Ame went for the Lancelot one, with the Aghanim Scepter, he's getting extra illusions, so his spear is actually doing a bunch of extra damage for all the illusions that he has. I think it's kind of decent. I've seen it a few times and been surprised at how much the damage is.
It helps him farm faster too if he wants it. I think it's fine. Wrath of Nature going through. just to push out the map, get some farm. No play being made right now. They are eyeing up mid. Diffusal done on the Pango would give you a decent shot at taking this mid fight on top of Arcane Rune for Makoto. A lot of firepower right now for Talon. You can just drop snakes on this mid tower, force the issue. Don't think that's a fight XG want to join. You just don't have an item on this Primal Beast. Don't have Blink yet on the Tiny. They're kind of in farm and dodge mode. All right, they pulled trigger on the bigger prize. Drop the snake on the Roshan.
I do like that. Effectively the same thing, speeds up the Roshan cycle, so they will be getting second Roshan around that 25-minute marker, which is, I don't know if that's a point where you're looking to end the game, but maybe you can get the rest of the tier 2s out of the way. Maybe even one lane of barracks or something. I do think you want to play a faster game against this PL, right?
Yeah, 100%. Like, just speed this game up as much as you can right now because XG are in pure dodge mode. And this is another way your lineup can help the SF in this game. Maybe you're not as good of an aura buying lineup, but if you can do Roshan with the Giga Ward and put an Aegis on this guy repeatedly every 10 minutes, he doesn't need as many auras.
Yeah, it does feel like maybe draft-wise doesn't have the most synergy with the SF, but they are recognizing what you're talking about. They have put a lot of resources to help this SF, playing around him constantly.
And that's what matters. Like, that matters a lot more than draft.
Sure.
Find another quick kill on Jin Q, trying to get that Blink Dagger, but he is not finding much in this game.
I don't know what's going on in this jungle area, but it's not good. Talon are just going to lose Makoto here. He gets off a couple of raises before he loses his Aegis. Freezing Field to try and cover this SF. So in the end, it's a Bane for an Aegis.
Still not really anything going for XG. I'm not going to lie, these Sonic Waves have just been worthless.
Yeah, they have. They have.
Like, he's been hitting a couple of, he's hit one here, I think, every time, and none of them have died. I don't think he's gotten a single kill out of this ultimate, and that is not where you want this Queen of Pain to be. I mean, 1-0-0 for XM, very quiet game for him.
He's the poorest core in the game. He got a Blade Mail, and meanwhile, this Shadow Fiend has a Kaya Yasha.
And the net worth reflects it. Like, he's just not getting the kill action, whereas Makoto, 3-0-6, starting to power up the chart. I think part of it's like the supports didn't get a lot done either.
Oh, and if they shut down XXS's BKB timing here, they're going to catch him, and they've got a hasted SF and a teleporting in Nature's Prophet. XXS, he's pretty fast, but he's not going to be fast enough to deal with all this.
Another nice pick off. These two cores for XG are falling really far behind now. Big concerns here in terms of what you're going to be able to do in the team fights.
It's up to Jin Q to even the odds now. He's got a Blink Dagger. He's going to have to do something amazing with it.
Yeah, this is XG's time to try and find something off a Smoke Gank. You have some nighttime vision with the Bane. Start fights in a way where you toss somebody in. It's going to work a lot better for you here.
By the way, disgusting neutral item, Searing Signet on Nature's Prophet. Not cool.
This item has been nerfed, though.
It has.
Doesn't feel as good as it did when it first came out.
I think it needs to be... you need to be within a certain AoE to be able to apply the damage. That's my feeling on it.
It also works on Mjolnir. Which
yeah,
is,
exactly, right? You could just throw it on the Mjolnir.
Yeah.
The Mjolnir goes down lane. It's getting extra damage from the Searing Signet. I don't like that.
Well, it works off the lightning proc, so like it just boosts your farm rate.
Yep.
The thing is just too consistent.
The same goes for Wrath of Nature, right? It's like the first early hits that don't actually kill creeps while you're doing Searing Signet to them, so maybe they do take out.
Pretty value. They're looking for XXS
again? Couldn't get him on the Frostbite. And the Sprout's only going to hold him for so long here. The Rolling Boulder is going to have to be what's required to get this kill. And the Avalanche of the Sonic Wave hits onto three. And the Fiend's Grip getting the grab onto the Rolling Thunder. And Ami's joining in on this fight. This is bad for Talon, but they have no way out of it. They do manage to get the kill on the Quap, but it looks like this is a free fight for Ame. 1, 2, and a third. A double kill for Ame and a kill for XXS.
Way too big of an overreach there for Talon. You could feel their confidence in this game, but you had Power Ranger support coming in off that tower. You end up evening it out at 3 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, it shows how far ahead they are. That team fight was absolutely terrible. 3-man Avalanche, 3-man Sonic Wave, and they still win 3 for 3 on it.
Still a win for XG because you get the BKB on this Primal. You at least get a Sonic Wave connection here. Needed something in this game, and Ame cleaning up. Really nice for him. Just so much damage coming out from this MP. Just gets to sit here with this Mjolnir. Wrath of Nature comes through, ends up doing a significant amount of damage. No easy fights for Extreme Gaming in this one, as they're trying to eke out minor victories. I am happy to see Ame join that fight, though. He had the defusal timing. Like, he has to be involved in this game. He can't just purely AFK with his position relative to the rest of the team.
Jokum finds another victim. Now he is going to, in turn, be the victim.
That's fine for Extreme. Like, they get little trade-offs like this. They're happy.
Oh, no. XXS. He just used mobility. Okay, he has the BKB, so
it's close.
Oh, God, that was close.
I think if he didn't sprout him, he died. Blocked WS from getting right clicks in.
Yeah.
Which would have done more than the sprout damage.
Oh, Requiem point blank. Not quite point blank, but he will get him with a double raise.
Stylish from Makoto. 7-0 and 6 in this game. He's cooking. Been set up for success by the team and straight into the objective. 20-minute Tormentor, instant kill on the spawn. Talon wasting no time in this one. They know they do not want to let this PL Queen lineup get to like ultra late, so they're speeding up the tempo, abusing the fact they're way stronger in the skirmishes right now.
And now you got even more AoE. Cuckoo has the AoE Frostbite from the little clone that he leaves behind, which is going to be pretty helpful, I think, in these fights against the PL.
This is one of those games where even I will say this is the shard you want. Because, yeah, it's nice with the PL, but also I said you want more farm on the CM this game.
Right.
It's a last pick CM. It's here to help you get some extra scale versus PL in the fights. Cuckoo getting more items in this game is super valuable for Talon. He's their one consistent aura buyer as well, so, you know, he just finished a drum. He can easily buy Solar Crest. He can even get random stuff later like Vlad's or Glimmer, whatever. And those items count for a lot when you're playing with these glass cannon frontliners like Furion SF that really take advantage of them. So I actually like the fact he got the shard here. It's going to help him farm up the larger impact as this game goes on. And that Crystal Maiden's annoying in the late game if you don't have clear ways to just jump and kill him easily first, which they do in their lineup, but the cores that do it are kind of behind. Hurricane Pike done for 23 Savage will give him a bit more survivability here. But it is Extreme Gaming on the hunt. Important that these smokes land for them. Especially if they're not oriented around objectives. Just a kill smoke, you get nothing, you're going to feel real bad.
Hiding away in the trees. XXS had the right idea. Nails him. Good
Nice
recovery
spot.
from XXS. But again, that's a three-man smoke, 4 heroes in a corner of the map to be able to get a shadow shot. Certainly not going to turn the game around for you.
But it buys time. It's a move that Talon are dodging, which means Ame gets the farm. He's pushing towards the heart. It'll be one of the biggest timings in this game for Extreme Gaming. This PL can go in the fight, create a lot of chaos, tank a lot more action, and potentially deal a lot more damage. If he doesn't get stuck in the freezing field or
That's
like
a
Requiem.
BKB SF. This is not a kill, I don't think. Especially with a Haze Rune. Yeah, that's a whole lot easier. Hey, there goes that clone. That was pretty nice. Nifty way to use it. Freezing field. Ame, quick to jump away.
Straight back in.
Makoto is kind of dancing with them right now. A blink away from Shin Q, tried to get the initiation. Ame, as you said, you wanted to see him get involved. He's trying.
He's really abusing his axe.
That is for sure.
It is annoying when he's just rushing at you from so far. That might be too deep.
Yeah. I mean, you got the BKB out of the SF. If that's what you wanted, Shin Q, well, you got it.
He got it. He definitely got it. And Ame instantly TP'd out of there when he saw that.
My concern is giving these kills to the SF may kill some of the Phantom Lancer's timing. If you get to Aghanim Scepter on this SF, it's really hard for the Phantom Lancer to play fights.
I mean, you just look at the position of their cores. They're really farmed in this game.
Yeah.
Like, you don't necessarily need a lot of AoE if you're just rich. And you can just lay into the illusions with Mjolnir and extra hits. You can sit there BKB for longer.
Fighting for Roshan, though.
Yeah, there's that hard timing on Ame. So XG they're going to fight this Roche. They're not going to give it up for free. Know the strength of the PL right now. You got to use it to try and turn this game. And Makoto's showing top. creates an awkward question for them. Are you going to try and smoke towards this guy, or do you just control the pit? Nice rune for XM. They really want a core pick off here. Surprised Talon are not grouping right now. You're giving them that chance to find a pick off into Roshan.
And maybe they're thinking Roshan because it's going to switch over to the other side soon. They've got vision around the pit. If it's not being done right now, then it's going to switch over to the other side. So they got time to farm, potentially. Jokum. He's got to break a smoke here, but does not get the blink in time. So finally somebody dies from this smoke move from Extreme.
Yeah, they're going to bail on the map.
And Ame will backdoor tier 1 tower here. Chasing after WS. WS, oh god, this is a dangerous move. Whew. I cannot believe he did not Rolling Thunder and go somewhere deeper on the map.
Yeah, he's very lucky to get out of there.
That, I mean, that was the pickoff right there that could have given Extreme Roshan.
That's why I just don't know. I think Talon were playing with fire in that last minute.
Yeah.
Get out of it, okay. Nature's Prophet helps you rat, and this will push them towards the NP BKB. So they're going to be a lot stronger with their cores on the front line in the next fight.
Yeah, double BKB. What does the Quap and Beast do in this next fight?
Pulverize Sonic Wave somebody. Still a decent amount of damage.
Yeah.
You have grip as well in this game. So if you go in deep with this Furion and you get gripped, that fight is just lost. It's not a free game for 22 Savage to go in and just look for anybody he wants.
For sure.
Pivotal fight in this game, looking towards this next Roshan. You need a good Rolling Thunder here if you're Talon. Set this fight up. Need a good angle to make that happen. They're going to show the Fury on mid, try and lull XG into a sense of security.
He's even bold enough to go for a power rune. Smoke is going to break here. Not quite yet. Now it breaks on a Pelosi and Shinkyu. Jokum quick to blink down. Shinkyu still finds an opening. Gets a toss back on a 23 Savage, who force staff down for low ground. Still though, Fiend's Grip from the high ground. Makoto pounces. Hits directly on multiple heroes. It hits XM. XM almost dies for it. WS gets him in the end. He in turn dies to the Primal Beast. The Primal Beast looking to regen rune. Oh, it's going to be out of his reach though as Makoto grabs it right in front of him, trying to finish off the Primal Beast. Bailed out by the Nightmare. Meanwhile, Ame is beginning to build up. Savage up to the high ground. Teleports away. Leaves Cuckoo behind. Cuckoo. It'll be a third death on the side of Talon as Ame, once again, a team fight. He is able to feast. He is not being threatened whatsoever by AoE damage from Talon.
I don't think he took any damage in that fight. Everything was going into this Primal and Queen on the backside that had a really good angle. Jinkyu starting it off just creates chaos in the Talon ranks. And you're able to get some good connections with the old Sonic Wave into the Pango, stalls him up. You blink and you pulverize him. No Rolling Thunder connection in that fight at all for Talon. That's rough. Just freeze the fight up for Ame. He goes in, and PL just does too much damage right now. He got the Shiv. He has his 3 core items up. He's a problem.
Well, Talon are just going to have to relinquish the mid game to Extreme at this rate. Now, we have seen that Phantom Lancers still fall off past this timing.
Are they contesting this? This is kind of slow.
I mean, yeah, it's happening so slow that Talon almost got back here, but no.
Yeah, okay. That was really slow. PL not the greatest Roche killer carry in the game.
No.
This game feels like it's switched control for sure after that fight in Roche. They're still ahead as Talon, but gold doesn't count for as much, particularly if XG can find one of their connections on the Pango. That feels so good if you can get the Pulverize, the Grip, or even just start on him with the Tiny, hit him with a Sonic Wave, take WS out of the fight. I don't think Talon's threatening the Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, which is why WS, I mean, great item choice. Lotus Orb in this game. If he is starting the fight, and he Rolling Thunders in, and he has a Lotus on him, the Fiend's Grip and the Pulverize are both useless.
You can still just Pulverize him, though. Take him out of it.
Sure.
Which it might be something XXS chooses to do, because I think taking that Rolling Thunder off the field for the PL is what's valuable. Like, you're not going in here to kill the Pango. I'm just going to ruin your day. Maybe I ruin mine. But then guess what? PL's happy about it. So that's still an option.
Yeah. It does mean that you're lacking in the control over these two squishier BKB targets in the Furion and SF. Caught under a ward. Attempted Nightmare out of the Sprout. Will not be saved by that.
A little too aggressive there with the warding. Trying to get the deep vision going.
Yeah, trying to get too much map control.
Wearing down this Aegis timer, though. Not really getting a fight out of it if you're XG. 3 minutes left on the clock. Part of that is they're having a little issue getting the lanes in and controlling the map against the Nature's Prophet. Always a difficult task.
We have yet to see this this matchup specifically, the Shadow Fiend and the PL with this Sagadim Scepter. He gets a point-blank Requiem on the Phantom Lancer. They win that fight, but...
So hard to do that.
Yeah, hard to know if the real Phantom Lancer is in that mosh pit of illusions.
The mental drain of playing against this hero is one of the largest in the game, if you can't just jump him. Or you don't have some frontliner, you know, Axe or Dragon Knight or something that just stands against him, which Talon don't have in this game, which means you're forced into that other option of, can we find the PL and just all in him with, you know, a clutch Hex?
Yeah, you were talking to Seb about this concept, right? About Phantom Lancer players versus non-Phantom Lancer players.
Yeah, I had the unfortunate privilege of playing against Anna on a PL, which is probably the best PL maybe to ever touch this game.
Yeah.
That was not fun. I think I lost a couple of years of my life in that series.
Can you explain to the audience why it wasn't fun?
He just plays for the chaos. He plays for controlling the fight through being on the front line, absorbing spells. He's making you constantly think about this Phantom Lancer. All your comms and all of your energy go into, where's the PL? Is he here? I got him. I stunned him. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, he doppeled out. He lived. And suddenly the fight just revolves entirely around this guy. And guess what? There's 4 other players on this team that are going to have a free fight because of that. Right. That's where this hero shines, when he can go in and create the chaos.
Talon trying to trade out towers here as they do not want to be fighting Extreme, despite the 8,000 net worth lead that they have. The Aegis on the Phantom Lancer makes things a little bit too hard. Phantom Lancer really good at dealing with the Giga Ward, though.
Oh, yeah. Smoke on smoke, though.
With the Phantom Lancer not here, maybe that's a fight that Talon can take. The Requiem does go out, and they'll blow up the Bane right away, but a big Sonic Wave coming out for the Quap. And now that Ame is here, this fight, it's looking bad for Talon. The rest of the BKB used to teleport away for 23 Savage. Once again, it's the supports, and maybe... No. Pango's going to be fine, so just the supports on the side of Talon that died this time around.
Fights, it's just too awkward for Talon. Like, you can't bring the BKB cores down with any real threat, and that just buys so much time for this Phantom Lancer to come in and just start cleaning people up because he still has the Aegis, so you can't threaten him at all. There's no clear focal point for Talon in these fights, it feels like.
Right.
And that Requiem did nothing because you don't have BKB control. So you either have to play more patient there if you're Makoto, or just bail on that fight entirely. Which might have been the right call considering this Aegis is still up. Like, I don't think you have a real chance of winning these fights into 2 lives on the Phantom Lancer. You just don't have enough AoE spell power to throw into him.
And Extreme will take more map control as a result of that win. Take the remaining tier 2s. Oh, big pickoff. He's got a refresher. I think he's got him. 23 Savage, Hurricane Pike, puts himself in the Sprout, but you've got another Pulverize. X Success got the grab on him, and now the rest of the team is here. 23 Savage is gone. Massive pickup for Extreme.
Really nice find from X Success. Will cost him that refresher, but worthy trade in his eyes for sure. Take Furion off the map for 80 seconds. That's half the cooldown anyway. You'll get a lot of lane control off of this death. XG can start to push up. You're getting another item for Ame very soon. Going to be a butterfly for him. I mean, that's when this hero is just untouchable in this game. Basically, you have to land a Requiem on him or bust.
Yep. Top wave was pushing in. Somebody had to go deal with it. It's XXS. And Talon have drawn a marching pattern to the top lane. Now, I don't think they actually want to go for this Primal Beast. He's got to be... Whoa, okay. Butterfly, goodbye.
That's a massive hit.
that might just give Talon a Roshan fight without the butterfly. If Roshan spawns fast...
They're going to get a Tormentor here. Or something.
Goes to Makoto himself.
Okay, I mean, decent back-to-back small wins here for Talon. Continuing to boost the net worth up of these two top cores. Just have to find a way to connect them in the fight.
I think one thing that's kind of lacking is WS is so answered by a Primal Beast and a Bane. He is not able to itemize purely for dealing with a Phantom Lancer. We're seeing in some of these fights, right?
There's just too many things he has to do.
Yeah.
Like, he's your only real frontliner. He's your only real AoE control. He's also your only real core that one-to-one deals with the PL.
Yeah. He doesn't have Aghanim Scepter still. He's going for a Nullifier.
That's another reason why, draft-wise for Talon, like this last pick, Maiden, yeah, maybe it's fine, but it pushes this Prophet into the 1 position, and then he has to deal with a PL matchup where there is no itemization pathway for Furion to deal with this matchup.
Right.
It just sucks. So you do kind of end up in this situation where if the game gets drawn out, if it gets a bit stalematey, if Ame's super farmed, which he just took #1 net worth position, you have some rough core matchups here to deal with if you're not out ahead. And Talon are feeling it right now. They just haven't had answers for the PL directly. Need more firepower. Maybe Refresher on Makoto is the answer here. Double Requiem can definitely do the trick, especially since he's had trouble lasting through the BKB durations on XG. Like, I don't think it's good enough to just throw these Requiems out in the fight. They have to connect damage-wise on cores.
Level 25 would also help a lot. Shadow Raise applies attack damage, so
yeah, for sure.
Pretty significant AoE damage buff.
Has the shard as well, so a little cooldown reduction on top of it.
That's true, yeah.
Could be snazzy. There's a Nullifier for WFs. Big items coming in for Talon. Tempted to jump this Primal. I mean, that's a really good target to jump.
Oh, okay, they're throwing out the first Requiem.
He's
it
gone.
Looks like with the Fear, he is gone. WS is looking for more. XM has already used his BKB, so should be fine. He'll blink away last second. 23 Savage still looking for him, though.
Almost got the Hex off.
They got to be careful, though. Jin Q is in position for some tossbacks here. Last thing you want to be is inside of extreme space a little bit too early.
I'm glad Talon took that, because they could have been hesitant in there with how this game is going. If you see the Primal, that is the best jump in this game. You should jump him every single time. There is almost no way to bail him out, bar some clutch toss or sleep, which shouldn't be that easy, considering you should always be dropping the Requiem on him.
And because you have this overwhelming damage that Requiem is, the tankiness of the Primal Beast isn't actually a problem.
And the second he's gone, that fight is way more open for the Pangolier, for the BKB Furion. Like, the control that this Primal is giving XG is super important. So
Talon's just praying for a fast Roshan. Again, that butterfly timing was delayed because the courier died. Now the pick off of the Primal Beast. It would have been fantastic to combo that, get aggressive, get a pick off, take Roshan. Sadly, it's not going to happen, though. Roshan will take a while to spawn, and Extreme will have their chance at a contest.
Kind of just unlucky for Talon, because they used the SF Refresher for that. Now he's not going to have it for this fight. And it should have been XG getting punished for the Primal misplay on mid. Instead, they're going to get rewarded going into this Roche in terms of who has their refreshers up. A little awkward for Talon.
And damage. Oh, they really want it. What is happening? Why are the supports inside going after this amp damage? Okay, if you want to stop the amp damage from being taken, just deny it.
I don't know.
Like, why is Jokum putting himself inside? All right.
Looking for the Hex on the co-op or something, you know, like pre-thinking about the co-op going in, but...
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure 23 Savage would have liked to pick that up with this Roche now on the field. If Talon are really disciplined, they're going to try and wait for this refresher to come up for Makoto, which is 50 seconds. Not that long. This is a really important item for the fight. You need double BKB Requiem here from the SF. Has the Blood Right as well, so a lot of AoE coming out. A lot of AoE control.
Oh, yeah. I wonder what the impact of the Blood Right is.
it should just make the souls go farther?
Right.
An AoE spell.
Do you think that means that, like, let's say at 300 distance from the SF, are you taking more damage from the Requiem? Or is it the same amount? And the souls are just going farther away?
Well, you only take damage depending on how many souls hit you.
Right.
So if the AoE is bigger and the souls travel farther, then it doesn't really change the damage. It's just how many you get hit by. It spaces them further. Your chance of getting hit by more goes down. But it's more about the control this spell gives you in the fight. You should be blinking on somebody's head and just Goomba stomping them.
Yeah.
They're close to 25s on their 2 big damage dealers. Like, they're ahead in levels compared to Extreme. Something else they can play for.
This kind of feels like some of the other Phantom Lancer games we've seen. This hero, it hits that heart timing. You think, okay, Phantom Lancer's online. We're favored for the rest of the game, but something about this hero does seem to falter around this period.
A lot of situations, he is not the strongest 6-slotted carry in terms of just raw man fighting enemy heroes.
He used to be one of the best.
He needs confusion in the fight. He needs other cores to take advantage of the fact that he's causing a lot of chaos and isn't that easy to deal with in terms of control, even if he's not outputting all of the damage himself. That's what you need to take advantage of. The more gold the Talon get, in theory, the more ways they can answer this Phantom Lancer with overwhelming damage and utility. We're not there yet. I think this PL still has a very good fight ahead of him. But XG want to get this Roche, and they want to do something with it to end this game.
Pick off on WS would be excellent, but WS does not put himself into that bear trap.
While we were talking, Extreme did finish their double Shivas between the Queen and the Primal, so those big amp damage defensive items are online. Gives you a lot of vision in the fight as well. You're going to have PL illusions going in, double Shivas, scouting everybody. That's a lot to play with. You should not get caught off guard in this game. 25 online for 22 Savage. Took the removed teleport cooldown. Would not have seen that in the previous patch with the Giga Treant, but
of course,
that talent's not as valuable here. And 25 should be online for Makoto after this mid-wave. He will take Feast of Souls attack speed. Really?
Yeah, he's going back to it. And he's going to have that instant Requiem if he uses all of his things correctly. Which could make a massive difference stopping the Doppelganger. They actually make their jump. Got off the Requiem. Who did they blow up? It's going to be the Quab. Do they have him locked down with the Shackles? A little bit more. They get him with the Races. In the end, now it's XXS. Half HP gets the Pulverized Grab onto the Nature's Prophet, but it looks like they're kind of scattering right now. Ame's the only one trying to fight things out right now. And he's got hexed up. Now he's shackled up. He's dead.
What a fight from Talon.
Wait, Doppelganger away to the side. Nah, he's not getting away from this Shadow Fiend.
Extreme just completely caught off guard. They found another Requiem kill on a core hero that you couldn't bail out because that sleep save, you're just still feared through the entire thing on the way back. Super awkward. It was an incredibly clutch sleep, but you can't bail him out. And Rolling Thunder is kind of protecting the Shaman. When Ame goes in here, he just can't deal the damage. So much DPS going into that Primal on the backside. And then you finally find that one Hex on the PL you need to win this game. It only takes 1 or 2 deaths on this hero to turn the tide considerably. Massive win for Talon. They get Aegis on the Furion, plus a Refresher Shard. Cheese as well, put it on Cuckoo, why not?
And because you have a Nature's Prophet, instant punish. All the lanes are pushed in, all of them going into tier 3s. Massive building damage is about to incur.
Just so hard to counteract Makoto's gameplay. If the jump comes through from Talon and you can hex a core target, that is the recipe for success to get these Requiems off. And there were 2 big misplays from Extreme in this game, allowing that to happen. Or you could say good finds from Talon. Now they're on a significant back foot trying to defend his base.
And Talon also will have the numbers advantage for this upcoming situation. Not only do they have the Aegis, but they have Nature's Prophet with a free teleport, and they've got a Boots of Travel on the Shadow Fiend. So if they really want to, if they get into one of these fights with Extreme, they can buy back and bring, 7 heroes to the engagement.
commanding position now, up 20k gold. These fights can still go Extreme's way, but they have to have better positioning and vision so that you're not getting hex jumped on these big core targets.
Oh, look at the luxury items. The Shadow Shaman has a Shadow Blade.
That's super nice.
That is fantastic pickup against Phantom Lancer. He's not going to have the... He can't hold a gem.
No chance. Ame feels he needs BKB to be able to get in here and deal the damage. Still looking for that 25 of his own. Didn't get XP off that fight. Tough for him. And there's the refresher for 23 Savage. So he passes that shard off to the Pango, who finished an Ag. So all of a sudden, all 3 cores on the side of Talon have double everything for this next fight. That's massive. Having double Rolling Thunder here is so clutch. Just think of how much time you can control the Phantom Lancer and his illusions in the fight. Even if you're not killing him, makes the fight so much easier for everybody to play if you're rolling through the mob.
For sure. I wonder if 23 Savage thinks about getting the Ag Synth next. Because I think with the refresher, double Wrath of Nature with the lockdown actually sounds kind of nice. Man, Shin Q, he's just pummeled.
Worn down. Big crits coming through from that MP. Bonus damage from the trees. Easy pickings. Yeah, I would not mind an Ags this game. That root could be significant. He's just going to refresh here. He's just going straight back in. Wasting no time. Taking advantage of the 5-on-4. There is a buyback not available for 4 minutes here on that Tiny.
Yeah, the Tiny is I think, their biggest threat, right? It's the toss back.
Yeah, this is a big window for Talon. How do you start the fight? Now it just has to be the Primal going in, and that's risky against these Hexes.
Talon seemingly guaranteed a second lane of barracks here between 23 Savage and the Giga Ward.
Another lane. No fight. Too easy right now for Talon.
35 seconds. Can they even go for that last high ground push before the Tiny's back up at 23 Savage is after it?
You have Aegis for a minute anyway. What's the downside of this push timings-wise?
Yeah, I love the aggression. Instant hex up from Jokum as the Queen of Pain blinks in. Now he's going to try and Shadow Blade himself away. He is successful in doing so. 23 Savage is going to lose his Aegis due to the Sonic Wave. XXS is lining it up. Does he want to go for the Pulverize on 23 Savage?
Oh, he does.
He does. The Hurricane Pike is already away, though. 23 Savage is pretty far back here. The team is not able to follow this in. They cover it with the Requiem. The Fear, it hits in, and now the Rolling Thunder's on through. It's stopping some of these heroes. Another Requiem is going to go out and finish off the Pain, and the Phantom Lancer is caught in by a Hex. Jokum, who got away with the Shadow Blade, now turns around back on the Phantom Lancer and helps his team get a crucial kill to end this game. Ame fighting for his life to just kill measly supports, but does not have a buyback. This game is done, and neither team is going to be happy with the outcome. Going 1-1 means that they will tie out in the bottom of these groups.
An awkward series for both teams. This PL he ran right into the Crystal Maiden. It proved his worth, had to dodge that, and then Jokum with a very clutch Hex Find on Ame. He did it twice in this late game. That's all you need. You have overwhelming damage and overwhelming control with these refreshers. A nice game, too, from Talon is they probably felt a lot of heat on their shoulders this time around. The clock ticking with this Phantom Lancer, the pressure that's building, the awkward Roshan fights, but ultimately able to cruise into that late game, just find the overwhelming net worth advantage, and that is always a way you can beat this hero. Get a 20k, 30k gold lead. Sure, Ame's big, sure he's a threat, but you're just killing everybody else, and he's not able to deal enough DPS fast enough. It's one of the downsides of this hero. Even if he isn't getting controlled on the main hero, if you're controlling illusions through AoE spells, Rolling Thunder, some Novas, whatever it is, Requiem, right? The damage is getting mitigated, and this PL is not killing you, and we saw it here. It's one of the big struggles for the hero, and does not work out for Extreme in this game, too.
No, it doesn't. And Extreme, bottom of the group, Savory?
Never thought I'd see the day where Zhao 8 was perhaps struggling to get out of a group stage.
Yeah, their struggles for the last couple of years has not been groups. They would top out groups. It was the playoffs that was the problem. Now it seems like maybe things are getting worse for Extreme Gaming, and that kind of leaves the field open for Spirit and Na'Vi, their matchup, to be able to claim first and second. So I'm sure they'll be very happy about that. But ending up bottom of the groups is not the end of your journey here. still be able to go through the elimination phase. So what are we learning from this series, Avery?
Still a little awkward drafting from both teams, but I do think Talon are playing with more confidence. Like we saw in this game too, I liked conceptually how they played around the Shadow Fiend. They protected him. They got him Roshan's. They itemized well for him with the limited capability they had while also having to deal with the Phantom Lancer. I think Talon were all on the same page, and that's what ultimately gets you the wins here.
All right, well, that closes out the series. We still have more to go, but let's head back to the panel to break down this game too.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. A lot to talk about with this game. We said, no, actually, Effie, you said that if Talon played the same way in Game 2 as Extreme played in Game 1, they would do well in this game. And I feel like for the start of the game, they did a pretty good job of that.
They really did, and by that I meant to just kind of secure SF's game and get him the Aegises. And they did play differently in a lot of other ways, but that really was the main story. And I mentioned this earlier, but I think Mikoto, if you enable this player, if you put resources into him, like, he delivers. Because even when the game got dicey, when PL got the second Aegis, they won that fight, everything looked dangerous, he still found a way to deliver. He was still finding picks on the map, finding key targets, getting the Requiem blow up on Primal Beast in that mid lane was huge. I just have to praise him for this one, Lacoste.
Oh, most definitely. This is the guy that has been very, very stable as a mid laner. He wins the matchups that he's also not supposed to win. And when he's off to a good start, he's going to be like taking control for the rest of the game. Like he's going to be dictating the tempo. But also, I think we got to give credit to Talon for last picking Crystal Maiden. Like this is something that not a lot of teams would do. Maybe you would see Falcons do the same thing if it's a good game for it, but others, they don't really like to play this hero. And for this one, it was really good because it didn't allow XXS to play the lane. You saw Tiny struggling pretty much throughout the whole game to find what he wants to do. They were unable to play the lane at all. And in a lot of these situations, he gets shut down. Like he's forced to use a BKB to be able to get out of the frostbite and also zoning things out so that Phantom Lancer can't get close. And speaking of Phantom Lancer, I think this hero is massive bait. I think we've seen it way too many times where he doesn't do what he's supposed to do. Maybe like missing out on the timing a little bit, but right now at Esports World Cup, he's sitting at 1-6, 1 out of 6 games. So
that's a little bit of a yikes.
That's not ideal for poor PL.
Maybe overall last pick is the only time you can
maybe
put that.
pick 27, 28 would be good. Like if we even saw Phantom Lancer 24, I believe twice, and he still didn't win those games.
Oh, I thought I'd make up an excuse for it.
Listen, I think maybe the itemization has not quite been figured out yet on the hero, because we've seen him have moments in the game where like the game does feel like it's hard and it's his. Like the enemy team struggles to play around and against him, but they always do end up finding the counterplay. In this case, the counterplay was like as simple as taking the good fights, but
Speaking of good fights, we're heading over to Purge.
Hello, I'm here with WS. You guys just had a very nice win. I noticed when you were playing the Pangolier that you were disrupting the PL a lot in team fights, a lot of rolling thunders through 10 illusions kind of thing. Were you worried about the Phantom Lancer, or did you feel like you were the right solution against the hero?
We don't afraid of the Phantom Lancer because I feel it's a pretty bad hero on even late game or early games. It's nothing at all.
Is there any reason to pick PL in your mind right now?
No, I don't know.
What about like, what about against certain carry matchups that don't have good AoE, like against the Nature's Prophet? You can get on top of the Nature's Prophet, you force him to buy certain items. Like there's no upside at all. You just think he's that bad?
Sorry, can you repeat it?
Do you think there's no upsides to PL at all right now? Not even against like good matchups.
Yeah. This hero is like the Valve need to buff him more. Maybe add some spells on PL, maybe stuns or something. So maybe this hero can play.
Okay, pretty extreme. All right, in game 1 you played Ogre Magi. You basically dominated the off lane. The Shadow Fiend left like almost immediately. You Midas a lot of creeps. You bought auras, but the game was still tough for you guys. Do you want to talk about game 1 a bit?
Game 1, I think we kind of get outdraft by them. We don't have damage at all if we don't have Morph on the team fight, because the Centaur will get the Crimson pretty early, and after that he get piped, so basically we have no damage. We cannot team fight them at all.
So do you put any blame on Ogre Magi, the hero, for that? Because you also wanted a Crimson Guard, but of course you have to buy an Arcane Boots, you have to buy the Midas, and then your Crimson comes like 5-10 minutes later, right? Is that part of the problem?
I still don't blame the ogre. I blame the morph. Just kidding. Just for fun, the ogre pick.
I like that. I mean, I like Ogre offlane. It's very fun. What about the facet choice? Do you get learning curve just for that like level 2 timing, or do you think it might be worth it as like core Ogre to go the other facet? So your Midas has a higher proc chance, your stun does more damage, stuff like that.
I tried both facets, so I take this because of I think we have a good heroes on the top lane just now. So once I hit level 2, I can kill the Shadowfin quite easily.
Okay, and then you don't care about that. Is Aura's the best way to play Ogre Magi as a whole? Or do you sometimes buy like Ags or Scythe or things like that?
For me, I personally like the Axe or Midas, Shiva, this kind of build, but my team don't let me buy it. They ask me to buy team item.
That's a damn shame. It's a lot more fun to cast spells. I get that. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview. Thanks.
Thank you.
And thank you both as well. As I do think giving PL a stun would
might be slightly OP,
slightly too OP, yeah? Just a little bit.
Maybe like a mini stun on the lands, so he could at least TP cancel for himself, something like that. Maybe not like a long stun, like a lightning bolt type of stun. I think that would be kind of okay, because he can also just TP out from PL, and maybe his other numbers aren't as strong. That could be an approach.
Well, then, you know, for example, if we look at all the heroes that are not here, Bloodseeker's not picked at all. Let's give him a mini stun.
I think Bloodseeker functions very differently, though, because he's quite a niche hero, and that he will always have a place in the meta if he's countering heroes that like get ruptured and have no game, you know?
Yeah, I do think they're never going to put a
I don't think they're going to be giving stuns to PL, ever.
No, I do want to update you guys a little bit before we continue on breaking this game down, because it is No Studdle's decision that it is Extreme on 3rd and Talon on 4th. So that's at least you know what to look for going forward. But we are going to continue talking about the game we just watched, because it did have a lot of cool moments, as we are going to first focus our attention on the early stages of the game, Effie.
Yeah, I think Talon played a very beautiful early game, and a lot of that is just giving Mikoto resources. The resources he lacked in game 1. They brought heroes to the mid lane, they got him Aegises, but we're going to take a look here at the kind of plays that, okay, this is a different team fight.
Yeah, this is a bit of a different one. Yeah, this is where WS gets the Rolling Thunder immediately, and also Mikoto, he has pressure at this time of the game, so he blinks in, they delete Queen of Pain immediately, and they're also not allowing the rest of the squad to reconnect. They're kind of battling on multiple different fronts, and if they're the ones who are getting the jump, and you can see this Crystal Maiden also did quite a lot in that one, and also making sure that Ame, like, he's unable to deal damage. He's tanking pretty much every single thing from Pangolier, and also this Requiem. It's just way too big, especially once you get to those tier 4 neutral items. They did have double Dizuns as well, so it makes it so massive, makes it almost impossible. Like, I think they realize how to deal with Phantom Lancer. A lot of the teams we saw Liquid, you did mention yesterday, with the 4 BKBs now having AoE damage as well. Even though he's super farmed, it doesn't allow you to take the fights, actually, because he's still gonna be afraid. Even though in this game he had a BKB, still not good enough.
For sure. And of course, to get to that stage of the late game, gotta have a strong early game.
Yeah, we do have to have a strong early game. We don't have it.
We don't.
We do not have it.
You know what? I'll just talk about it from memory. There were a lot of moments where Mikoto was threatened on that mid lane. Of course, if you're SF, you're vulnerable. But what ended up happening was his supports were rotating. 23 Savage on that Nature's Prophet was TPing in, and every rotation that came to the SF on the mid lane, they matched on Talon. They brought the numbers at the 10-minute rune as well. They brought all of their heroes. WS connects from the bottom lane for like a 40-second fight around the minute 10 rune, and they come out on top because of that. And later on in the game, of course, when Extreme Gaming smoked towards Mikoto when he showed on lane for a second, again, all of Talon reacted, positioned themselves around him, they countered the smoke beautifully, and because of that, their SF was off to a really good start, where he ended up, you know, requieming and carrying the game.
Yeah, I do feel, actually, that both games today, I know it's already a pretty high priority hero, but the Shadow Fiend, I feel like, is edging a little bit even forward.
Yeah, this hero is insane. I think he's sitting somewhere around like 66% win rate right now, because he did win a couple of games as well. The flex potential, we're seeing that more and more. Like, we were in meta, like in the last couple of years, we've been in a meta where you can kind of flex multiple cores to different roles, and Shadowfin is fitting in nicely because he has this tempo from the safe lane. He's also like big AoE damage dealer in the mid lane, and we've seen the games go like post 40 minutes where you're going to be having your Aghanim Scepter refresher. It gets very, very difficult to play at that stage of the game. Like you just very difficult to approach the fight. Even though they had BKB piercing tools in this one, it wasn't enough. Like at that point, it was just way too much. They were so far ahead.
But also there was this one fight where Extreme Gaming started to get the game back. It was after the PL Aegis, after it expired. But they had this perfect fight on Talon where the two targets that they jumped on were actually both BKB piercing disables. They were able to blow up the Primal Beast and the Vayne with that Requiem. And it was just like so perfectly executed by Talon where if maybe the Bane survives or the Primal Beast survives, then XG can turn the fight. Get on top of them with those BKB piercing disables, win with the PL. But Talon just had their number in that fight.
Yeah, this was a good game for Talon, and it's very promising as well going forward. Both of these teams obviously are not eliminated. They are at the bottom of the group, but it also means that because of Team Spirit 2-0ing Na'Vi on the B stream, spoiler alert, there is no tiebreakers for Group A, completely solved. So we can reflect on that a little bit. So we got Spirit at the top, Na'Vi second, then Extreme Gaming and Talon at the bottom. I think, on a hindsight,
not really a surprising one.
No, it's not.
No, because Na'Vi, this is like maybe we could swap. I would say Na'Vi and Talon, and people would still say that it's okay, considering Talon's performance in the last tournament. They did really, really good. But yeah, Team Spirit, that's really not a surprise. But Extreme Gaming, I think this is a team that has been hot and cold, and recently they've been more cold. Even during Wallachia, they got top 6, I believe, but still wasn't really impressed by. Like I want to see more, especially because like some of the drafts, they do look good. I think Zhao ate, but the rest of the team, they were not as hungry in terms of like how they want to be playing out those drafts.
Well, if you want to see them more, good news, if you come 4th or 3rd in your group, you have the longest road to victory. So you do get to play a lot of games if you stay in the competition. But of course, that happens in the next phase, which starts in 2 days' time. We're going to move forward. We're going to go for Group B. We're going to finish that one off. And it's Falcons against Gladiators after a break. Hello and welcome back. You are watching Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup, and we are heading into Group B, and after that, potentially Group B tiebreakers. I just want to make sure that you guys are all aware that Group C and D, they won't be playing until tomorrow. That's right. We're solving all the groups today, and we already know for Group A, no tiebreakers, but we don't know yet for Group B. And there's a lot to talk about here. I'm still here with Lacoste, and Jenkins joins us on the panel as well.
It's good to be here. It's great to see you guys.
Yeah, wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely didn't see you before, just now. Just appeared.
Hey, it's been a long time. You know, I was at the player hotel filming some content. I got some insider juicy information on the series.
Oh yeah, tell us all about it.
Well, just give me a second to make it up. Let me see. I saw Owie, 60,000, of course, in the elevator.
I see Owie as well. He's waving.
There he
is. Too. Okay, I'm blocking him.
Oh, he waved. He waved. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Now,
he doesn't like me very much since the elevator.
You're blocking gaming. Come over closer.
Oh, okay.
There.
Yeah, there they are. There's gaming.
That's actually quite nice.
Look at. See why? That's for picking Phantom Lancer. That's what you get.
You could also just put them on the head.
Because they really popularized PL.
It's their fault.
If you're wondering who sabotaged your pubs, it's
Watson.
them. It's
Watson
this
in
guy.
particular. Where is he? Where is he? Where's the team? He's missing.
Oh, it's just CY over there. CY and Ace over there.
Yeah.
And Andy, the camera guy. Get him filming us. Film him filming us. There he is.
Yeah, it's the filmception.
This is fun. I like this. I really like this.
I'll make you more comfortable.
It's hot here in Saudi.
It's all good. Our first series is then also, as you can see, Falcons versus Gaming Gladiators. They're playing in Group B. And I feel like we do need to talk a little bit about these two teams, in particular Falcons. So they're having a 1-3 score right now, Jenkins. They're not good.
Yeah, you know, their series against BB Team was... It's been a little unfortunate for them. You know, anytime you lose an hour-over-long game in one of these like late-game slugfests, it kind of feels like you are on even grounds with the team that you were playing against, or you wouldn't get to the late game. And with Execration, I think they really surprised people with their performance. So I mean, if we looked at the tier list, like we averaged out what all the analysts thought who were the like S-tier teams, and Falcons was on S-tier for most people.
Yes.
Right, so
I saw Execration. I mean, this is a bit of a bias, you know, having John and Mike here, so they are backing their local teams, but I can't really blame them. But Execration, yeah, they did definitely surprise them.
They did. I feel like when we're talking about Execration and about BB Team as well, we should quickly talk to you about the ramifications of the series for the group in terms of tiebreakers. Because we do have BB Team and Gaimin sitting right now, both at 3.
3-1.
Yep. 3-1.
Why don't you tell us? You have the scores in front of you.
Yeah, I have it open. So it's going to be Falcons playing against Gaimin. Falcons currently 1-3. So what Falcons want to do is they want to win this series 2-0 to potentially, you know, play tiebreaker. BB Team is going to be playing against Execration. And if BB Team somehow manages to win a game or win both of these games, they're kind of aiming for that #1 slot in the group. But also Gaimin, they want to be winning this series against Falcons because right now they are tied with the BB Team, which, you know, we could end up potentially in the tiebreaker scenario with, you know, BB Team with the Execration probably BB favorite matchup, but so pretty much gonna come down whether Gaimin is gonna be stepping up in this series against Falcons.
Or whether Falcons is gonna step up against Gaimin. Traditionally speaking, these two teams have been pretty close in this year in particular. But I do feel every time we have these two teams against each other, I do like saying we got the best team of 2023 versus the best team of 2024, and I know different roster for Gaimin. But I kind of feel, if we're focusing our attention a little bit on the opponents of Falcons, I kind of feel, Jenkins, that Gaimin is back to where they were 2 years ago. It feels like they're still playing with the fast play style. They are dominating the early game, and they're doing good again.
100%. For me, this really goes back to an interview we did with Tofu at Dream League, where we asked, like, do you think the patch is not good for this, like, super fast-paced, buy auras, you know, typical gaming play style? And he said, no, I think you can still do it. It's just harder to execute. And I agree. Like, people were not doing that until Gaimin started recently winning, and then all of a sudden people are like, oh, auras are good. It is just harder to execute. If you screw up one of your like 5-man tower pushes death balls, like you still have the comeback mechanic in Dota that can still happen. You can lose these crazy late game scenarios if you go there, and if you don't have the scaling, you can lose.
This is a team that utilizes Aura. We just had an interview with WS who, talked about the timings. They didn't have enough damage in that game number 1 where Centaur did pick up the pipe, the Crimson. We also had an interview yesterday with Saberlight who was talking about, the offlane still being kind of not set in meta where you can actually build whatever you feel like. So he's playing more of a blink initiators rather than buying auras. He's playing the stunners. So there's two, 3 different approaches that you can take what you want to have from your offlane. You also saw like position 5s, 4s building into Guardian Greaves. So you have all these 3 auras immediately. We saw good amounts of ogres as well building into auras.
Right, the DM ogre offlane. That's a classic.
But this is something that gaming does really well. They really understand the timing, and this team kind of needed, I would say, a little bit more time, maybe compared to some other teams when they gel together, but right now they're really on the right track.
Yeah, it's so funny because I feel like the offlane, maybe like a month or a month and a half ago, was very figured out. It was just, I'm gonna buy Blade Mail. Like, that's how it was. And then Ace came into Wallachia and showed like, no, I'm not going to go Blade Mail Dawnbreaker. I'm going to go Vlad's every game. It's like, oh, this is a Dawnbreaker build. Nope. He goes...
Vlad's Axe.
They go... they will go for a Vlad's, like, in almost every game. Sometimes, like, Malady will pick it up. But they seem to just have this concept that auras are strong. And we saw Pure do an interview. He said people are doing this in scrims. Like, this is just the meta right now.
And also something to point out is, like, we are talking about the auras. So there's one guy that builds into auras, but you're playing it from carry. And that's Carry Doom. Like, you get Alpha Wolf. He gets the crit for himself. This is basically a free Vlads for the team. Then you get the Vlads as well. So basically you have 50% more damage. And then add all of these auras that give you survivability. Makes it very difficult. And this is something that Gaimin really likes to play.
So all these things, you guys are talking obviously about the things that Gaimin is doing well and that also are picked up by other teams, all the auras. And you're describing it in a way, it's like, okay. Yes, sure, execution should still be there, of course. But the concept sounds like a lot of players across different teams are on the same page. So what's going wrong for Falcons? Are they trying a different concept altogether, or have they just not gotten the execution down yet?
I mean, I have one critique.
Okay.
And I think it's probably shared by a lot of people. And it's, I feel like there are certain hills that Falcons
are willing to die
on.
Yeah.
Okay. One of them is Bristleback.
Yep.
And the hero just doesn't feel as potent as it used to be. And I think part of it is there's a good amount of break solutions that feel good in Dota right now. Like we saw 33 go for...
Yeah, the Vizirizzi with Conda, but we also saw Carry Hoodwink yesterday against their Bristleback.
And Chaos Knight with the Facet where you can get the break. And we had great insight that this goes through BKB. Like, that's crazy because you get a Reality Rift pierces BKB talent. And I feel like so much of Bristle is that passive ability, and if there's an abundance of like good breaks in the game that people are already experimenting with, and Silver Edge is good too. We've seen tons of Silver Edge picked up because people try to get out on the map and you can kill them when they're doing that.
Also, Amar is not the guy that's going to be building auras. Like, this is not his playstyle. Imagine him getting, like, maybe he's going to be picking up Crimson on his Bristleback from the offlane, even though he is playing the Seeing Red Facet Bristleback, so he wants to carry. But I think they ended up in some of these situations where they don't have enough control. Like, sure, Bristleback is very strong when he gets his item timings, especially Red Bristleback. But then again, you are kind of like you're putting a lot on Malrine to make sure that he's doing a lot of the stuff, because you have another carry. Like, you have a very greedy offlaner that soaks up a lot of the farm. Usually he does deliver, but in some of the games that you are losing, it also means that you are not getting kind of the value. You don't have that offlaner that can join some of these early fights.
Yeah, I remember, speaking of interviews, way back, Amar, we were talking to him about Bristleback, and he said, like, I'm just going to keep it, like, we ask him things like, do you think this is good? And he will straight up say things like, no. However, we're going to keep picking it until we lose with it, and we just think we're good with it. And I beg the question, like, when does that point come then? Like when do you adjust? I really love the confidence. Like, there was a period there where Amar was considered literally the best player in the world.
Yes.
Like, he was such an exceptional talent, and his skill is still, like, peak Amar is incredible.
That's
especially
why
his laning.
I mean, it has to do with him, like, being such a high skilled player that buying an aura just doesn't fit what this guy can do. Like, oh wow, he used double edge with Shard on Centaur 4 times, and then he clicked Crimson Guard. It's not really what he wants to do in the game.
So we're saying on the side of gaming, sometimes Melody picks up the auras. Why can't Snake King pick up auras? Like, why can't you, you know, delegate?
They can. I think that's a that's a great suggestion. Like, I'm a little surprised to see Falcons not valuing Chen as highly, because I do think when you're talking auras on a 5 position, it's not like the patch where you can just have a Crystal Maiden by Vlad's or something like that. Like, there was a patch where these items are so powerful, you could do that. But it's more like you need to pick the 5s that want to build the auras anyway. Things like Chen, and I think
that's
they
a
are
really
coming
good
back.
suggestion. Yeah, definitely. Chen is one of the 3 heroes picked over 3 times that has 100% win rate. You need to have a hero specialist, and Snaking is definitely that guy. You'll probably be seeing Ducalis playing Chen, you will see maybe Poshka play Chen, but I want to see some of these auras coming up from 5. I want to see some early aggression. Like yesterday, they try to go with their old playstyle, pick at the Enchantress, try to collapse onto the mid lane relatively early on to give Malrine entry to the game, but yeah, just wasn't as successful as you would expect them to be. I mean, also it's Falcons. Like, their playstyle has been pretty much the same. Their heroes have been the same for a really long time. The heroes got nerfed. Their playstyle got figured out by other teams. And this is the reason why we are not seeing them at the top. I think they need to start being slightly more innovative. You
mentioned the game where Malrine was Puck and Snake King was Ench and went mid.
Yes.
And I think Puck is an interesting hero right now because I almost kind of like it's a low win rate. It's a very high contest rate and low win rate hero. And I kind of think that there was this bias that came from Wallachia and GPK playing it all the time, where he was just so good at the hero.
Yeah, GPK is on another level.
It looked like it didn't lose any matchup, but then you get other people that are not on a high like GPK is, and they are picking it and then getting countered, and it just doesn't look as good.
Yeah.
Right. So I feel like I love to see this.
I love this. You don't have to buy Quelling Blade with this hero. Like, this is, I mean, if
you save 100 gold.
You do. It also opens up the slot. This is 2 extra branches that you do get, which is 2 damage, good amount of tankiness as well.
And when you kill all of Nature's Prophet's trees, you from the innate, you get a bunch of mana.
You get mana.
You get your mana back for Whirling Death almost. It's very good.
It is nice. It's also a hero that Nature's Prophet doesn't like to play into throughout the whole game. He doesn't have like maneuverability. Maybe he can buy a Hurricane Pike if you were talking about the core Nature's Prophet, but I think after Timbersaw response, they might be thinking about putting this Nature's Prophet on position 4 or 5 immediately, most likely 4. This is something that Tofu likes to play because you do build into Spirit Vessel as your first item, and this is one of ways to deal with the Timbersaw before he gets to the spell mechanic.
Yeah, you guys were saying how, you know, at some point Amar was the best player in the world. It was mostly his Timbersaw that made him that famous. I know Malrine plays it as well, so there is flexibility there, but this is a very good start if you want to see Falcons on some comfortable heroes. Timbersaw is the hero to grab for them.
It's becoming popular in pro level pubs too. Like, if you watch RTZ stream, you'll see a Timber in quite a few games. Nothing really special. People are going like Blink, Kaya, Aghanim Scepter is a big item, especially against, like, you know, Doom, which is a very popular hero. You know, you can purge the Aghanim Scepter with Doom, so Doom would be a great response here. But any like healing reduction is generally not good against the Ags. The shield mechanic is very interesting, and you can even, let's say you are playing against him, you blink into 5 heroes, he dooms you, you insta-pop the shield, it does like 1,000 damage because it scales based on how many heroes there are around you.
And speaking of Doom, I think this hero could also be a good pickup because I just love this hero. I love Warlock Doom. It's one of my favorite lanes right now because it deals way too much damage. You have the sustain, your anti-carry. You also have Timbersaw, who's anti-carry as well. Once you get like post BKB in some mid-game fights, your BKB is down to 6 seconds. You're not going to be able to like survive long enough, and Timber is survivable long enough to play some of these longer fights.
Surely Skeeter is a carry Doom player, right? Like, this is right up his alley for what he likes to do.
And you said that this team is very stubborn. They picked Shadow Shaman. Crit only played 2 heroes out of 4 games. Shadow Shaman 3 times, lost all of their games, and did win only on Disruptor.
That's a bit of a painful one. But then again, I think overall our Shadow Shaman win rate that we've seen hasn't been too high regardless.
Thank you, Crit, I guess.
No.
I do think it's getting like slam picked. You know, it's like
Yes.
when a team just can't think of like a generic support filler hero, they just pick Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, and at this stage of the game, if you are a second pick, you do want the hero that you pick second to be a filler pick. You don't want to give anything away, so you would just want to have a safe pick or a flex pick. And because they already have a flex pick, they go for a safe pick.
Yeah, denies the support option as well from Gaimin. And there's the Doom. Yep, very strong hero in general. As you mentioned, Lacoste, the Warlock Doom comes out.
Yeah, there it is. It's super strong. I was doing some math yesterday, Shiver. Let me see if I still have it open because I did not turn off my tablet. And yeah, level 2 Doom with level 2 Warlock, 2 points in Scorched Earth with 2 points in Shadow Word, almost 700 damage.
He really has calculator.exe open on it.
No, it's not possible. You say level 2 Warlock?
Sorry, level 2 ability. Level 3.
I was going to say, he has
Warlock,
to be level 3
Doom.
to have 2 points in the same ability.
Yes, that
How
is.
much damage did you say?
It is almost 700 damage. 670 damage before Fatal Bonds, before Infernal Blade on Doom, and the right clicks, and the Blood Grenade. So.
Oh my goodness, and if he cluster clocks out of that, in this case of Shadow Shaman, you're still dead.
Yes, you're just
because
dead.
you're still gonna die to the Tix over. Wow, that's a lot actually. That's also not a lot of mana.
No, this is just like I'm running at you type of a thing, and you have the move speed to run at people, so you can connect with the Warlock. Like this is the ideal situation we're talking about. Most likely you're gonna be dealing less, but still very, very strong combo.
You are running the lane into a Timber though, and Doom is a strength hero, so maybe there's some potential for kill threat on Doom if he's like standing right near a bunch of trees and you get a good whirling death on him. Like this could be a pretty volatile lane. However, I think Doom Warlock, it's like name an easier lane to play. You just press Fatal Bonds and push the lane out until you have levels and items, and then you kill them.
They need some kind of a catch. Right now you have Golem, you have Doom, but with Doom you need to have stuns. Like you need to be able to catch them, you need to be able to stun them, otherwise they're going to be running away.
Puck is like kind of a good deny pick actually.
It is.
So let's see, against Puck in lane, a lot of the traditional counters are not that good, like the Tinies and DKs of the world. Also not really something Quinn likes to play currently.
Yeah, Quinn might just take some Void Spirit. Yeah, Void Spirit against Puck, where you have that silence once you get to the Aghanim Scepter. Before that, it's a bit tricky to get the kill, especially because Nature's Prophet doesn't really do much to Puck in terms of how he wants to play the game with Waning Rift, with Illusory, or very difficult to gank him. Same goes for Warlock, and I love this Undying. I've been a big fan ever since these two heroes have been in Dota. Together, Shadow Shaman plus Undying, you have a combination to keep them in place. You have Shadow Shaman wards, you have Undying Tombstone. Very easy to execute type of a lineup from Falcons coming out, but also not... I mean, I've seen this matchup so many times. I think during Wallachia, Ember Spirit was really on the receiving end when he was playing against Puck. I've seen it so many times where you drop a coil, it gives you just enough for somebody to come close. Shadow Shaman cast his spell, use Timbersaw's abilities, and Ember Spirit, I think most of the matchups that I've seen, Ember Spirit was just not having a good time.
I will say I have like critiques of this because the build that we were seeing Ember going was completely different. It was
Blade Mail.
Blade Mail always, Max Flame Guard, you run in, and you just...
Jenkins, you're a smart guy from time to time. Why is there no item that reduces the damage? Where's Mage Slayer in these type of matchups?
This is exactly why I think Gaimin picked Ember, is because Ember traditionally against Puck was actually good because you would max Slight and you cannot dodge. It's really hard to dodge. And this is what I've seen people doing recently after Wallachia, is they were like, okay, there are other builds on Ember. There was the meta build that everyone was doing, and then people started experimenting. I've even seen max Q, like 4 points in Q. In this game, I think he'll probably max Slight. Maybe he'll max Flame Guard if he wants to like farm jungle, but he's definitely going Mage Slayer because he's against Timber. Like all that pure damage is reduced. It feels very bad.
I've seen Puck's Bristlebacks on the same team, and they still don't go for the Mage Slayer.
This is a blunder, in my opinion. I think if you...
I heard different opinion from SVG because I wanted to collect like different opinions to see why it's not, and he said he has a very interesting point about it because like why would you reduce the damage because we're in Blade Mail meta still, because you could just return it with the Blade Mail.
That's a great argument.
It's a good
I never
argument,
thought about
but there's also like you're playing Ember Spirit. You slight you applied on these two heroes, it's on such a low cooldown, you can reapply it again pretty much, and then rest of the team is also going to be fine.
I feel like Quinn is a very like data-driven player. I think he's watched all of the Ember replays.
Yes.
I think he's been spamming Ember, and he also knows every matchup like to a T. I think he'll adjust the build, item, and skill to play against Puck and not just get countered. And then also, a lot of the time we were seeing Ember on the receiving end of this. It was against GPK Puck, so that was a little different.
With the pickups of the Puck and the Undying, at least on Falcons, I believe for both teams, actually, there's very little wiggle room in terms of who is going where. Maybe a little bit more on Gaming. But it looks like for our final picks on the side of Falcons, we should be looking for a hero for Skeeter on the safe lane. And for Gaming Gladiators, it looks like we should be looking for an ace hero. Depending on what they want to do with the Doom, because that is still the bigger flex they still have available to themselves.
I'm trying to look for a hero that Ace does play that's going to give them some kind of a stun, some kind of a lockdown. I really like this Axeban and also Lycan as well. I think we're going to be seeing good amount of Lycans being picked on 23-24 to try to abuse enemy supports when they don't have anything against it. Gives you really good early timing with the Helm of the Overlord, with the pack leader facet. But I'm trying to find something that's going to be giving them some kind of a stun for this Puck, because they are lacking some of the lockdown and kind of struggling to find it, especially with the Ace's hero pool. Because
I still don't mind just like a casual Centaur. I
Centaur's fine, yeah.
I know in lane against Undying it will suffer, and you're playing a big strength guy against Timber, but it gives you the disable, and I also like wave cutters in general against Undying, because you don't want to play the lane anyway until like you get a few levels in. You have Chain set up as well for Centaur stun. You can run away from Undying Tombstone, disengage. Shadow Shaman, if you ult and he, turn somebody into a chicken, you can just run away the chicken. But it's a little... Okay, they just go for the Centaur. Ace is a very formulaic guy. Like, he finds something, he just spams it if he thinks it works.
The Centaur has worked. That means Skeeter knows exactly what kind of lane he'd be up against with the Nature's Prophet Centaur lane. What lanes well into that as carry?
Has to be a Skeeter hero as well. Like,
yes.
He's a very specialized type guy.
Yes.
He played Naga as a...
Banned.
Oh, it's banned, of course. Oh, well, yeah. What am I thinking? Last pick Naga. That's never happening. That's never happening.
Would be nice. Speaking of heroes that we see banned frequently, the Terrorblade's still in. Nope, will it just be a Sven?
Yeah, it seems like they wanted to have some explosive damage on top with the Timber Saw to follow it up. And if you use your God Strength, you can still take the fight. If you're the one who's initiating, you don't care too much about the Doom matchup as well, because you still can't take the fight. You have now also a little bit of a protection for your supports with that extra bit of armor coming out. Interesting lineup from Falcons. Like, definitely improved something that they've been lacking in the last 2 days. Completely different lineup. Two supports kind of play with each other nicely. I already talked about these two being one of my favorite supports duo throughout like Dota history, because what they bring to the table, and relatively easy to execute type of a lineup.
Well, does an interesting lineup and easy to execute lineup in this case means that you favor them for this game one?
I mean, there's also another nasty.
That sounds like a no.
Yeah, that's another. There's another nasty duo on the other side. Like
these are two very good drafters drafting against each other.
Yes.
Like, there's options for both teams. I totally agree with the Sven call. Like, the way that he plays fights, he just doesn't really care that much about Doom. He doesn't really care that much about Ember, Centaur. Like, these heroes are all like Ember. If he can survive for a couple of seconds, he just gets out. Centaur, if you can survive for a couple of seconds, he's going to ult. They're going to get out. Warlock, he'll counter-initiate. Like, Centaur, the way Sven plays, he just insta-bursts somebody, like, before you can even react, right? So these, like, reactionary heroes are just not good against Sven. This is why it was a good pick.
Okay, so what are we looking for in this game? What's going to turn the tides for either team? Is there a particular lane that we're keeping in mind? Because that Ember Puck obviously can get interesting.
I think this Warlock plus Doom, to see how Timbersaw and Shadow Shaman are going to be playing into it. It's also Amar Timbersaw, so
yes.
It's been a while since I saw him play the hero, so definitely going to be keeping an eye on that lane.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think both mid laners can also pop off and do a lot of work. Ember versus Puck, that's a classic matchup. It's pretty much 50-50. In the past, it was Ember favored. Recently, we've been seeing Puck win that. So that one could really go either way. They could rotate to the side lanes and snowball those as well.
Wow. A series, or at least a game that could go either way. That is the way we like it. And keep in mind, this game, the series for both teams, incredibly important. Let's see who takes the first step. It's Falcons and Game and Cap and SVG.
I really like our position here from the broadcasting booth. We get to look down on the players. And Avery, I noticed a trend here when it comes to the coaches and drafters of these teams. AUI 2000 always stays to the absolute bitter end to talk to his team. They're basically like kicking him out of the booth, like, brother, you have to leave, otherwise we're going to disqualify you. He is trying to get as much information to his team. Meanwhile, Game of Gladiators, they dropped their hero pick, and then CY's like, deuces, boys. He left a joke for them. I saw Game of Gladiators all crack a smile. They were talking back and forth, and he was out. AUI 2000 stuck around for like 2 more minutes after CY left.
That guy just always rambles on about what he had for lunch or something useless. Like, I've been on teams with him. It's a problem, man. None of it's related to the game at all. And he'd be the first to back that up, as I'm sure he'll end up Talon soon, you know.
Yeah, he's done it before. He'll do it again.
Interesting draft. I think it's very well matched. I don't think either team feels like they won the draft, which might be rare for these two teams, because I think these two teams always think they win the draft. But I think in this, it's just too close to call.
Wait, what teams do you think walk away thinking they lost the draft? What makes these two special is what I'm saying.
Well, Extreme Gaming, because, you know, Zhao Wei says you got to wash your face.
What? No, Zhao Wei, he's doing the drafting.
Right, you know,
he thinks
they're not
the play lost them the
tell
game.
him that.
Oh, okay, so the team thinks that, I see.
Also, every NA team always loses a draft according to Reddit, so.
Okay, well, are they wrong?
No, maybe not. I'm just saying, I think both these teams are, I'll rephrase my point.
Yes,
I think both these teams have a very strict way they draft.
Yeah.
And they're always going to get their heroes, and they're always going to do that, and they don't really care what the opponents are doing. And I think when they go up against each other, it kind of results in these games where just very even across the board. Both teams have playmaking mids. Both teams have their signature offlaners that they're drawing from a very small pool. And then maybe the carry is where more of the flex options come about. But Skeeter's still going to play Skeeter heroes. You know, Watson's still going to play Watson heroes. Maybe he's branching out a bit more than Skeeter nowadays, but I don't know, I just look at these 10 heroes and there's not much to critique from either lineup. Like, you have a little bit of everything in both.
Yeah.
Just comes down to execution here. Those are the kind of games I like to watch, because I think you get to see these fine-tuned skills. You know, the skills of these players. Like, what makes a difference in an Ember Puck matchup mid? How many times does Quinn play this matchup versus how many times does Maureen? Right now they have the exact same CS, so I guess they both played it the same exact amount of times. Snaking maybe going down here is one more decay, but
a little bit of body blocking from Ace. Good enough body blocking. They've guaranteed a kill. Yeah, he tries to go the other direction, blocked out by the Sprout, and Ace is calling for it. Give me the kill. Give me the kill.
He spent a lot of time off the lane, so you got to give it to the Centaur there. He only has 2 CS.
And the sooner
for that.
we get the first item for the Centaur and the levels behind it, the sooner that Tofu can start roaming around as a Nature's Prophet.
100%. If you're going to go down on the lane as an Undying, that's the better way to do it, because Ace does miss a decent amount of gold to get it there, and you get some free farm soul XP for the spend. You'll get to come back full.
Meanwhile, here's another matchup that is a bit more interesting. It's a Strength Hero versus Timbersaw, but it's probably one of the higher magic damage dealing Strength Heroes in the game, Doom, who is also notorious for being pretty difficult to beat in lane. Can actually kind of take it to the Timbersaw there, so they're already pulling creep waves.
That's a good matchup for Doom. In the lane and in the game, more importantly, like, you can always just Doom this guy and all in him with overwhelming magic damage.
Sure.
It's pretty nice. Well, of course, ATF is the best Timbersaw player this game has ever seen. I think that's fair to say.
Better than Ice?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, these generational comparisons are kind of wacky. Like, the game was just so different. I mean, Ice's Timber was absolutely legendary, and I think it was the best for that generation, and I think ATF's the best for this generation. Now, if they played against each other in a one-on-one Timbersaw matchup, well, there'd probably be a lot of trolling and a lot of all chat.
I can only imagine. Amar would definitely start with the all chat, but Ice would definitely do something to respond. It may not be all chatting. Watson gets the Lotus. Is it just me, or are these teams having a hard time getting into the Lotus pool? Tofu is going to make his first rotation. This seemed like a fight that was going to be won by Gaming Gladiators in the 2-on-2, a 3-on-2.
Just not fair.
That's just flat out impossible. So 2 kills go in the way of Gaming Gladiators, and they'll leave Ace alone for it, but this is all a part of the plan. There's one more trend I want to talk about, Avery, when it comes to the draft and what we've seen. A lot of times we've seen this Nature's Prophet, and I'll listen to the panel, and they'd be like, well, this Nature's Prophet, it could flex to support. It could flex to support. It never does. And we just stick with the Nature's Prophet, carry, and they pick up some other support. This time around, we actually saw the flex. The question is the flex worth it, this pickup of the Sven? Do you think this was transformative to Falcons draft? Do you think it's what they needed?
You're saying...
sorry. Gaming Gladiators.
That.
Yeah. Sorry, wrong team.
They got the Centaur out of the flex, I guess, but...
That did not feel...
Yeah, because you're kind of assuming Watson's going to play this Doom anyway. I don't think they got too much value out of it. I mean, of course, you can hold it. You can play this Doom off lane, pick another carry. So you kind of get this like pseudo flex that lets you take any off laner or safe laner there. You end up with Centaur against the Sven counter pick. I don't think it changes much here. I think both teams kind of knew they were going to play this support Furion with carry Doom, and that's just what it ended up being.
Dude, what is this fight? Desperately not giving up the last hit on this ward. The ward is worth a lot. Quinn, if he hits it once, Malrine will be able to take the last hit on the ward.
The Flame Guard should force you off here. Maybe not. You're out of range of the burn.
Yeah, I was about to say, if he goes down the cliff, he probably won't be able to hit the ward.
Oh, he almost baited him.
Almost got him to hit it.
Quinn is missing CS for this.
So is Malrine. Okay, Tofu's going to teleport in. And in the end, Quinn will win the battle, denying his ward.
What a hard-fought victory here. Missed probably more gold in the creeps than that ward was worth, but he got it.
And Ace will die, meanwhile, in the top lane because Tofu rotated out to secure the ward. So, was it worth it?
No. This is looking like a Falcons lane win across the board.
Yeah.
ATF getting some solo time as well. All 3 of their cores are finding a lot right now, and this Sven is going to be in prime position to run away with this game. It's a solid Sven game, honestly. Not a lot of times we talk about this hero from the last pick slot having a scary impact, but this is a game where I can see that come to fruition because you can just jump on these cores and just start chunking them down. And even if you throw a Stampede or Doom out, you're not really debilitating the Sven. Like, you're kiting the fight a little, but there is Coil to help him. There's Shackle to help him. I like the pick.
A regen rune is certainly going to help Quinn in his lane as he will get the kill on Snaking and then come back to lane full resources.
That's such a nice rune to find. I mean, Gaiman are doing their usual tri-lane mid, trying to snowball the Ember. This is how you're supposed to play around this hero. Quinn will always call for it. Just get that rune on top. It's overwhelming.
I thought you were going to say this is how you're supposed to play around Quinn.
Well, that too. Well, he doesn't give you a choice, so either play around him or he's going to feed.
Yeah, well, he's not giving you a handshake at the end of the game, at least. Watson? Oh, big whirling death hit.
I think he's going down here.
Yeah, unless you get some support rotations. He's got phase boots. Okay, MR goes the wrong direction.
Okay.
And
would Prime ATF have guessed right there?
Prime ATF would have had better luck in the 50-50 for sure. Malady doesn't really change the equation too much, but guess it's enough. Mar feeling like he can't dive any further. Wisdom Shrine. Furion thought about teleporting for it, but he would have died to crit, so good restraint.
Gotta get the other one anyway. It's a triple lane win for Falcons. Their MO. Slowing down Gaiman's momentum here.
Yeah, and then Gaiman, their MO is going to be running you over in the next 7 to 8 minutes. See if that actually happens, though.
Seems unlikely. I don't think this Ember is in a good enough position in combination with the supports, which are a little low damage follow-up.
Very low damage. I mean, without level 6, they're very low damage, right? Yeah, you need at least Wrath of Nature or something.
I don't see Falcons getting forced off the map by this Ember in some traditional Ember 1v5 game, so they should be able to hold the map. They should be able to at least play for the power runes. Crick gets a nice D-ward up top. This is setting that rune contest up as they're bringing both supports. They're ready for this gameplay.
Yep.
Maybe you can't stop Quinn getting it, but you can mess with his life.
Ooh.
Oh, he gets it anyway.
Yep, got an amp damage. That'll solve your damage problem, certainly.
Just straight out clicked him, and that's a massive rune to get here.
Oh, and he sees a little stack over here.
Doesn't have Flame Guard for 10. Yeah, I don't think that's worth lingering
Oh,
for.
got off the timber chain. I think Amar lives because of that. The support rotations are just not here in time. Now Quinn is coming over, so Falcon's mass rotation, it may not be that good for him. Snaking.
Oh, he just died, man.
God Strength is going to be popped by Skeeter, but dodging the hammer makes it pretty easy. Quinn, he's just able to walk away. They deal with the tombstone. Now he's going to be called up. Right next to this God Strength Sven, though, he's in trouble, and he will die to the physical damage. Amar coming back into play. Timber chaining forward. Watson, he goes for the kill, gets an Infernal Blade hit, and will get the damage over time, but he's overwhelmed. As Malrine, a beautiful curveball that passes through both Watson and Tofu. Now they've got the extra kill on Malady. In the end, it's Falcons who overwhelm Gaming Gladiators with just sheer numbers.
The fact Quinn goes back in there and gets coiled just cost Gaiman so much in that fight. And what a TP from Skeeter. Looked a little awkward there at the start, but the fact that Gaiman commit, maybe overconfidence with that amp damage rune.
Yeah.
He gets so much work done with this Sven, and that's where I'm talking about. This Sven game, this is a good Sven game, man. Like, you have control to back it up. You just run at any of these heroes. Not a lot of early armor, that's going to get built up. You hurt. You hurt real bad. And that's going to be a double kill for the 1 and the 2 position of Falcons here coming out of this fight. Really nice setup for them.
Yeah, they could have walked away after that kill at the Undying, but went back for the Tombstone with Golem drop. They had Amar quite low. Can't believe Amar went back in, though. That was wild. But it works.
I think the Undying going down early and losing Tombstone, that's a big blow for Falcons. So the fact that they win that fight despite that happening is maybe even more concerning for Gaiman. Like,
yeah.
We took your best early game skirmisher out of the equation. We had an amp damage on the Ember, and we kind of got wiped afterwards. Doesn't feel good.
And you had a power rune, and you're getting it again. Another power rune. Quinn just keeps on racking them up.
Of course, that sequence is a little awkward because you take it after the Doom is already worn out. In effect, so you don't get the maximum value out of that. If that play coincides a bit better, that fight will also look better for Gaiman. But Falcons take a lead here, and a majority of that lead is on the Skeeter Sven. Can do some work with this hero, and he's definitely set up for it here. Haste rune on the Ember, as you mentioned. Another chance for Quinn to abuse the power rune situation and try and get something going on the map, but he also has to keep farming. Like, he fell behind after dying in that fight. You have to make it up somewhere if you're not getting the kills. At least Malady tanks the coil. That's 60 seconds, no coil on the field. Maybe an opening for Quinn, especially with this haste rune. He's basically invincible on the map right now. But where do you run with it? That's the big question in this game. That's why I didn't feel like the Ember was going to run it over, because there's just no clear, easy targets to run at and force off the map. And I think it's another reason this mid-tower for Falcons still above half HP. Really nice when you can defend this tier 1 against the Ember.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ace is kind of doing his thing. This is kind of what Ace is known for in Gaming Gladiators gameplay. He's going to play this isolated off lane, focus on farming up 2 or 3 items, and then come in with that window and try and close out the game. He's not looking quite like XXS out there, but he is pretty damn farm.
He's going to combat the Giga War here. That thing hurts.
Yeah,
You're not fighting it.
No.
You're not fighting it either,
No.
Tofu.
Stop trying to fight it, guys.
You're still not fighting it. Like, what is happening?
Quinn's like, what are you guys doing? Go around the ward. I'm on the supports right now. Stampede's going to be used, trying to get away from Amar and his chakrams. Meanwhile, a chain stunned up Quinn, still looking for the kill on Crit, and he will have it. Now he makes a run for it afterwards. Meanwhile, the Golem, almost dead, gets good damage on Skeeter here. Snake King's low. Amar, the healthiest of the bunch. Falcons again. It seems like they've had a conversation. How do we play against Gaming Gladiators, guys? Well, Skeeter, you're going to have to get really involved.
He just doesn't have ult for that. Not nearly the same impact. You lose top tower to Ace. You lose another Tombstone. You lose the Giga Ward. Didn't get the tower. Awkward exchange for Falcons in the end, gold-wise, because you gave up some of these ground placement spells.
Crazy that that's the first tower to fall.
Centaur gets the job done, man. I mean, that's... Ace does not like leaving his lane often. He's a carry player through and through. Nice little victory around the map for Gaiman. That's not the most decisive fight, but they actually got a lot out of it. Now you're going to get a blade mail onto the Ember. Your Centaur has a blade mail as well. This is what could cause the Sven problems in joining these early fights. Like, until you have BKB, you just annihilate yourself with the reflected damage.
What does it mean that Ace is getting a Blink Dagger over an Aura item?
That means the team probably yelled at him recently.
Oh.
a good Blink Rush game. I think it's warranted. Yeah, I think you can do this over the Aura here because you have Bond's Golem follow up, and it helps Watson play these fights more too. When there's someone else who can go and stun somebody, you can run up and just stampede the Doom in, doom that guy.
Yeah.
He's basically dead. There's no save for it in this game.
I would also say I don't think that what Aura helps you in this game. Like Pipe is probably the best one, but some of these heroes might just still die to Timber Saw regardless of the damage that Puck puts out.
Also, Pipe for who? Like Ember doesn't need it. Doom,
true.
He's okay with auras, but he's not taking Roche or using them to progress the game. So I don't think there's no clear identity behind buying auras this game that Gaming can use. Maybe a little awkward for them in terms of their play style, but just gearing up for the fight makes more sense. They want to slay this game. They don't want to push Roche or push towers. They want to kill you.
Falcons will take their first tower here at 14 minutes.
A nice little tower to get the last hit on for Maureen. They can defend their mid tier 1 against the Ember. They should be happy with the map control. Tough order here, though. Quinn is starting to play more aggressive, and a lot of ways to stop him doing this. Look at that, easy. Here's the blink for the Centaur. So now Gaming can make a nice little move with this, with the tier 1 towers down. Fearin can connect. You get a nice aggressive fight, could really break open the map. Just got to be wary of going into some Tombstone Giga Ward placement. Aggressive with the Stampede. You get caught under those spells, and you don't have the Stampede to bail you out of them. Much more awkward situation. Maybe they'll just opt to keep playing the map with the Ember and just farming. Might not feel good for this blink on Ace right now, but of course, you can just get it now and pay off with it later. Like, you have your Blade Mail Vanguard to farm.
Better to have it, not need it sort of situation.
He will want it at some point in this game, so yeah, investment into later. Could have been a Midas, though. Just saying.
Ace is about to be ganked here. Tofu will hold back Skeeter, but not for long. And too many stuns, no chance of getting off a Stampede.
Not enough armor to survive that. That is the Sven Centaur matchup.
And that's also the single target pickoff that Falcons have. If you don't play aggressive, they do have plenty of ways to hunt you down between the Shadow Shaman and the Puck.
Yeah, they'd rather find the isolated targets in this game, for sure.
Yeah.
Their big damage sources can get behind some of the control. Like, you have Timber, Puck, Sven. A lot of damage coming out from these 3 cores. A lot of eyes on Crit. If he can find little pickoffs with this Shaman, there's a lot of damage follow-up on the Hex Shackle. Both are almost maxed here. He already has an Aether Lens, continuing to find farm on this hero. As the wave pushes him mid, forces Quinn back there. Frees up space around the map, and we're seeing Falcons absorb more of it right now. They're both in the dire jungle bottom, and they have that Shaman top who's gating bottom. The more Crit is off the map, the more afraid Gaming are going to be to push these lanes out deep without grouping up.
Yeah, it says a lot that they're getting more out of the map, getting more net worth over time when you're playing against a Doom. Well, I always had to hand a Midas Stampede. It'll catch Snake King. Really not that big of a deal for Falcons, especially since the Undying just comes right back, so it's not even like you have a 4 versus 5 ahead.
I can come back and die instantly again.
True.
6 deaths so far this game.
Coil goes out, goes after the Doom. See, they can burst him down, not let him get off the Doom, and the Whirling Death at half HP. A Timber Chain, Whirling Death, and a Chakram pullback blows up Watson.
Got the chain cancel with the Golem.
That was nasty.
Okay, I mean, I don't know if that was intentional, but...
and you were right. Snaking is maybe going to come back and die again. Though Skeeter, God Strength, he's back into play with his Blink Dagger. They've got plenty of disable. They used the Shackles. Crit was a little greedy with it, but it works out beautifully.
No answer for Skeeter in this game. He's absolutely decimated. Every time he showed up to a fight with God Strength, that fight is over. And that's kind of the sad part of using your Stampede Golem early in this fight is you don't have it to bail the Ember out when he gets shackled deeper in.
Yeah.
Like, this Shaman is... He's the centerpiece of this Falcons draft. He's the big lockdown. He's the hero that's going to let the Sven and the Puck get hits off, let the Timber throw the Chakrams through. If I'm gaming, I want to find Shaman 10 out of 10 times first. And so the fact that you have all these heroes that are starting fights while Crit just gets to kind of sit in the back, super nice for him. He'll get another tower off the Giga Ward mid. Falcons in really good position now. Arcane Rune for the Puck on top of that. They're cooking. And this BKB for Skeeter, it's coming out real fast. Now, that's a worrying sign for Gaiman because you had this window where your blade mails were going to dissuade him a little. That's going to be out the window when that item comes online.
Tofu, with his Vessel and his Shard, is going to need a little bit more, and apparently it's going to require both his ultimate and Stampede to get that kill.
Rough game for the King, I'll say that. I mean, they have had his number.
True, but if any hero's going to have a rough game, Undying is probably the 5 position that I'm okay with, you know? They catch Malrine here. He didn't actually jaunt to his orb.
I don't know if that's better.
He's stuck in the
for
middle of all the heroes. And he will not be able to blink away, but he might be able to Waning Rift away. Nope. Meanwhile, Skeeter comes in, cleans up Tofu, and they will both walk away from each other. Watson once again dealing with this Timber Saw. I mean, he may have the Doom, but it seems like Amar has his number.
He already has Lotus online too, so he's prepared to just take the fight to the Doombringer. You doom me, I'll doom you back, and then what are you gonna do?
Yeah, I guess when it comes to hero matchups and counters and stuff, it's one thing about it, right? It's like when you play against a specialist, they've played this hero so many times, they've played against the counter so many times.
Yeah, it's invaluable.
Yeah, and Amar is one of those guys. His Timber Saw against this Doom is just... He hasn't died once to the Doom?
I don't think so. He got doomed in that bottom fight, but he didn't die because of that. He just died because, well, he's ATF and he went back in. Boy's beast can't stop him. And now Falcons are starting to split this map. Like they're confident farming up all 3 cores in this game. So the Sven's going to be somewhere off map. The Puck's going to be pushing in bottom wave. The Timber's top. 3 cores at 3 different parts, pushing in against Gaiman. Where do you go to try to resolve some of this map pressure? It's not so straightforward when your support duo is Warlock Furion.
Also, what is it resolved to? What's the timing here for Gaiman Gladiators to turn this game around?
More farm on the Doom. Like BKB for Watson, he can engage in a fight, actually deal some damage, because right now, you're just getting picked off. And
over and over and over again. They're still going to fight this one. Golem did a lot of damage with the drop there on the Puck. Snake King's also a little bit low. Tofu, he's caught in a bad situation. He is definitely dead underneath both the ward and the Tombstone. Meanwhile, Amar's fighting underneath the tier 2. Did not get the Lotus off. So the Doom will finally find its purchase, and Watson will claim the life of Amar. But he doesn't get a walk away from it for free. Skeeter, he's got him easily. There's no escape from Falcons. Just swarm in underneath this tier 2 with God Strength used. Take the tier 2. Yeah, he went back to the Giga Ward.
He tied to the Giga Ward. Quinn just getting chased down by the Puck. Chose the Giga Ward out rather than Malrine.
I'll go out the way I want to go out.
Man, the zone control between the Ward and the Tombstone is just, it's fierce.
Yeah.
Really hard to engage into it. And a lot of these fights have been starting with somebody going down on the side of Gaiman first. Not going to work out well for them. They need all their cores alive in these fights.
And that's the Timber Saw for you, right? Like, a lot of these heroes that they're going on, the Doom and the Centaur, normally they would be able to weather through that initiation, but Timber Saw just makes it an entirely different game.
Their woes against the Sven continue as well. I mean, he's level almost 19 now.
Sheesh.
He is absolutely massive. And where's the armor come from or the kiting to deal with this guy? Like, Doom doesn't build a lot of armor till way later. You just get 4 or 5 shot. Full harpoon done for Skeeter. That is going to help him chase some heroes down. Scary item to get out this early in the game when, you know, Watson, he's just getting his BKB delivered now. But this Ember doesn't have protection against it. The supports don't. This Centaur doesn't.
Malady runs into the smoke. Better him than anybody else, I suppose. But it does put Falcons in a position. They can already take 5-on-5s, but a 4-on-5, that's leverage to take towers. Take the tier 1. Back up to the Tormentor. More objectives.
Just going to be a utility Timber Saw from ATF. Lotus into Pipe. I kind of like it. I don't think he has to be another carry in this game when you have Sven Puck. Well, Snake King will die, but he'll get a shard. 8th death for him. Tombstone save could be interesting in this game too.
Yeah.
Bunker someone who's doomed. Wait out the timer. If you throw this Tombstone on whoever game and jump with that Centaur Stomp, they don't have another initiator to kind of lead with in that situation. Could just reset the fight completely. Not a bad shard to get in this game at all. They're just building defensive on Falcons. It feels like they understand they have all the damage they need in this game. If they just survive, they're going to win the fight. And hard to disagree with that. 4 staff up on crit. Lotus Pipe done for ATF. Lincoln's build up for Maureen. These are all defensive utility items. Just going to kite out the Doom, reset the fight, go back in. They have the better sustain damage.
I mean, it's classic Falcons, right? Just, you get ahead. You got 3 independent cores that are, through itemization, making themselves more and more difficult to kill. Skeeter with an amp damage and God Strength makes short work of the Roshan.
Very short work. Almost level 20 as well here. It's just instant smoke. I'm trying to make use of the second half of these 2 amp damage abilities as they'll look and jump anybody here. He's hitting for 800.
They're closing in on him. It's going to be Ace. They get Tofu as well. Stampede goes out. Ace, he might be able to survive here. He gets a blink off. He's good.
Gaming just can't get the lanes out in this game.
Yeah, they're stuck inside their base now.
I mean, Maureen, I don't think he's had the flashiest games in terms of just killing people, but he has really controlled the map well. And it sets all these plays up super nicely. You corral gaming in, you just run the Sven at them. They lose even more map control. Maybe you get a D-ward in the process. You get another little tower. Lincoln's on the puck is going to let him push those waves even more aggressively now. Because what's your catch for him in this game? It's like Centaur Stomp / Chains, but into what burst damage? If you can't doom this puck, I don't think you're killing him anymore. Once again, he wants to control the map. He's just going to TV bottom, look for the pickoff, and if he doesn't find it, he's just going to push the wave in.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Finds Watson. Didn't see him, though.
Watson sees the curveball orb, gets out of there. But even dodging these ganks.
Yeah, you're losing so much gold in the process.
Seriously. Quinn, he gets a shield rune for the future. I need to
got
use it
hexed.
now. Uh-oh. Hexed up. Golem's going to be dropped. It doesn't stop the shackles. Malady was too far away with the Golem drop. It does not catch Crit, who's way out there thanks to his Ether Lens.
Right place, right time. Not even a rune is for free in this game. Falcons can do some serious damage with this 30 seconds. Gets God Strength's running out. Maybe that deters him a little, but you have Aegis on the Sven. Definitely push it here.
Thinking about jumping in. Got the harpoon. Pull back in on Tofu.
Too easy. Way too easy right now.
I love that more and more of these teams are going for the dives on tier 3s when they get a pick like this.
It's a correct play. If the opponent's not set up, it's the easiest way to break high ground.
Yeah, people are laziest when it comes to their positioning when they're inside their own base.
Got to have those sentries down. You got to be prepared for the jumps. Can't give them that free ward into the kill. That is a full lane gone. Didn't even need the God Strength to finish that off, which means you're going to have it up again here in 25 seconds. Absolutely terrifying stuff for Gaiman is they just did not find momentum off the lanes and could not control the map. We'll at least get the base D-ward. That's worth something here. But there's Daedalus, and that is where Skeeter is just completely out of control. The damage is going to skyrocket off this. You're going from getting 4 to 6 shot to 2 to 3 shot.
An aggressive lane ward. Skeeter looks for another pickoff. Will they go after Ace? They will. He gets off the Stampede. It's the Hex instead of the Shackles coming out from the Shadow Shaman. Skeeter might end up losing his Aegis here underneath the tier 3. This is indeed awkward. He will have his BKB. They're going to jump in afterward. He gets a blink out.
Very lucky to get that blink out. That's an awkward position. They did not chain stun that well. Not ready there with the Hex follow-up in time.
No.
Cost them a big kill into potentially just ending this game. Now you kind of got to reset a little bit. Most lucky guy. What?
What part of that was luck? Wasn't that
Yeah, I
just
don't think
Crit
that
not
was-
using
yeah, I don't-
Shackles and used Hex instead? I mean, the fact that he got off Stampede before the Hex, maybe he's saying that was luck?
It's just misplay on Falcon's part. He's dead there if they execute that well. Maybe he like missed him uphill or something somehow. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Well,
maybe it's just
not.
a compliment. Like, you know, you're a lucky guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's really good at Dota. He's won a lot of tournaments.
Yeah, you know, you have a great life. You're a lucky guy. You should be proud of it. Unfortunately, I think he probably has him muted. I don't think there are many teams
most people probably have Skeeter muted.
Yeah, I think most teams probably have the entirety of Falcons muted.
True.
At this point in their team's history. Ooh, Hex bottom. They caught Quinn. He is absolutely gone here.
He did.
Again, the issue's getting these lanes out. It's so difficult.
Yeah.
You're just food for the Shaman. Just plays off map the entire time, and whoever he finds, if you're not baiting that kill out or backing that guy up, they're just dead.
I mean, even if you bait it out.
Can't turn that play.
Yeah.
You would need 3 or 4 heroes there, which might be the point in this game we're at. If you're gaming, you kind of got to take advantage of Falcon's aggressiveness and bait them into some bad jump.
Ace jumped on again, and luck will not be on his side this time around.
And not the most lucky guy on that one.
And Malady is gone as well. Instant buyback from him, but with no ace, it's probably just another lane of barracks. And frankly, I don't see a way for Gaming Gladiators to come back in this game, even if they do manage to stretch it out.
No, they don't have the damage anymore.
Yeah.
Your Doom just missed his opportunity to scale in this game. Not a threat. Nobody can stand their ground against the Sven. You got Nags on the Furion. I mean, okay, it's a little something.
Does that change anything for you? I kind of doubt it. This looks like a bit of a Hail Mary. They're going to bait out Quinn pushing out the bottom lane and smoke on top of him.
Still don't even have that Ember BKB. That's the problem here. He can't frontline. Has to be somebody else going in. Nonetheless, 5-man smoke, gonna look for it. Blink available on the Doom. There's another hero that can go in first.
Crit has an Octarine.
Yeah, he's massive, man. They can find him though. That does open. It does give them the ability to kite the fight a lot more.
Yeah, yeah.
But ATF, he's just breaking it right on this tree line.
Slight trying to reveal what heroes broke the smoke. It's a Timbersaw. Not exactly what you want to be jumping here. Game of Gladiators, they're going to take the bait here. Go for Snaking on the Undying. This just feels like Game of Gladiators just going to jam. Okay, they doomed up an Undying. He's going to instantly revive.
Not going to work out well.
That can't work for you. It's impossible to win this fight. They almost get the Shadow Shaman, but instead it's Crit who gets Quinn.
Yeah,
GG is called.
That was a Hail Mary play. Cool idea, though, with the Furion. He TP'd in the back and like planted a deep ward.
Yeah.
And kind of just bought some time and gave them vision. But yeah, you cannot Doom Undying to win that fight. Even if you get a massive Doom on a core, that game is just long gone. It's just a beautiful Sven game. And if he doesn't get punished in the laning phase, if he gets out ahead and he can join fights last that are set up from the Puck Coil and the Shadow Shaman, easy pickings, man. I'm sure that's what Skeeter's laughing about. He's like, I just walk into these fights and I just A-click their base and I end up with an ultra kill or something. It's the easiest game I've ever played. He's the most lucky guy.
And Game of Gladiators, I mean, even just one loss in this series is going to hurt because they know that on the other side, matchup against Execration, that ends up being 2-0, puts Game of Gladiators out of position for first in this group. But they got to sit down for this game too because they end up going down again to Falcons. Well, then you end up in that third place, then you're in the first round of the elimination phase. You may not see the playoffs for the Esports World Cup, but that is something to look forward to. For now, let's break down this game one with our panel.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. A beautiful Sven game, says SVG, and that it sure was, Jenkins.
Yeah, he completely hard carried this one. Like, every fight was kind of going in every which way. There was some mistakes from Malrine and some outplays coming in from Gaimin that resulted in, like, core heroes dying. And then all of a sudden, boom, big boy Skeeter shows up, and he gets, like, 3 kills. It really felt like that was the story of the game, is that every engagement felt like kind of on equal terms, and then all of a sudden Sven would show up, and he would just pop 3 people, and there was no recovery after that.
They definitely did set him up for the success. So, like, he was staying on top of the network 10, 12 minutes into the game. This is not where you want to see Sven. A lot of the time, this is not the strongest laner by any means, but they played the lane really well. They did allow him to stay on top of the network throughout the whole game because you want to push him out. But still, this hero is, I would say, very underrated. We're not seeing as much of a Sven as I would like to, because this, even if you lose the lane, you can still go to jungle. 12, 15, 20 minutes into the game, you're going to be showing up your core items. This is pretty much the itemization that we're not going to be seeing too much deviation from, because you still want to have your Mask of Madness, Echo Saber Blink, and then pick up a BKB, then show up to a fight, and you're going to be deleting heroes left and right. Very difficult. This was overall 24 Sven pick for a good reason. They needed that explosive damage, and this also sways the matchup, because we talked about it before the game, where you can jump in, and you don't care whether you get doomed or not, because you can still dish out the damage, and so he needs to find a different target for the Doom.
I think that's the idea. Like, I agree that Sven is kind of underrated, because I think when the nerf came out, where they took like 5 seconds off the ult, you really feel that in game. Like, that feels bad. But it just means that instead of playing the hero to take these like long/normal engagements, you're picking it in scenarios where you want to take like 2 to 3 second engagements anyway. You know, you're just insta-giving all of these heroes. Like, they had so many heroes that you just wanted to kill instantly at the start of the fight. So, like, based on the way that they wanted to play, it made so much sense. And I think these games do often happen. There's a lot of carry Doom that we're seeing.
Yeah. No, this was obviously a great Sven game. That we are going to focus our attention first on the start of the game, and obviously when we're looking at that, there's a very important moment that we would really like to relive, and it definitely was make or break situations. Isn't that right, Jenkins?
Yeah, Shiver. Actually, this is going to be a very important many moments. As I wanted to go back and we'll roll the replay here. I wanted to go back and relive the this ward fight. It is just interesting. I'll call it interesting. And the thing is, like, both Malrine and Quinn are such nerds when it comes to the laning phase that, like, these guys think about every single CS. They think about, like, can I cut the wave and pull to jungle
like they're
camps?
thinking about every single CS. They're doing this for like good 30, 45 seconds.
How many CS are they missing?
Ask any mid laner, okay? Ask any mid laner at this tournament, and they will tell you this is actually optimal. Like, I know it's so goofy looking, but if you don't want to give an advantage away...
They did this for a minute.
It's like 200 gold.
Okay, and my question actually, if this is so important, then why does it take so long for Tofu to come and help? Or for someone to come help Malrine and teleport in? Like, why?
Okay,
not sure what was going on in the different lane for Tofu to maybe try to TP out, but...
But they did kill Undying during that time, so that was in his lane as well.
Okay, so he was pretty busy.
Yeah. But he's going to be here in a second.
Still going.
There he is. But Malrine, he gets to wait until his ward times out. So yes. That's maybe some silver lining there as well.
there's one thing that we all need to understand here, okay? What's more important than the 200 gold? What's more important than the lane?
Winning the mind games in Dota.
No, it's not the mind games. It's pride. It's pride. You're not going to back down from a fight like that.
That is a mind game, though. A little bit.
If you lose that, like, you kind of lost. You already lost the early stage of the game as a mid laner.
Exactly.
Like, you're going to be looking at the replays after this game, and they're going to be focusing on a lot of different things to see how things did go. Yep. This is the one. Whoever lost this one's going to take the blame for the L.
Skeeter's going to be like, why was my mid laner, like, so under-farmed at 10 minutes?
Under-leveled as well.
Or he spent 2 of them not hitting a ward.
I think actually Malrine used his orb a few times to try
and hit the creeps.
Yeah. We are going to also look at a highlight that was maybe a little bit more impactful in the game, you know, on hindsight, where this was one where it is Skeeter that is just on point.
Yeah, so this was originally a very nice play from Tofu, getting a solo pickoff on Nature's Prophet, which is why this hero is so strong that you can do that. So Malrine is like, okay, we need to get some sort of trade for this.
Yeah, both of them having Essence Ring as well.
Yeah, so that the Essence Ring and Nature's Prophet's like just tankiness in general as a hero means that
Here
he's
he
able to
comes.
survive. Malrine goes down, and Skeeter, same thing as Malrine. He realizes
He
like,
waited.
he needs to get some trade.
Skeeter waited until his ally dies so he can get that solo XP.
It
It's a
worked
big brain
out.
play.
It worked
Fair
out for
value.
him. Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, like, I wanted to show this fight because this was pretty much every fight in the game from then on.
Yeah.
It was like some crazy stuff happening, and then Skeeter's like, oh, don't mind if I do. A little bit of a dessert. All right, I'll take 3 kills.
So on hindsight, was this just a too good of a Sven game? Or did we feel like Gaimin maybe didn't deal with it the way they should have?
I think it was a good Sven game.
It was.
I don't think it was too good of a Sven game.
Okay.
though. I think there are answers. Like, he went unchecked. He was allowed to do what he wanted to do in every fight. Like, Watson on Doom had very little impact in this game compared to other games. So maybe Gaimin needed to, like, take more of an aggressive approach with him, where, like, they're the ones that are starting the fights, like looking for the Sven in the jungle, dooming him. Like, there are definitely play options. It's not just the Sven, but it was a very good Sven game.
I think there are like 4 different combinations of the heroes that teams are trying to figure out. One of them being Nagasiren and Shadowfin, to see if they can leave these people in the pool, leave these heroes in the pool to be able to counter them. I think there's a Dawnbreaker coming out from the off lane to see whether they can counter this hero being super popular. Phantom Lancer as well. I think a lot of teams try to play with the hero and also wanted to test it out. And I think Doom and Warlock is also one of the combinations that a lot of the teams are looking to figure out whether they can leave it in the pool, try to use it as a bait, and then counter it.
Well, the latter definitely happened just now. Falcons take game 1 against Game, and let's see what's going to happen in game number 2 after a break.
I'ma get.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Welcome back. We are in the middle of our potential final series of the day. I know, that sounds a little off. You're watching Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup, and we're in Group B, and we're live with Falcons and Gaimin, and we're in between games. And there's another game going on at the same time with BB Team and Execration. And the main question that I have, what's it looking like for my evening entertainment? A cost?
There's a lot of scenarios, Shiver,
good.
that can happen. BB Team currently is 4-1 because they just beat Execration, which means that Execration is 1-4, which also means that they can't reach that first or second spot in the group. So for BB Team, they need to win this one. If they do have guaranteed first place. They're going to be 5-1. Gaimin currently are 3-2, which means that they can't catch them. But for Gaimin, they need to be able to win the next one to make sure that they have the second spot in the group. However, Falcons, if they win the next game as well, this also means that they're going to be 3-3, and so will Gaimin. So they will be playing best of 3 tiebreaker. Yes.
Hype.
It is hype. But there's also potentially if Execration wins the next match against BB Team.
Yes.
They're going to be 4-2, and the Gaimin could potentially also win 4-2. So we might have a tiebreaker for the first place.
Third place, second place.
First and second, yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay. There's a lot of scenarios.
It's a lot,
there.
yes.
Okay. So we still don't know yet, but there's definitely potential for our evening entertainment to be on point. Focusing our attention on this game number 2, Gaming Gladiators, I'm sure, is going to have done a lot of thinking about how to come back, because that first game looked very smooth. And I will say, I want to give credit where credit is due, because we've been a little bit questioning Falcons a little bit, and they delivered. This was strong from them coming out here in Game 1, Jenkins.
Yeah, this was good. I like the opening with Timber, just starting strong with something that they're very good at. They abandoned Bristleback. It was completely untouched. You know, Falcons, this is what I think people were kind of hoping from them, from maybe depending on which tournament you're watching and how much you believe in the Bristle. So yeah, it's really good for them. But I think also Gaimin probably had some prep based on the historical data from Falcons, which now it looks like they're going completely polar opposite to. So I also trust Gaimin's ability to look at this game and say, okay, like our openings that we prepped are no longer working. They're just going to timber into our Nature's Prophet. Maybe it's not as good. You're going to give Amar a free game. Amar with a free game. It's still Amar.
Yeah.
You know, you cannot give him a free game on Timber. He will absolutely pop off.
And something I said, you know, Amar might buy 1 aura, and that's capped. Like, he's not going to go over 1 aura, I believe, ever. Maybe if he's going to be playing some Centaur, so he's kind of forced, because naturally you would like to buy into 2 auras. We saw Pipe coming out from him in the previous game. It was pretty much Kaya into Pipe,
Lotus as well.
Kaya Lotus into Pipe and Kaya Sanj, and then into Octarine. But yep, this Lotus allowed him to jump into the fight. There are a lot of things that he doesn't like to play into. Searing Chains on relatively short cooldown. He's playing against the Doom, so he can also come into the fight relatively early on. Fatal Bonds as well could be
Spirit
relatively
Vessel,
annoying.
take that
Spirit
off.
Vessel. Yeah, a lot of good things. He recognized what the potential issue could be and kind of turned it into his own advantage. But skipped the Aghanim Scepter, which is you know, kind of a core item for Timbersaw, but a lot of the times you need to stay away from the itemization by the guide, as you would maybe call it that, and also crit. finally getting the dub on his Shadow Shaman, currently sitting at
Yeah.
only 25% win rate for him. So far playing only 2 heroes. Crit's hero pool has been relatively small this tournament.
He was important in the fights.
He was.
For sure. Like, he was a lot of the starts to the fight that, you know, maybe he would go down, maybe he would turn into a chicken and run away. But this is all what would set up for Skeeter to come in and blast, you know? Like, I feel like Shadow Shaman, especially with the big ward, it creates a lot of chaos in fights because you pick an area and then all of a sudden the enemy team is like, okay, we need to get out of here. Like, if we want to keep fighting, you're not killing it. This is impossible. You have to, like, move areas, and you can kind of mess up your positioning trying to do that. And that is a perfect opportunity for Skeeter on a Sven to jump in and one-shot some people.
Well, we are in the draft for game number 2. We got Gaiman once again on the Radiant side, Falcons Dire. They did switch the draft order, so it's going to be first pick on the side of Falcons this time around. And that means Gaiman can answer whatever comes their way, which, of course, was the other way around in that previous game with the Timbersaw as the answer to the Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet's not going to see the light of day this time anyway, already banned from the get-go. Timbersaw actually as well. Now that is some respect, especially since you're also the team that bans out that Nature's Prophet.
There's one big hero left in the pool still, and that's Batrider. Because this hero can be played from the core role. It's also one of the more contested hero, currently sitting at the 95% contest rate. We haven't seen many of the games played, only 5 games, but he did win every single game so far.
They'll open with the Puck. Well, Marine played Puck previous game as well. We talked a little bit about the Puck versus Ember matchup, and I remember in the green room actually, Jen, because we didn't talk that much about it after the game because we were focused on the ward battle.
That was very important. Yeah.
But you were very happy with the way that Quinn was playing into the Puck on his Ember.
I think Quinn looked at the current Ember build that people are doing, which is like the Blade Mail, Max Flame Guard farm, Sanj and Kaya, and he said, this is good objectively, you need to go for this.
It's Kaya Sanj, not
Kaya
Sanj.
Sanj, sorry, my bad, I got it wrong. And then he looked at like how you would traditionally beat Puck, which was Max Sleight of Fist, go Orb of Corrosion. So instead, he went Max Sleight of Fist until the laning stage was over. He went 0-2-3, and he went Blightstone, or Stone of Blight, sorry. Orb of Blight.
Orb of Blight, yeah.
Rather than going for like the full Orb of Corrosion. So basically he did the old Ember build, which beats Puck, until laning stage was over, and then he pivoted to the new one. So it's like not a huge investment. Not a huge investment like sitting for 50 seconds and trying to deny a ward. It was not a huge investment. And he was able to lane fine against Puck and then still have a game on Ember Spirit.
Yeah.
This is also potentially a flex. Like, it's been a while since we saw Templar Assassin moved to the mid lane. This has historically been a very good always matchup for Templar Assassin in the mid lane. You get those extra levels like level 2, level 5. Puck doesn't have anything to deal with the refraction. And then you also build into relatively early shard, which is something that Puck doesn't like to build into, any kind of the spell mechanic, even though we've seen Pucks especially during Wallachia, getting like BKB as their third item, maybe even a Yule Scepter as your second, sometimes even first item if the game is so bad. This doesn't allow you to scale as much because you want to still get your Witchblade. Maybe you think if we can get somehow, if my supports are going to be following, and maybe we're going to thinking about picking some of the saving supports just so that you have that extra bit of a farm on Puck so that he can skip the one big dispel item before he can, you know, get a BKB as third, fourth item if necessary.
Yeah, late game Puck is honestly such a monster in Dota right now. And to just rush to that point feels so damn good.
It does.
It's what GPK was doing. And like I said, previous panel, you know, I personally feel like
GPK has been the best Puck.
This is who people are looking at. This is who people are inspired by when it comes to Puck. And Batrider makes it all the way through to second phase.
I think they kind of need, like, Falcons didn't want to ban Batrider because Batrider is really not that great against Puck. Pre-blink, you really don't do much. Also, Batrider, like, you're not going to be playing this from the mid lane because it's a bad matchup for Puck. So this is going to be set in stone, probably position 4 or 5. Maladich also can play Batrider, but they needed to remove Bane. Bane is one of the better overall counters to Puck where you can just get the Nightmare. It's long enough lockdown so that the rest of the team can get close, even using the Fiend's Grip after, something that he doesn't like to play into.
And we got a Willow as an answer from Falcons. How does that fit into this draft? Does it reveal a lot for them?
Not really.
It is a different hero for Crit, by the way.
It is.
But he is a Grandmaster, right?
It's one of his best heroes.
Yeah.
And
I'm a little surprised that he didn't play the hero, considering that
it's like in every game. Yeah, same here. Like he seems to be addicted to Shadow Shaman for whatever reason. This is a pretty nasty combo, the three of these heroes all together. Like the amplification from Pugna, Decrepify, and then magic damage from both Puck and Willow is pretty crazy. However, it is really double tripling down on like these, squishy int magic damage dealing heroes.
Yeah.
So perhaps this is something which is abusable.
It definitely is. I mean, Ace, he loves to build into auras, so this is definitely a pipe game for him. And also something we didn't point out is the Viper ban from Game and Gladiators.
Yeah.
So that also means that Templar Assassin probably is going to the safe lane. I don't think you would be banning out Viper. This is something Amar loves to play. Could cause a lot of issues for TA throughout the whole game. Vulcan's draft are a bit squishy. These heroes are very easily killed. I could also see, I did mention Pipe Buyer, but I could also see Night Stalker being picked up. Like he would ruin all of these heroes. This is also another one. Global presence, you don't like to play into it. Great against Puck, great against Velo, Pugna as well.
Night Stalker is an insanely good suggestion. This is like
game.
This is definitely on your mind. If they haven't, I feel like if they don't pick it, it's because nobody mentioned it. Like I feel like the moment one player's like maybe Night Stalker, like they would insta lock it because all of these heroes are so damn squishy. I mean, okay, this is somewhat of a similar idea. It's a hero that counters Puck in the mid lane, but more importantly, the AoE silence from Night Stalker is what we were looking for. And this is a hero that maybe it's not as insane and you need an Ags to get it, but it still functions in the same way.
I think they were prioritizing the mid pick because there are other offlaners that they can still pick up and make sure that they're still having a good time. Like I think there isn't that big of a hero pool to deal with the Puck right now from the mid lane, but Ace has a lot of heroes that they could potentially bang out. We're talking about, if it's a good game for Underlord, he's going to be buying the auras. Kunkka with the auras as well works really nicely here. That extra bit of a damage reduction that you do have. Axe, if you also, like we've seen Axe 33, it wasn't him who was playing it, but he showed, 33 did show that you can go for a different itemization, pick up the pipe. You also have an instant lockdown, almost instant lockdown against Puck.
It also means that right now, Gaimin is looking like we are having another time, 2 games in a row, where they want their last pick to be for Ace. So they want to set up him for success.
And I do think his pool's a bit limited here, just because you definitely want a Pipe Buyer. So when Void Spear comes out, then I guess just in general, Night Stalker is lower in value because he's not really a great Pipe Buyer. For the flip side for Amar.
But he's a vision. Like, you have vision. If you go for the Night Stalker on Gaimin, you give Void Spirit pretty free entry to the fight. He can see everything. You have Silencer to back you up, Batrider with the Blink Lasso, TA with the Blink Dagger as well.
Yeah. No, I'm totally with you. I think it's a different style to how Gaimin likes to play, but I still think this is an insane Night Stalker game. And Falcons goes for Beastmaster. Okay, it does very well against TA and lane, especially with the Silencer support. If you're out of position at all on Silencer, you will die to the board.
Yes.
Yeah.
They can counter initiate though with like global silence, like if they pop Beast Roar and then really like hard commit to a fight, a global turnaround can almost certainly happen.
They can't really flex this, and we haven't seen too much, like ever since the nerfs, we haven't seen Beastmaster from the carry role anymore. We are exclusively seeing Beastmaster, even though when the patch dropped, I still remember like Toronto, Tokyo trying a couple of times to play with the Aghanim Scepter from the offlane, but I think you want to be having some extra bit of a push, extra bit of an early timing as well, so going for the helm, going for the upgraded helm as well, where you can deal with the Silencer.
Bro, Night Stalker can eat the Beast creep. Like, surely you have to be thinking about Night Stalker.
It is a hero creep now.
Oh, that's true.
Yes.
That's true. So you can't eat it.
You cannot.
It will also be, Falcons still has a ban before. A ban and a pick actually before Gaimin gets to pick anything at all.
I can understand the Darkseer ban. It's a like very good hero with Batrider in lane. Surging him and Ion Shell on Bat, he kind of functions like a melee hero with Darkseer. And then it's the best Pipe Buyer in the entire game.
Remember back in the days, this is something that Nigma Galaxy did abuse when you didn't have cap move speed on Surge. So people were like using Firefly, getting an extra move speed, and then moving at the speed of light, pretty much 800 move speed, and dragging them from their like tier 3 towers to your tier 1 tower. Good old days.
Yeah. They add caps to everything, don't they?
Very good.
No, thank you.
Yeah, Cap was here.
He just stood next to me.
I didn't know how to make that less awkward.
Great pun, Jenkins. Great job.
I'll say it into the mic.
Great pun, Jenkins. Great job.
Your breath smells like tea. Anyway,
Medusa.
Medusa comes out.
After an anti-mage ban.
Yeah, I mean, this is an answer to the TA. Medusa, because of the way Mana Shield works, is before reductions. You do not care at all about minus armor. So this is a like TA counter. You can also like Stone Gaze and stop a TA from hitting you.
How does it lane together with the Pugna? Like, it's gonna be Medusa Pugna lane, right?
This is not a good lane anymore. Like
No.
6 months ago, it would be great because you could still replenish mana on
Yeah,
your
it
Medusa,
is just
but
HP.
Pugna doesn't give you mana anymore. So you don't really have the combo. This is pretty similar to, I don't know, Oracle plus Medusa. You're really not getting the full value out of it.
So how can Game abuse this? They have an offlaner they still need that they know is gonna go up against that Medusa Pugna lane. Is there anything that can really get some use out of that?
Offlane anti-mage
is banned.
Is banned. So, Shiver, to answer your question.
Offlane PL.
Offlane PL. You heard Cap from the sideline. That is actually very audible, I believe. But I think that's also out of the question.
I think that it could be a good, if they want to, you know, have Blink Initiator, even though they have good, I'd say Axe is okay. I think there's a good, maybe Brewmaster game if you're playing
Centaur
against.
just doesn't care at all about Medusa.
That's also
Yeah.
true.
Like, it's a pipe buyer, too. He just played, it's Ace.
It's Underlord.
Okay, I mean, similar in the sense that the damage that Medusa does just tickles you. Like, he's a pipe buyer, he's a Crimson buyer.
Yeah,
He'll
we
do
did
well
mention
against it in lane.
He has pretty like high hero pool that he could have picked from with all these aura buyers. I kind of like, I'm digging this game in draft. I feel like Maladich on Silencer and Tofu, they're going to be pretty active. You have Void Spirit against Puck. It also depends like how good, like, again, we might be seeing something that did happen in game 1 when they're trying to kill the ward. Like this is extremely skilled matchup, and if Quinn gets the upper hand in this matchup, if he gets a good timing on the Aghanim Scepter, he might just roll over the game.
Ooh, so we're having one
If
vote
he
for a
doesn't,
1-1.
if he doesn't, I'm gonna quote one of the smartest guys in Dota, that is SVG, I believe, who said that you can blame it on his innate ability whenever you lose with Void Spirit.
Didn't they just buff, speaking of innates, the innate of Underlord? The TP, when you TP and you get more damage reduction now. Or maybe it's more move speed, but they slightly buffed.
Yes, I got a reliable source.
They slightly buffed him, and I think even if that were not the case, he would have been an excellent pick here. I really love Underlord against also Beastmaster because you can sit in whatever area of the map Beast is like trying to take over and just firestorm out the way, right? And then ult somewhere else for your team.
So we're saying Gaiman has a good draft, and that was a great Underlord pick, but we also have Skeeter getting the Medusa, and from what I heard from you guys, Underlord doesn't really care too much about the Medusa.
No, he does not.
But that also kind of means that the last pick for Skeeter should still be good.
It's definitely good against the other heroes. Like, there's not great, you know,
Because what's Underlord
mana
gonna do
burn.
when he doesn't have his team?
Well, he can use the gates. Rest of the team can come.
I think the idea is to just like let Medusa tickle you, kill the rest of the team, and then kill Medusa after. Like that's a totally viable option.
But is that not exactly the same for Falcons? Medusa kills the rest of Underlord's team and then kills Underlord after.
I'm personally not a huge Medusa believer anymore.
Okay.
I feel like since the Mana Shield got nerfed, she is not in that state where she can just become unkillable because you don't have mana burn. You can straight up like damage her through this if you have options for the other heroes.
Okay. Well, it does sound like Gaiman's got a good shot of tying this series. Will they, though? That's what we're going to find out here with Cap and SVG.
That's right, you can theorycraft as much as you want, but you gotta execute within the game. Isn't that right, Jenkins?
That's right, Cap.
Thank you.
You're gonna cast with him now?
Maybe.
Okay. I'd like to see that. I would pay to see that.
I actually, I DM'd Jenkins long ago about casting together. Long time ago.
And it worked out for both of you.
Classic Jenkins never responded to that message.
He probably gave you a fake email address.
No, well, it was on a social media site, so I know it was him.
The one thing that they did not mention in all of that discussion was
yes. What did they miss?
The ATF Beastmaster.
I think what is that supposed to be a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, I didn't say anything yet.
Okay, all right, continue.
Thank you, Austin. I think this game looks really good for him.
Okay.
Like, I think he can just straight carry this game. And he was kind of cooking in that game 1. So I'm looking to him to put this game on his back. If he just goes in, roars this Void Speed or TA, you know, I'm talking late game Beastmaster, right? With like BKB, Shivas, he's going to have a Helm of the Overlord, whatever it is. I could seriously see him doing some work. And there's not a lot to combat the early summon spam if he goes the Helm route, which it looks like he will be going. That's the more popular build now. Nobody really deals with the creep super early if TA's not getting involved in the fight. And if you're Beastmaster and you drag TA into these early fights, that's kind of the goal. Like, you want to be able to get her in a situation where she's fighting before she wants to, into the boars, into attack speed slow. You wear her down, overrun her with summons. You get the Roshans instead of her.
Right.
And then you're controlling the tempo, you're controlling the pace. I think the Pugna Willow can back you up pretty nicely here. I like that component of Falcon's draft. I do agree maybe the Medusa feels a little weaker than the Sven in the game 1. And TA is always going to be a powerful hero if you don't deal with her in the mid game. But otherwise, I'm kind of leaning towards Falcons again. I'm also just not super sold on the Void Spirit here. I once again don't think Quinn has the best supports follow-ups.
Yes,
in this game.
He does not have some of those traditional heroes to take advantage of a Void Spirit jump in, grab with the Aether Remnant.
Especially against Puck. You can get nags, you can be kind of self-sufficient against Puck, you can threaten him on your own, but there's no Lion or Shaman in this game. Those or Bane. Like, those are the ones I always look toward. You do have Silencer, which can be super annoying for the Puck, but Silencer's also lower damage output, I would say. Some of those other heroes in terms of bursting the Puck down. Sometimes you can just have defensive items and get away with it. See what Gaming can do with a support duo that can be good against the Puck, but needs to get the ball rolling. And a lot of that might come down to this mid lane, like how well Quinn does in this true one-on-one matchup. Void Spirit in this matchup can overperform, especially in the hands of a very experienced Void Spirit player. You can really win this matchup with the extra early base damage. And so far, Quinn is doing exactly that, doubling up Maureen CS, 12-2 to the 6-0. Strong start for him.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the Amar Beastmaster. When you brought him up, by the way, I thought you were talking about player-hero combination. And I was like, that's not really an Amar hero. It's the first thing I thought.
Is it not? I feel like it kind of is now. I will say that the Ags Beast is, I think, more in his wheelhouse than the Helm Beast.
Yes.
He also has no cosmetics on this, which is a concern.
That's the concern. Not the fact that he's gold tier Beastmaster.
That is a second concern.
Where every other hero that he plays is always Grandmaster.
I have faith. Let's be real. I don't think the modern day Beastmaster is that difficult to execute.
You've been on a Beastmaster hate trend lately.
What are you talking about, man?
Wait, we just had a long podcast about how this hero is just able to bypass a fundamental skill set in Dota 2, aka laning.
Oh,
because he just stacks and clears through those stacks.
That is dumb. I disagree with that.
Well, there you
but
go.
there's a lot of heroes that can do that. That's not on the Beastmaster, you know. That's on John Dota.
John Valve.
A.K.A. Ice Frog, I guess. Shout out to Ice Frog.
Shout out to Ice Frog. You've made a wonderful game. We appreciate you.
People always complain about the balance of Dota, but point me to another game that has better balance.
You can't do it.
Yep.
Chess.
And then point me to a community that doesn't complain about the balance. More impossible. I mean, there's still guys complaining about Team Fortress balance. That game has been officially dead for like 8 years, so.
Yeah, what's there left to complain about? Though I would be hyped to see Team Fortress 2 here at the Esports World Cup.
Well,
I would enjoy that.
Might get your wish one day. See how the lanes are shaping up. Overall, no kills, but pretty even across the board. The Beastmaster is the one suffering a little bit. So maybe the inexperience for ATF coming back to bite him here.
Maureen tipping Tofu for taking the top water rune. Gotta help. What? Ace, wake up! Hello? What was Ace looking at? That was a free Lotus.
I don't.
We've had some really weird interactions with this Lotus pool.
Yeah, I'm not convinced it's working properly at this point. Someone's got to look into this. Does have a lot of stacks waiting for him though. Already a huge amount of stacks built up on this triangle from the Bat Rider on Tofu. So this Underlord is set up for success. And if you're Falcons, you either got to match this for the Beast or find a way to exert some pressure on this map. Maybe get in there for yourself, steal stacks away from Gaiman.
Mark. From behind, Malady shows up. Now, Mark did have some stick charges. He battles it out with Watson. Will not win that battle, but they will get the trade-off. Still, though, First Blood is claimed. A bit of intelligence is stolen. All things considered, good for Gaming Gladiators.
I take that trade every time. Shut this beast down as much as you can. And I think Falcons are going to lose a lot of the legs in this lineup. Snake King is playing around with blocking out this camp. Knows the stacks are happening, but pretty hard to skirmish Bat in the open areas one-on-one, and yeah, that'll be the TP. No choice. Tofu winning these little battles, getting a lot of solo XP for Ace. This Underlord is going to be gigantic, man.
Yeah, this means that the Deuce is going to be left alone for a while because the Pugna probably just has to run straight down mid to try and help out with the power runes. Not even convinced they're going to be able to win that fight, though.
Yeah, Quinn took a huge advantage in this mid lane. A lot of extra last hits, more denies than Malrine, puts him up to the level 6 first. No coil online, whereas his Void Spirit's halfway to level 7. Got the raindrop online, pretty hard to burst this hero. Tough for Falcons to go here. They're gonna bring both supports. But no coil means you can't kill Quinn here. We'll
just
win the
running
rune.
down the Beastmaster. They will manage to get that shield rune. Quinn, though, will be unpunished for his aggression as you said, Malrine, no coil yet due to losing the lane.
Man, another kill on this beast. He was the guy who was looking at this draft to be really good for Falcons. He's had the worst laning phase of anybody. Tough position to be put in, especially when it's TA getting the benefit of these kills. That is not the carry you want to be giving a fast start to in this meta.
Especially since TA, this hero is so oppressive because if he gets that faster at level 6, the traps in lane are just so annoying, you know? You're behind, you can't fight him. Every single time you come out to lane, you're being revealed by a trap. He uses those traps to kill you again.
I feel like you've been personally scarred by this hero.
Kind of have, yeah. I really hate TA traps conceptually.
Ooh, he's almost in range for that step. Taking the fight to the puck. It's going to force Malrine not to base. He's going to stick around once that next wave.
Speaking of that, this is a really good shard game for Templar Assassin. Puck, Pugna?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Dark Willow?
Gaming getting away with a very strong early game here. It's not necessarily about winning lanes aggressively. This is a early game of efficiency.
And it's with the
Underlord
silencer.
TA.
The stacking silences. Oh.
Okay, well, thank you for your excitement, Austin.
Big damage. Crit Shadow Realm TP out. He's not going to feel good about it, though. His offlane tower continues to be under assault.
This is how you punish this Beastmaster, particularly the Helm Beast. Doesn't have axes to go back and farm stacks. So you just get punished in the lane straight up. Got to take it on the chin. Look elsewhere.
8-minute power rune.
Ooh, 50-50. No luck for Malrine. Now he's in trouble.
Silenced up, face shift, trying to dodge some of the damage, but it will come nonetheless.
Man, rough start in these lanes for Falcons. Gaiman showing up in game 2.
And an arcane rune for Quinn. Sheesh. Yeah, that was a fast. I mean, I know we've talked about this a number of times, but the offlane tower being the first to die is usually a really bad sign.
Not what Falcons wanted out of this Beastmaster lineup. How do you recover it is the question, because the Beast and Puck are your two playmakers, and they're the ones that are kind of shut down. In that game 1, you had a Skeeter Sven who could join early fights and make up the difference if you were behind. This game, you have a Medusa. Not a hero that can do that. Yeah. Offers very little damage in the early game. And it's going to be fast auras on this Underlord. Like, you get Crimson Pipe Up Greaves on this Underlord, your damage problems become even more severe. So you got to get something going with this Coil Roar. Get it going soon. Quinn, Arcane Rune, looking around mid. Good levels on Malady can back this sort of aggression up early if you get an opening onto this puck. In fact, you won that one-on-one so convincingly, put you in a really good position here.
Everyone's trying to do this ward on your tower, and it's become such a trend that it is being countered every single time. Number of times we've seen that. Amar gets his level 6, puts it to use, trying to kill Tofu here, and will be able to do so, but it looks like his life is going to be traded out. In fact, Watson, he might be able to get multiple kills out of this situation. Yes, sir, double kill for him. Watson is just such a happy clam, man. He's killed the off-lane tower. He's gotten multiple kills out of lane. He's going to go invade into the triangle. He's going to start taking enemy ancients at 10 minutes in.
It's out of control for Falcons. That was a Roar Helm reveal play onto a support. I think you have to get it on the TA there. So at least worst case scenario, you get him off the map in some sort of bad trade. You get a bad trade with the TA living. That's kind of worst case scenario.
Yeah.
And now, like you said, he's stealing stacks. He's getting traps around your triangle. A lot of aggressive position and vision for gaming to play around, particularly if you get this mid tower off the catapult. Quinn can tank some of these tower shots.
Yeah,
this
that
is
was
so much pressure so early.
That was a double or triple stack of ancients he just farmed.
Yeah, why not come mid after it?
And Watson daring you to push forward to defend this tower. He's got traps behind it. One that the Pugna is currently sitting on.
Oh, what a well-played early game from Gaiman. Yeah. Didn't get this in that game one with the lineup that arguably needed it more than this one, but they get it in game two, and they're gonna be cooking here because Void Spirit loves these kind of games where you get out ahead.
Yeah, you're gonna have a damage problem if you're Falcons, because I assume Ace is gonna go for a fast pipe. He shows up to fights. He's stopping most of the Medusa's damage just via his presence. He's lowering a lot of the Beastmaster's damage, and then he throws out a pipe, negates the puck.
If I'm Hin, I'm thinking my item progression is pipe first.
Yeah.
Ruin the early magic damage that might let Falcons win a fight, and Crimson later.
Got it for Roar, but the gate's coming through. And avoid Rem then to be able to pull back Amar. So, easy doubles. Crit did manage to get the kill onto Malady. Malady kind of walking through that bedlam. But
So much
very
action.
efficient move. They join in for this fight. Full 5 from Gaming Gladiators. Very similar to what Falcons was doing in game 1, bringing all 5 heroes.
The fact you have Underlord in this game with Gate onto this beast lane that lost is just insult to injury. Like,
yeah.
You just can't walk up in this lane against traps plus the Gate anymore. I'm not really sure what ATF's supposed to do at this point. You could have to just keep going bottom, but going bottom is a death sentence.
I think my favorite part about Underlord gameplay right now is because you join these kills, if you win these fights, get kills, you get all this added bonus damage, and then you've got the extra cleave that's going on. Super efficient, like 30 seconds after you join a team fight, where you're just able to clear out creep camps really quickly.
Oh, look at the bonus damage.
Yeah.
269.
Damn.
That's so much bonus damage 12 minutes in the game.
Yeah. And the funny part is you can maybe rotate some heroes to help out this Underlord because he's so strong and pressure this side of the map too. And Quinn with his Invis rune, spot snaking. Now Skeeter still has a chance to live. It's going to probably require Stone Gaze being used. Oh no, the neutral creeps are going to stall him up, and Quinn just beautiful body blocking. Stays in front of him, coil on two from Maureen. They quickly go for the kill on Malady and will be able to get that much.
Something there. I'm still looking for more though.
And they'll easily get it. Crit. They get the lockdown on Quinn. Does Quinn actually die? Ooh, jump away. He's fine. And he is rapidly closing in on his Aghanim Scepter. He gets to that. What kind of game does Puck have?
Oh, nothing. This is way too good of a timing here. Not to mention the other two cores are right up there with him. You're not going to have damage in this game.
Supports won't be able to play Dota either, right? The silence is deadly for both of them.
Got to get items up on this Dusa and try and take the pivotal fights when Skeeter can join you and give you that extra damage. Oomph. In terms of coiling this Void Spear, bringing him down. The coil Stone Gaze is strong in this game. Like, your ults are going to be good in this game forever, right? Primal Roar, Stone Gaze, coil are are going to be good no matter what here.
Sure.
There's nothing really to itemize here for gaming outside of the Underlord ores and just survive through it. So if you can connect all these together on prime core targets, you can bring them down.
Underlord maybe dying in this bottom lane. Lasso gets the grab onto the Beastmaster, pulling him away from the Underlord. Does the Underlord survive as a result? No, the final round of axes goes out from Mamar, claiming the kill. Off-laner for off-laner.
I'm surprised they got that Underlord at all. That took a lot of damage. 2,200 out from this beast. Just right-click them down forever.
Sick play by Ace to use that teleport the way he did, calling in reinforcements from Quinn.
Probably could have happened even faster. Maybe he lives. Of course, he didn't have the completed pipe for that play either. That's going to change a lot. But a nice find from Falcons. I mean, he's the biggest target on the map. Something for ATF here. There's the 2 big items for the carries coming out at the same point. One of those is going to accelerate this game a lot faster than the other, and that'll be Watson's Desolator.
Yeah, I wonder how fast Gaming Gladiators is going to do Roshan.
They can do it at any point now. It's just a question of you have the map control, you have the vision, and you feel like it's natural because you are getting a lot off the map. You're putting a lot of pressure on Falcons. You've been killing them most of this early game. Doing Roche can slow that down.
Sure.
We'll see when they feel comfortable doing it, but it's absolutely on the menu. They put a decent amount of emphasis in putting Ace in this bottom lane to defend this tier 1 against the Beastmaster, which I like. You're limiting Amar's ability to control this area aggressively. His farm rate's reduced. Ace can sit down here and always just gate somewhere else or gate people to him, so it's an obnoxious hero to push into. And he's the best hero at interacting with the summons early. So the map positioning from Gaiman's been on point. Continuing to get power runes for Quinn. They're putting Watson in the dire jungle top, taking away farm from the Medusa. Everything's kind of lining up for them right now. And it's putting some pressure on Falcons to make a big team move to try and free up space around these tier 1s.
Mar is being a nuisance. He knows that he can't hit the tower, but maybe his boar and his creep can.
2 more summons into Ace's pocket. Look at the levels on this Underlord. He's 14.5. That is ridiculous.
It is. He gets Crimson Guard. He's untouchable from both magic damage and the Beastmaster's damage. The Medusa's not going to be able to... That's the thing about this matchup. Underlord versus Medusa, it was always bad, right? It always was bad. But now that Crimson Guard scales up, it's never good. It's always terrible. This hero is reducing so much of your damage that the multi shots are doing nothing.
I'm trying to think if there's an itemization to try and bypass some of this, but
it's like Maelstrom.
Honestly, it's Divine Rapier. Like,
yeah,
let's be real. That's the only item that really punches through all this. I think Scotty Daedalus can also let you like win a long fight against the hero because you just slowly chase him down with some crits, but kind of your only options, and the map is shrinking quite fast here now that Tofu's getting a bit more aggressive. Farmed up that jungle for the blink. Now he's looking around for plays. He gets back-to-back kills without having to use the lasso. There's the Crimson for Ace. He is a brick wall on this map right now.
A brick wall that Falcons is going to try and break down. Another push to the bottom lane.
4 summons into the Underlord's pocket.
Maureen, they're just going to bypass the Underlord as best they can. Hit the tower. But it is terribly inefficient for Falcons, and you know they hate inefficiency.
Yeah, this does not feel good, especially for the puck, man. He's just getting nothing off this map right now.
He's literally just sitting down here.
I don't think Maureen knows what to do right now.
He did go Maelstrom on the Dusa. Terrorize does not go out in time. Malady, how many intelligence stacks are we up to now? Only 8. That's a little surprising.
Well, it's only been 13 kills.
That's true.
Under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
All right, another move for the tower bottom. Can they get it this time?
How much must they feed the beast before he is satiated?
I just don't understand why Falcons haven't just made a 4 or 5 man move for this. Like, it gets denied anyway. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, this is...
Okay, so he cleaned up like 3 or 4 helmet dom creeps for those pushes.
We're going to lose the puck here to Global on top of the Void. Maybe not. Essence Ring saving lives.
It really did.
I think they stacked some of that silence, though. Could have been played a little bit better. Nonetheless, a nice survive for Maureen. Essence Ring doing some work. See if they can make a move off of this Global being down now. I still think if you're Falcons, yeah, it doesn't feel great to make some just joint smoke play, but what other options do you have in this game to regain some map control? Like, just smoke behind the Beast with the supports, look for a roar into a pickoff, get a ward out, get something going.
Puck may have survived that bottom engagement, but now the follow-up still leads to his death. Crit, he's going to die. No Shadow Realm TP out for him. Pressure on both side lanes.
2 split for me. Falcons are trying to out-efficiency this game and farm their way back into it, but you can't do it against this lineup with global ability from the Underlord, traps from the TA, a Void Spirit who's providing threat on his own with global to back it up, and a Bat Rider who gives you catch. Like, this is a lineup well equipped to deal with the rat action.
Yeah, you gotta punish one side or the other here, right? As you said, whether it's just like 5-manning the Underlord and saying, okay, if you want to try and teleport in 1 by 1 to help him out, we'll take that. As it stands, Game of Gladiators, it feels like they've gone unpunished with this 2-3 split all the time.
Hanging out this Watson TA, but again, if you don't smoke for these plays, it's super likely you are going over a ward or some trap. Instead,
Pickoffs continue.
No safe place on the map right now. Did find the TA.
Big pickup.
Okay. Just walked in and
the
rolled.
Underlord actually went for it. I'm surprised he came through. No immediate stuns coming out from Falcons, though. Would have been, I guess, up to the Brambles.
That's an awkward death for... He pinged them out. It felt like he knew they were there, and he still just walked into it anyway. Massive find for Omar.
It's like just chain deaths for these supports. Fortunately, Crit does have enough farm that he's got a Yule Scepter. It still does not protect him, though, against Quinn's Void Spirit.
That's Bat Riders. A really nice combination with the Void for just hunting people around the map now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The great stall continues for Falcons. Just trying to get the waves out. They do have a nullifier on Omar.
I mean, it just feels like game 1, though. Stall for what?
Medusa.
I just refuse to believe that Dusa carries this game against Underlord.
Going Ags, Maelstrom, trying to up the damage with the procs and everything.
Yeah.
Interesting idea.
I forgot that was an Aghanim Scepter, no longer the 25. So I guess the Maelstrom strat is a bit more viable.
There's a lot of damage if you can just go in the fight and sit there and turret everybody down with a lot of targets.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Gaming are well ahead and they can beat you to the punch and they can start to ramp the tempo.
Quinn's gonna try and help him out. Oh, he's got the Aghanim Scepter on the Underlord. Even more global catch here from Game of Gladiators, and the first use of it manages to spare Tofu his life as he was being hunted down by Amar. Now Tofu can return the favor. Brings back another kill to Ace, Quinn, and Watson. And even a solo silencer is enough to threaten this puck.
Still waiting for that joint move from Falcons. Maybe it'll never come. Maybe there's too pressure in this game, but it's got to be a combination of the course soon. You get your Ags on your Medusa. There's your damage.
Ace dodged the grasp by not moving.
Doesn't have auras available.
Maybe they kill him here. Got a root onto the Void Spirit as well, doing decent damage to the Underlord. He is definitely going to fall here. The Crimson Guard going off far too late for him.
Nice call from Skeeter. Just recognizes all these auras were on cooldown. Trying to help that Bat Rider on that dive play. Leaves him pretty vulnerable. That's a 1,200 gold kill. Dusa top of the chart. Gotta respect this build-up. Like, this build does a lot of damage if you don't get all in. Maybe you're a little less tanky than going a butterfly or something that gives you a little higher mana capacity, but also the mana capacity is not bad off the Ag's Manta stats in general, and then you just start flinging out these Maelstrom procs.
Do you think he needs... Do you think you go back for more damage in the Daedalus from here? Do you go the Scotty to take advantage of the Aghanims you already have?
I'm thinking Mjolnir into Daedalus Scotty or something.
Okay.
Sounds pretty good to me. I don't know how tempting the Scotty is early here, because I think you do want just more raw damage. You need it here. You're going to have to bank on the team keeping you alive. You have Pugna, you have a Terrorize, you have a Roar. There are some decent utility spells here to keep you in fighting shape. Somebody has to bring these heroes down. And that
Butterfly would give you more attack speed to take advantage of the Maelstrom procs. Oh, got off the Shadow Realm before the sounds came through. Grid's doing a good job of keeping himself alive now. He should eventually die. Quinn, he's going to focus him down. Now, Skeeter is stuck in the middle of this, and he's running low on mana. Any help? They do manage to get a Decrepify out. Now Roar onto the Void Spirit, but they got a lasso, and Watson, there's nothing stopping him. He's just swinging time after time after time. Tofu looks like he's going to get run down by Amar, but the Pugna and Amar's life, they are both forfeit for that play. May have gotten the Bat Rider, but they will lose 4 for it.
He's getting sucked into a fight against that Aegis where Gaiman able to run Watson in. He gives vision of the play, and then you're able to jump the back line. Just such a nice setup for them. Everybody can join in on this. That's going to be an easy 25-minute racks, and maybe enough to just convert this game into a fast win here.
Yeah, frankly, I think they could have gone throne here, but they'll keep it safe. Go for 2 lanes barracks.
This felt like a classic Gaming Gladiators game right here.
It did.
Ace Underlord had that massive win rate for a long time. Play with a carry that can join all these early fights and accelerate the objectives, buy every aura in the bank, and run it down a lane. You might not like it, Austin, but this is what peak aura gaming looks like.
It's true. It's true. It's not wrong about that. BKB for Tofu, he was one person who died in that last fight. Now, feels like he's going to be untouchable. And BKBs will go a long ways when the physical damage threat of Medusa is actually optimized into more magic damage.
Full Mjolnir done is eyeing that Scotty. Will he ever get to that Scotty? Probably not.
Probably not.
You got to make do with what you have here. One lasso could end this game right here, right now. If you want to take the Dusa.
Tofu's thinking about it. Does not pull the trigger on it in the end.
Could have had everybody there with this Underlord joining.
Yeah.
But wants to find a different target. He wants the Beastmaster. Won't get him in the base. And now Falcons, they're eyeing up the Underlord. This is a great target to start on. If you can just chain stun him up. No gate goes out.
He gets off the gate. And he gets off the Crimson, gets off the pipe. That's going to be nullified. But now the turnaround.
You can't escape.
They're stuck in all of these pits. Where are you going to go, Skeeter? He can't go anywhere. All he can do is stand and fight best he can with the Maelstrom proc. See if he can get enough of them to win it. He does manage to get a Roar out, Nullifier onto the Void Spirit. Can they finish him with the Gorgon's Grasp? He mantas and he gets away. Dissimulates on out of there. Watson blinks out with his refraction still up, but it's a fight that Falcons technically win. They go 1 for 1.
Not too bad. Really good position for Skeeter in that fight. The team had nice formation behind him. You have to fight through this Dusa. She's getting split shot on everybody there. Gaiman still had Aegis on Watson. It expires now. So maybe you could have thrown the Aegis away to try and commit further. But starting on this Underlord is generally a good idea because you're going to burn the auras out early.
Sure, especially when he uses it solo and then he just gets nullified.
Exactly. If he uses a bow solo, there's a nullifier out, then it's effectively gone for the fight. And you do trap Skeeter here, but it's kind of where he wants to be.
Sure, right in the middle of all 5 heroes.
You're not getting bursted down by this TA. The lasso goes out on a different target. Not enough damage to just run into this Medusa here. Watson feeling the pain of that split shot. It would have been interesting to see what these fights look like if Falcons had not just gotten demolished in the first 50 minutes here.
For sure.
Because this lineup is strong together. I don't think it got to show its true value, but when they group up as 5 with Beast Aura, some AoE from the Willow going through, you're on a Pugna ward, a little sustained Medusa on the front, it works quite well together.
That is a fight, though, where Gaming Gladiators were almost willingly taking the fight into the Medusa. What happens if they go around the Medusa? If these pits are used to be able to catch the backline heroes, to catch the puck, right? He's stuck in a pit, then he gets silenced.
They can always play this game and just turn it into Bat Rider Dota, where
you
just go for a last, kill the dude, reset. You do have that refresher already up for Malady, by the way, so you have double global silence to play with.
That's spooky.
There's a lot you can do to be disciplined here and just turn this game into a war of attrition against Falcons. However, if Falcons get to group up and just start on isolated targets, they can negate a lot of the net worth advantage.
And they get a pick off in this next 60 seconds. There's a chance they can always get Roshan.
That would be a game-changing sequence for them. See what they can find with this angle. Not a lot of vision to work with. But Gaiman also don't have a lot of vision around here. Both teams kind of going in blind. Depends who has the high ground. Quinn baited by the rune, doesn't get it. Amp
damage on Skeeter.
That's massive, you can use it.
Are they gonna be able to force something? They're gonna try in the mid lane.
That's very forced.
Already pre-gated. And yeah, they're not digging this one. Skeeter will use his amp damage to take the mid tier 1, which is still up.
I honestly bet if Roche was up, they would have just done it.
Yeah.
And tried to turn this game on that with the amp damage timing.
Still 30 seconds until Roshan could spawn. A smoke up from Falcons. I mean, no gate on the Underlord. If you push back into the rest of these Game of Gladiator heroes.
That's very true. You have a nice numbers advantage. Unfortunately, you left the Dusa.
Global Sound's gonna use. TPing back the Dusa, keeping some of these heroes away, but Watson's already even the odds. He's already gotten 2 of these kills, and a third one perhaps on its way. Amar, he lives through that lasso, has a chance to get off Aurora. Who does he want to use it on? Another Global Sound's going to be put to use here. Watson putting damage onto the Medusa, already half HP with the Pog silenced up. Does manage to get away. The Roar's going to be used on the Templar Assassin. BKB allows him to just keep going after Skeeter, and Skeeter's still going to fall. Watson, he just brute forces it. He's got all the net worth in the world, and he uses it to bring down the carry of Falcons without much effort.
Not enough DPS to win this numbers advantage fight, especially with the supports just getting instantly bursted down. I mean, that's going to seal this deal. Game 2 will go Gaiman's way as they even out this series. Very convincing. I feel like we've seen this a lot in this group stage. A lot of these teams, they've split 1-1, and it's been very convincing games both ways. A lot of parity right now in the scene. And this tournament might come down to who figures out a way to break the meta first in terms of having it favor them. This is definitely a Gaiman lineup I think we will see again with this Underlord for Ace. So
Falcons
strong.
fighting it out to the bitter end. A 3-man coil will not change the odds here for Falcons. Throwing some buybacks around. Watson is actually low enough that maybe they can go for the kill. Got off another round of refraction. That's nasty. He's nullified. Mallory's trying his best, but he needs the help of Skeeter, and Skeeter's fighting it out with Quinn right now. It's just not going to work for them. GG is called. Throne explodes, and Game of Gladiators even the series. 1-1 with Falcons.
A classic game from them, honestly. This is a Gaiman lineup we could have seen 2 years ago when they were winning everything. This is signature heroes across the board pretty much. Really nice team gameplay. Tofu setting up plays around the map. I think this is when they look the most similar to Liquid, who is the team that I think has the most similar play style.
Yeah.
Like very fast early game. A nice little lane wins. Not total domination, but good enough that you can farm up efficiently in the jungle, get to your key core items, and then your forward position is dictating pickoffs around the map. Very similar to what Boxy does. And you have this like big aura team fighter in the off lane that just joins everything and pushes you over the edge, and you just hit this powerhouse of a timing around that 25-35 minute mark where a lot of these teams are either too slow, too greedy, or not prepared for it, and you just get run over with that aura timing. So gotta look out for this kind of strategy if you're on the slower side of things, and this game Falcons definitely were.
I don't know, Avery, kind of feels like Liquid's doing pretty well. Game of Gladiators seeming back in shape. They matched up against each other in upper bracket final recently. Maybe we're gonna see another year-end tournament where Liquid and Game of Gladiators are the 2 teams on top, but there's still ways to go for that. We still have an elimination phase to get to, and some tiebreakers, Sheever.
Well, I don't know about that, Cap, because I feel like BB Team and Execration, it's a very back and forth game, that one, but it seems to be leaning the way of BB Team, and that would imply potentially no Group B tiebreakers either, but we'll get to that. The game's still going on. Definitely check that out, but we're gonna check this game out. This was I know Quinn didn't die a single time, but I want to focus on the overall last pick of Gaming Gladiators. He was on top of the net worth the majority of the game. I know Watson caught up at some point, but you know, position 1 players, they'll do things. But it's Ace. Ace is the standout, Jenkins.
I think so. 8.4k hero damage. He did less damage than his silencer, but a perfect Underlord game nonetheless. Like, that's what the hero does. Like, we were talking about it, right? And you're like, what's the build on Medusa versus this? Because if you go for the regular build, you're doing physical damage, small instances of physical damage. Well, Underlord really likes buying your Crimson Guard. If you go for the Ags build and you're going Mjolnir, it's small instances of magical damage, and he's building a pipe already. And then reducing your base damage more than you're already reducing it with Split Shot. It felt like the perfect pick in the hands of probably the best Underlord player in the world. Like, and he played it exceptionally this game as well. Like, he was always in the right area of the map. Even when he would get picked off, he would use his ult to, like, bring his team to them.
What?
I was waiting for the camera to come back. But it was S-tier Underlord gameplay for me. So, like, he really killed it this game.
It definitely was. But also, Quinn, we said that this matchup for him, like, they did pick this Void Spirit on 18, and they did set him up for the success. I think we already said that there aren't really that many heroes in the pool that can counter this puck from the mid lane. They found one. They found one of the old school one. It's one of Quinn's favorite heroes. And also, he did pop off completely. Like, we saw them in the first game with a little bit of a standoff there for almost a full minute, and then again in the second game, like, he was so ready. He kind of completely dominated that matchup and didn't die a single time. Like, this Aghanim Scepter timing plus the Manta style that he got relatively early on was very, very difficult for Falcons to deal with.
The supports were just miserable in the fights. Like, every single time he would just jump in. You know, you've these save heroes, these heroes that are, like, very difficult to catch, all nullified. And all while destroying his lane partner mid that he was up against, and then countering the puck as well in the mid game.
I kind of feel like this series should make teams reevaluate the priority of this puck, obviously with the exception of GPK, because he wins any matchup regardless. But this, I feel like we saw puck counter 2 different spirits, and it just worked out. Slightly adjustment on the builds and whatnot, but I think Gaming made a good point of why would you prioritize puck that highly if there's that many things. Maybe that is something that Purge can ask.
Thank you, Shiva. I will ask that. Actually, I can't remember what you said. I'm sorry. I won't ask it. I lied. I'm here with Quinn from Gaming Gladiators. You just had a great Void Spirit performance. 0 deaths. How did that feel?
It's good. I think if I die once on Void Spirit, I'm kind of upset. It's kind of my guy, so it feels good.
So what's it like playing against a Puck? Because in the past, Puck has been like one of the counters. Like, he silences you, he dream coils you, you get killed. How do you just like avoid making that happen? Are you trying to just hit 6 first, pressure him, get supports to rotate? Like, what's the plan?
I mean, the Ags makes the matchup pretty hard for Puck. You have too much shield, he doesn't have the damage for you, and the silence is very hard to itemize against. There's not really a clear path. So I think the matchup's changed over time. And we also camp both water runes, so his game's pretty sad.
So how do you transition the game? What's your priority when you're playing mid? Because obviously there's like utility items. You bought Manta after Ags, I believe. Like, what was your main priority? Just silence as many heroes as you can?
I mean, on Void Spirit, I think you generally just need to be able to get in there and not die, so you buy whatever that is. Ags first is pretty typical, and then after that, you're just looking at their heroes, and they have a bunch of crap that Manta's good against you by Manta. They have Deuce, so some by Shivas. You know, it's like you just kind of buy stuff that makes you able to get in there, because that's what your hero does. You just stand in there.
Okay, and then in game number 1, you played Ember Spirit. This is a question from Lacoste, and I was curious about your opinion too. You bought a Blade Mail, but you're against a Puck and a Timbersaw. Was there any thought in your mind that maybe you would go Mage Slayer, or is Blade Mail just like too good right now?
I actually didn't consider it this game. Maybe I should have, but I think generally, like, you're a bit low on armor. They also have Sven and Shaman. Like, I think there's only a couple heroes that Mage Slayers that can. I think Lash is kind of the only one that you consider it against. You can see it, like I've seen Nisha and other people, like they never buy Blade Mail or Mage Slayer against anyone except for one game where Nisha bought it against Lash. I think that's like the only one you consider it in.
Okay, and then we were talking before we went on camera here about the screaming in the room. How is that affecting your gameplay from the Valorant players?
Yeah, FPS players need to like be sat down and like explain that, hey, this is a collective space. You're not the only people in the universe. They sound American, so that's you know, par for the course for our ever-living countrymen. But yeah, I don't know. It's not okay.
All right, well, I'll definitely talk to them after this. Thank you for joining me for the interview.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Quinn and Purge. I don't think Purge is going to talk to them. Actually, I think they're done for the day. So they're
free, yeah.
They're free. Actually, you
Go
know,
to the eliminated team and then talk to tell them they need to be quiet.
and then they will be.
I think so.
Yeah. I will say though, while this was going on, we had a little bit of an update as well. It did turn out to be BB team that won game 2 versus Execration, and that means Group B does not have any ties, just like Group A. So your evening entertainment should be the opening ceremony, which by the way you can watch on co-streamers. Arteezy and Gork are your Dota 2 co-streamers for that one. So make sure you check that out. But we're gonna continue on here talking about how Gaimin won this game, because I think there's 2 parts to it. Obviously, Gaimin did very well. We saw in game 1, Falcons made a little bit of a comeback, or rather, I want to say we saw Falcons play the way we want them to play, and we expect them to be able to play every time. Why did they fall flat this time? Was it just the overall last pick Underlord? It can't just have been Ace's performance. Why did Falcons draft not work out?
Malrine got shut down in the mid lane. He is your playmaker. Like 2 supports, they need somebody to play Dota with. He also didn't have too good of a time on a Beastmaster. Medusa, you're basically playing 4v5 until this hero is ready to join with 2 items. So kind of a difficult one for them. If you shut down the playmaker, I think they realized, and Quinn talked about it in an interview, that they were camping both of the water runes, which kind of sealed the deal.
Yeah.
He was already having a good time, but picking up the water rune 6-8 minutes in kind of changes the matchup even more. And suddenly you don't have enough damage, like you just can't kill the heroes.
Yeah, and then you want to try and catch up by maybe, I don't know, maybe because maybe you want to take some sacks in a triangle.
Maybe, potentially, yeah. I want to show like 2 clips real quickly to point out some of the things that they did really well on side of the gaming Gladiators, where they, like, you can just see this initiation from Amar, even Crit. They're trying to figure something out, like how to come back into the game, but the trades that they're not getting are really not worth it. You're playing into the trap, sure, you just have this sentry ward, but the trades that you're getting are really not worth it. And Quinn was so ready to come in, and also Maladich, like he still didn't use the global silence, even though he did have it, and there's going to be a longer clip, I guess, that they're still doing here, and they're going to be going after getting that kill, going inside of the enemy triangle and also stealing some of the stacks. And this is something that Watson is going to be doing one more time. Right now, they're doing way too many things on the map. Right, they're taking Roshan and also Ace. He's ready with the TP if it's necessary. Amar is going to go for the Tofu one more time. Tofu's be like, yo, what up? I mean, you just did the same thing. Now with Aghanim Scepter on this Ace, he's going to be ready to join in, and he's also going to be ready to go into the triangle one more time with Temporal Assassin, take that part of the map, and take a lot of the farm from where Medusa wants to farm.
I think next to Liquid, Gaimin is one of the most impressive teams to watch, where they go from like thing to thing, like objective to objective, when they have an advantage. And I don't just mean like 5-manning. It's like it's more complicated than that, right? It's like they have this fight bot, and you see what happens. Quinn immediately goes mid to try to fight for the double damage rune, right? This is the next objective in his head in terms of just an economic level for the whole map. And yes, he doesn't get it, but he gets coiled, right? This is waste coil. Like, you have to commit coil, which is now like a minute and more. Like, you can now fight without the coil. And like every single clip there that we just saw was like some objective happening. Clearly, they're not being contested. And then some hero going immediately to something else, even if it's alone.
Yeah, I think overall, Gaimin is doing very well. I think, I mean, when you're talking about fun to watch, I know you meant it in specifically going from objective to objective. I also do think BB Team should be in the mix there somewhere. Although maybe their playstyle is a little bit more chaotic, so a little bit more brawly.
They got the pure factor.
Yeah, maybe that. But I do want to touch up on that, because with this series being done, with it being 1-1, and with BB Team taking Execration in a 2-0, we have our final rankings, Lacoste, and that means BB Team is on top. That means that they go to phase 3 directly.
Yep, they are going to be skipping that. We're going to be seeing the Group A first, which is going to be Spirit with 5-1, so they are skipping phase 2 as well.
They are also skipping phase 2.
So that's very nice for them. We have Navi in the second spot, Extreme Gaming and Talon at the bottom. So Navi will go to the second phase, but the second part of the second phase.
Round 2.
Yes, round 2 immediately. And unfortunately for Extreme and Talent, they will need to play it out in the first round. And this could potentially be the end for some of these teams.
It could be, and now we are having Group B right here, where we see Execration. They will be on the bottom of the group. Execration and Falcons will go to the same part of that phase 2. It's just that Falcons will face a position 4 team, where Execration will face a different position 3 team. Gaming Gladiators will be seeded into that second round of that phase 2, but BB team all the way seeded into phase 3 directly. And now this is wonderful that we're seeing Group C, but you're also seeing something that's missing, because all these teams have only played 4 games, Jenkins. That's not enough.
That is right, and there is a possibility that it's all Eastern European teams going through and skipping the second phase. You could have Aurora winning Group C. It's possible P-Vision could win Group D. It's possible. It's possible.
Is it?
Liquid,
I guess so.
Liquid would have to lose to 0-2, and then P-Vision would have to win.
And they already
2-0.
face each other, yeah.
But at the very least, in Group A and Group B, we have the 2 strong Eastern European teams.
Yeah.
Once again, I feel like for the latter half of this year, like tournament after tournament, we just keep saying, like, this is a damn strong region, and also Na'Vi is looking strong as well.
Yes, that was still a pretty close one that they played this morning, so there's still chances there. And to be fair, I think if I was in Navi's shoes, I would actually prefer to go to phase 2, because I feel like this is still a relatively, and I don't just mean young by age, but just a young team in terms of how long they've been together.
True.
And on the other side there, Spirit
Get the
has
reps
been
in,
together just get those extra games. I don't think that's a bad thing at all. And if anything, I think it's scary for Liquid that they might skip a phase, because when DPC was still a thing, every time Team Liquid would be seeded directly into the playoff bracket, which was the case if you were, I don't know, top something in DPC, they would bomb out.
Well, why are there so many wrong things with Team Liquid? Like, they don't like the group stages, they bomb.
They like
they
the
don't
group
play.
stage this time.
This time, yes, but usually, like, Dream Leagues, they don't play well during the group stages. Then you have, like, during the DPC, where they're seeded immediately and they don't play well. But somehow, this team still manages to get a lot of dubs.
They get a lot of W's.
They have curses. I feel like curses just follow Insania. Yeah, the Holy Locket incident, you have the Gyrocopter incident. Like, the guy is just cursed, but he's still so good. Like, the team is still so good that they break the curse and often win. It's never easy for them.
No.
Like, that's what's wrong with this group stage so far for them, is that it's looked easy so far. I'm waiting for the challenge for Liquid, because usually it's hard for them, and then they just win.
Yeah, which is why I'm spooked, because normally when it's hard, they win. But this time it's seemingly looking to be fairly smooth in their group. We will see if tomorrow is just as smooth for them, because today was all about Group A and Group B. Tomorrow will be all about Group C and D, and then obviously after that, the potential tiebreakers that we did not have today. But for evening entertainment, you're covered anyway with the opening ceremony. So that's it for today. Thank you so much for tuning in, and enjoy that opening ceremony. And we'll see you again bright and early tomorrow for more Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup.